Californians really stood up. And here, what was born out of that was legislation in 2018 passed that directed the state board and the Department of Water Resources and here so many of you all within the room to develop permanent and here efficient water budgets for urban water agencies. And so we're here in that arc. I look forward to what will be a lot of discussion and unpacking of how we are getting it right. The reality is, when we negotiated in 2018, the legislature and so many of the water agencies here amongst us, it was to have a fine tool, a indoor standard, an outdoor standard, water loss standard, variances, incentives for water recycling, and all of it, not an uncomplex endeavor, and truly nationally not undertaken anywhere else. And so it's with a lot of humility that I certainly come to this discussion. I know so many of us do. I hope there isn't much frustration, that there are panels and there's going to be discussion before folks come up and begin to speak. There are about 100 individuals signed up today. So I will say, 5 is the max we would like to see there for time, for respect, for being able to get through a lot of perspectives and voices here with us. Try to perhaps keep it to 3. But I will be using our timer. I'll try to do my best to make sure that we continue to have an additive discussion here amongst us and not one that just further frustrates around an issue I know that a lot of folks, I think, are feeling a bit frustrated. So I look forward to today's discussion. And just with that, we'll kick it off to Ms. Ely to begin, or whatever like to kick off most, actually. Not to put you on the spot, Ms. Ely. So good morning.
Well, good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you so much for the opportunity for us to provide this information with you all and the public today. We're very grateful to a number of speakers who will be joining us from the supplier community. And so we'll be asking them to file up when it's their turn for their panel. But in the meantime, we'll be starting with the supervisor of the conservation program, Karina Herrera, who will provide an overview of the Making Conservation a California Way of Life framework.
Hello, good morning. So let's start with the next slide. Okay, so as Charlotte mentioned, I'll start with a brief overview of the overall structure of our proposed reg. For the next presentation will be on the outdoor standards, followed by a panel. Next, we'll have a staff presentation on supplier impacts, followed by a panel. And then third, we'll have a staff presentation on the tools to help suppliers meet their objectives, followed by a panel. And last, we'll have one more panel discussion on the proposed regulation, and then move on to public comments and board member discussion. Next slide, please. Okay. In 2018, the California State Legislature enacted 2 bills, Senate Bill 606 and Assembly Bill 1668. These bills established a new foundation for long-term improvements in water conservation and drought planning to adapt to climate change and resulting longer and more intense droughts in California. The 2 bills amended existing law to provide expanded and new authorities and requirements to enable permanent changes and actions for these purposes, improving the state's water features for generations to come. We're trying to do things a little different with the Making Conservation a California Way of Life framework. Starting with SBX 7x7 and continuing with drought response, state water conservation actions have focused on percent reductions. These percent reductions don't account for the past investments in conservation, and they don't account for major water use drivers like lot size and different climates across our state. The new framework is not just about using less water, but about using water efficiently, and doing so in a way that also advances the state's goals to mitigate and adapt to climate change, acknowledges, for example, the benefits provided by trees like shade, improved air quality, reduced urban heat island effects, and considers affordability. Since 1668 and 606 passed, the Department of Water Resources and the State Water Board have been closely coordinating to carry out the statute's directives. The department was directed to conduct studies and provide recommendations to the board. And in fall of 2022, the department provided their recommendations on various aspects of the framework. So the State Water Board was directed to adopt standards for the efficient use of water and commercial, industrial, and institutional performance measures. The Water Board used the department's recommendations in developing the proposed regulation, and we formally began the rulemaking process for the regulation on August 18. Beginning in 2024, each urban retail water supplier will calculate their urban water use objective, which will be based on water efficiency standards and other data reflecting their unique circumstances. And suppliers will also be carrying out performance measures and annually reporting on their progress. Next slide. Water suppliers, not individual households or businesses, will be held to the framework's objectives. Urban retail water suppliers are those agencies that provide potable municipal water to more than 3,000 end users or supply more than 3,000 acre-feet of potable water annually. There are about 400 plus suppliers across California and provide water to about 95% of the state's population. They range in size and expertise, serving diverse communities geographically and economically. Next slide. So before we dive into what the objective is, we thought it would be helpful to provide some big picture context about urban water use and what will and will not be regulated under the new framework. For most suppliers, most of the water they deliver will be covered by the urban water use objective. This includes residential water use for commercial, industrial, and institutional landscapes with dedicated irrigation meters, and real water losses. Excluded from the objective will be CI&I indoor use, CI&I outdoor use, not connected with DIMS, other uses like firefighting and apparent water losses. Next slide. So on this slide, we are showing an infographic to explain generally how a supplier would calculate its urban water use objective. The objective will be comprised of 4 standard-based budgets for residential indoor use, system water losses, residential outdoor use, and CI&I landscapes with DIMS. If applicable, the objective might also include variances. Variances provide additional volume of water for unique local uses, such as significant uses of horses and other livestock in the area, hence the horse icon, and a bonus incentive. The bonus incentive is an additional volume of water to reward investments in potable reuse, and it's not to exceed 15% of the overall objective. With the exception of water loss, suppliers will not be held to meet any individual standard-based budget. Suppliers will be held to meet the annual aggregate urban water use objective. And again, suppliers, not households or businesses, will be held to these objectives. Next slide. So next I'll go through the 4 budgets in the objective. To calculate the residential indoor budget, supplier will calculate the residential indoor standard by the population in its service area and the number of days in the year. In 2018, statute set the residential indoor standard to 55 gallons per capita per day until 2024, 52.5 GPCD from 2025 to 2030, and 50 GPCD from 2030 onward. In 2022, with the signing of SB 1157, statute was amended, lowering the residential indoor standard to 47 GPCD starting in 2025 and to 42 GPCD starting in 2030. And for the next couple of slides, we're also showing an example budget at the bottom of the slides to help demonstrate these calculations. Next slide. First off, typo on this slide. The top should say section 970, not 670, for the water loss budget. Each system-specific water loss standard was set through a separate rulemaking process. The standards were calculated using an economic model that considers system characteristics and the cost effectiveness of controlling real water losses. If the economic model determined that there is no cost-effective reduction in water loss possible, a system's standard would be their baseline real loss. The water loss rulemaking began in December 24 of 2021. It included 2 public comment periods and multiple workshops to facilitate stakeholder involvement. The board voted to adopt the proposed water loss regulation on October 19 of 2022. So for the objective, a supplier would calculate its annual water loss budget by multiplying its system-specific standard by the number of days in the year, and depending on the units of the standard, either the number of total service connections or the length of the distribution system in miles. Suppliers that operate multiple systems would calculate an annual water loss budget for each of their systems, and then summing the estimated water loss budgets associated with each of them. The efficient water loss budget is one of the components of the objective. And unlike the other standards informing the objective, suppliers will have to comply with their system-specific water loss budgets starting in January 1, 2028. Under the proposed regulation, until 2028, suppliers may use reported real water losses rather than their system-specific water loss standards when calculating their water loss budgets for this objective. The State Water Board cannot enforce against a supplier for both a failure to meet the water loss standard and the overall objective, provided the supplier is only failing to meet its objective due to its failure to meet the water loss standard. Next slide. For the efficient residential outdoor budget, a supplier would calculate it by multiplying the following 4 components: the residential outdoor standard, which is expressed as the landscape efficiency factor, the net evapotranspiration, the residential landscape area, and a unit conversion factor of 0.62. And I'll go into further detail about what all of these different terms mean in the next presentation. Next slide. The budget for CI&I landscapes with DIMS is calculated in the same manner as the residential outdoor budget, but instead for this equation, we have the standard for CI&I landscapes with DIMS, and the landscape area is specific to CI&I landscapes with DIMS. The Department of Water Resources has already provided suppliers with the residential landscape area, and they are in the process of measuring CI&I landscapes. The department expects to start delivering CI&I landscape area to the first set of suppliers in the next few months and going through the next 4 years. However, this timeline is an estimate and subject to change as they navigate the process. Next slide. The bonus incentive, if applicable, will be calculated by summing the volume of water of potable water deliveries to residential customers with the volume of potable water delivered to dedicated irrigation meters connected to CI&I landscapes. This sum would then be divided by the total volume of potable water deliveries entering the distribution system, and multiplied by the individual supplier's potable reuse amount. The bonus incentive is not to exceed the respective cap of a supplier's objective, so 15% for existing facilities, 10% for newer facilities. Next slide. Last, if applicable, suppliers may also add variances or temporary provisions when calculating their objectives. Variances are for unique uses with a material effect and have a threshold of significance. Temporary provisions are intended for uses that will require less water over time and have no threshold of significance. More information on variances and provisions will be presented later today. Next slide. Okay, we will now pivot to what is not included in the objective. Next slide. Under the framework, CI&I indoor use and water use on CI&I landscapes without DIMS would be covered by CI&I performance measures. And just to note that performance measures do not apply to processed water. The performance measures would require suppliers to categorize CI&I customers according to the proposed classification system, install DIMS, or employ in lieu technology for qualifying landscapes. And this means landscapes that are estimated to use over 500,000 gallons or more a year. And they would carry out a suite of best management practices for customers that exceed certain thresholds. Next slide. The first performance measure is a CI&I water use classification system that addresses significant uses of water. The State Water Board staff proposed that the classification system be based on the broad categories used by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's Energy Star Portfolio Manager tool. EPA's Energy Star Portfolio Manager is a no-cost interactive resource management tool that allows you to securely track and assess energy and water consumption. It consists of 18 broad categories, aligns with the California Energy Commission's benchmarking program, and is already being used in cities such as Los Angeles, San Jose, and Brisbane. And next slide. Our next performance measure would set a minimum size threshold for converting mixed-use CI&I meters to dedicated irrigation meters or in lieu technologies. CI&I landscapes using more than 500,000 gallons annually would qualify for conversion or for in lieu technologies, and in lieu technologies could include hardware improvements with enhanced performance and functions, landscape plant palette transformations, and water budget-based management programs. Next slide. Our last performance measure would set CI&I water use best management practices, which may include but are not limited to water audits and water management plans for those CI&I customers that exceed certain thresholds. Board staff recommend the following 4 thresholds. CI&I water users that meet the disclosable building threshold as defined by the CEC, which is buildings larger than 50,000 square feet. CI&I water users whose individual total water use is the top 2.5% of all CI&I water users in the service area. And CI&I water users within the CI&I water use classifications, which cover the top 20% of CI&I water users. And last, CI&I water users that irrigate non-functional turf with potable water. Next slide. The rulemaking builds upon the important work led by the Department of Water Resources and upon the recommendations the department provided in the fall of 2022. However, the proposed draft regulation does differ from the department's recommendations in a couple of ways. Regarding the urban water use objective, the regulation proposes a more ambitious long-term outdoor standards starting in 2035. It includes a different approach for integrating irrigable, not irrigated area for those the residential outdoor budget. And it includes an alternative compliance pathway for suppliers meeting certain criteria. Regarding CI&I performance measures, it proposes a classification system consistent with the CECs. It uses a volumetric rather than an area threshold for qualifying landscapes. It includes additional thresholds and best management practices. For disclosable buildings, it includes providing data in a format compatible with the EPA's portfolio manager. For irrigation of non-functional turf with potable water, it includes a permanent ban in place by 2025. And it also includes additional best management practices that suppliers may choose from. Next slide. State Water Board staff presented on the proposed regulatory framework at the March 22 board workshop earlier this year. We received feedback from several parties at the workshop and through comment letters after. As a result, the following changes are reflected in the current draft of the regulation. Special landscape areas include all areas irrigated with recycled water, including non-functional turf. Through 2027, suppliers can include up to 20% of their INI area in calculating their residential outdoor budget. If otherwise, they wouldn't meet it. There's an additional performance measure in which suppliers would ban the irrigation of non-functional turf with potable water on CNI landscapes by July 2025. And it includes an alternative compliance pathway for suppliers who must reduce by more than 20% to meet their objectives starting in 2035 and meet the additional criteria listed in the draft regulation. Next slide. The Making Conservation a California Way of Life framework will be implemented through a regulation that's not yet set in stone. We're at the beginning of the regulatory process and look forward to the input we receive from the public as staff continues to refine the draft regulation. Since the start of the rulemaking, State Water Board staff have engaged with folks at conferences, have met with small groups of interested parties, and have held several one-on-one conversations. Staff are committed to continuing the dialogue and expanding engagement. These early conversations have already helped us identify sections where the language in the regulation could be clear. So thank you for the dialogue. Next slide. Another typo note in the agenda item for the board meeting, it directed written comments to our conservation inbox. Please ignore that. For those of you who wish to submit written comments, please email commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. And for those who wish to submit written comments via fax, mail, or hand delivery, additional information on how to do so is in our notice of proposed regulatory action. Next slide. The first public comment began on August 18 and will be ending in October 17. We anticipate the board will consider the regulation for adoption in summer 2024. And if adopted, the regulation would become effective in October 1, 2024. Next slide. And that is the end of the overview. So next I'll go into the outdoor standards, another hopefully brief presentation followed by the panel on the outdoor budgets. Next slide. Okay, and just readjusting ourselves, we are talking about two of the standard-based budgets within the objective. Next slide. The outdoor water use budgets are two components of the urban water use objective. Compliance with the residential outdoor water use budget or the budget for CNI landscapes with DIMS is not required. The objective is what suppliers, and again, not individuals or households, will be held to. Both budgets are calculated using the same equation. The residential outdoor budget is calculated by multiplying the following four components. The residential outdoor standard, which is the landscape efficiency factor applied at the supplier level. This factor adjusts for the water needed to maintain healthy and efficient landscapes across a supplier's service area. Net evapotranspiration is reference evapotranspiration minus effective precipitation. Reference ET is a standard measure of environmental parameters which affect the water use of plants. Reference ET is an estimate of the water needed to maintain a well-watered large field of cool season grass. Effective precipitation is the portion of total precipitation that becomes available for plant growth. And for the purposes of this budget, effective precipitation is modeled using Cal Scimitar, a daily soil water balance model, and capped at 25% of total precipitation. Landscape area is measured irrigable area on residential parcels across the supplier service area. And 0.62 is a unit conversion factor that gets us to a budget of gallons per year. The efficient CINI landscapes with DIMS budget, again, instead uses the standard for CINI landscapes with DIMS and landscape area for CINI DIMS across the supplier service area. Next slide. Pertinent to the outdoor standards, Statute sets two requirements: that the long-term standards be for the efficient use of water, which in this case will be expressed as landscape efficiency factors, and that they incorporate the principles of the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance, or MWELO. Next slide. MWELO sets the evapotranspiration adjustment factors for new and rehabilitated landscapes. It's a design standard for individual parcels and applies to planting areas, turf areas, and water features in a landscape. The budget considers various sources of water, including water delivered by a supplier, captured rainwater, and groundwater. For the outdoor budgets in the proposed regulation, the outdoor standard is a landscape efficiency factor applied at the supplier's service area. Again, this factor adjusts for the water needed to maintain healthy and efficient landscapes across the supplier's service area. It applies to water delivered by suppliers and to irrigable lands. Next slide. Embedded within the evapotranspiration adjustment factor and the outdoor standards are plant factors, which relate to the water needs of plants and the efficiency of the irrigation systems in place. Next slide. And while the regulation focuses on the supplier's service area, it might be easier to contextualize what these different factors mean by looking at individual parcel examples. Landscapes that are majority turf could range from around 0.7 to greater than 1, depending on how well they're irrigated and whether they're using cool season or warm season turf. As we introduce more lower water using plants and higher irrigation efficiencies, the calculated factors are lower. On the very left side of the slide, we have an example garden in which the majority of the plants are lower water using and on a drip irrigation system with a calculated factor of 0.34. Next slide. The statute directed the department to study and investigate residential outdoor water use and to recommend to the board what the residential outdoor standards should be. The department's analysis can be separated into two approaches: a theoretical horticultural approach and an empirical one. For the horticultural method, the department estimated that on average, 75% of landscape area is canopied and 25% is non-canopied. Average plant factor for canopied areas was estimated to be the average of plant factors for annual flowers, woody plants and herbaceous perennials, and desert plants for a value of 0.58. For non-canopied areas, the plant factor was an average of cool season turf and warm season turf for a value of 0.7. The evapotranspiration factor was calculated using a weighted average of canopied and non-canopied plant factors divided by an irrigation efficiency of 0.8 to get to a value of 0.76. For the empirical method, the department calculated unique values for 249 suppliers using water delivery as reported by suppliers in the electronic annual report, results from the residential indoor water use study, landscape area, and spatial CIMMYS and CalCIMMYTA data. The department's analysis on residential outdoor water use suggested that average statewide use in 2018 ranged from 0.6 to 0.66 if we are using irrigable, irrigated, and 20% of irrigable, not irrigated area. Next slide. State Water Board staff have reran the department's calculations using more recent landscape area measurement values, and that's reflected in this table. However, you'll see that the values stayed pretty much the same. Values still range from 0.6 to 0.67 when we're looking at II and 20% of INI. Next slide. If we are only looking at irrigable irrigated area, then values range from 0.62 to 0.75 with an average of 0.69 across the 3 iterations of this method. Next slide. Under the proposed regulation, the residential outdoor standard is a landscape efficiency factor of 0.8 until 2030, 0.63 until 2035, and 0.55 thereafter. The LEF factor would be applied to irrigable irrigated area, and through 2027, a supplier may include up to 20% of I&I area if the supplier's annual water use for the reporting year would otherwise be greater than the resulting objective. Landscapes associated with new construction would have a standard of 0.55. And I'm seeing a typo on our slides. So the I&I buffer applies through 2027, as I said. The proposed long-term standard of 0.55 will drive investments in water use efficiency, including by facilitating the land transition of climate-ready landscapes. The long-term standard is informed by the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance, which establishes factors for designing, installing, maintaining, and managing water-efficient landscapes in new construction and for rehabilitated landscapes, as well as the empirical analysis carried out by the department. In aggregate, Californians have made great strides in using water more wisely in our yards and gardens, and the long-term residential outdoor standard will help to ensure those trends continue. The proposed standard of 0.55 is achievable, and while achievable at the landscape and service area scale, the proposed regulation, again, does not require individual residential landscapes to meet the standard, and nor does it require suppliers to meet service area-wide budgets. Rather, the proposed regulation would require suppliers to meet the overall objective, of which the residential outdoor budget is one component. And the achievability of the proposed long-term standard is due in part to the flexibility of the overarching framework.
Can I interrupt before you move on? The typo. So if you could go through that chart and clarify.
Yes. Well, I guess what the I&I buffer is through 2027. So it, I guess, would be between 2020 and 2030 is the up to 20%. And afterward, it would be 0 for the I&I buffer after 2027.
So it's the right-hand column should read up to 2020 and then 0 and then 0.
0, 2027 onward, which is not shown in the table, but yes. Okay, then next slide. Under the proposed regulation, the standard for CNI landscapes with DIMS is a landscape efficiency factor of 0.8 until 2030, 0.63 until 2035, and 0.45 thereafter. An irrigable, not irrigated area buffer would not apply for this budget. And landscapes associated with new construction would have a standard of 0.45. In addition to the outdoor standards, there are also special landscape areas, variances, and temporary provisions that are relevant to outdoor water use. And again, more information on this will be presented later today. Next slide. Okay, panel time. So as we transition to our first panel, I wanted to first just take a moment to acknowledge and thank Mary Peno and Paula Gonzalez on the conservation unit for the tremendous job that they've done in coordinating with panelists, and there are many, and working with them to get their presentations finalized for today. So for the first panel, panelists will discuss the feasibility and technical considerations of the outdoor standards. Nate Adams with Santa Margarita Water District and Claire Nordley with the City of Santa Rosa will speak about what they are observing at the service area scale and how past investments and conservation programming impact where their service area outdoor water use is today. Chair Esquivel with Land for Landscape and Regina Hirsch with Watershed Progressive will speak about what they're observing at the parcel scale. The panel will discuss and provide examples of the challenges and opportunities for meeting the objective based on the proposed long-term outdoor standards. Next slide. 3 more slides and then I'm done. So each of the presenters for this panel will present on this slide. And so using a measured landscape area and either estimated or measured outdoor water use, they have calculated an estimated landscape efficiency for the landscapes they'll be talking about. Again, Nate and Claire will be looking at the supplier service area, and Cello and Regina looking at specific properties. Next slide. Additionally, each of the suppliers presenting today will also provide information on their water rate structure. Water rate structures vary supplier to supplier and encompass different rates and different fixed charges. So for the sake of making today's conversation easier to follow, suppliers will present total cost at a cost per HCF per month, and cost per year for 4 volumetric quantities, 6, 9, 12, and 2,400 cubic feet. And the table will also present the annual cost as a percent of local median household income. Next slide. And last, each of the suppliers presenting today will also provide information on whether or not it appears that they will be meeting their objective at the various time steps when standards change. The 4 standard-based budgets add up to the water use objective, and this is then compared to the 2017 through 2021 average water use. And while the objective is calculated in gallons, for the sake of keeping smaller numbers on the screen, these values will be expressed as gallons per capita per day, GPCD. And next slide. With that, I'll hand it off to Nate Adams.
As we transition to the panel, just incredible thanks for traveling up, the engagement. I know not just here in the panel, but the continued engagement around this regulation. It's made a difference and continues to. So thanks for being part of the discussion here today. It means a lot.
Indeed, thank you. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning, speaking to staff. And so it's really a privilege and an honor to be here, to be able to shed light on this what I term a fascinating and complex subject, and that is outdoor water use efficiency. And why I use the word fascinating, I think it's at the intersection. Outdoor water use efficiency is at the intersection of irrigation science and technology. It also is reliant on good landscape design and horticultural science. And perhaps the most fascinating of all, it also definitely entails human behavior and awareness. And when you put all of that together, that affects outdoor water use. And you've got to get the right combinations to really drive water use efficiency going forward. So with that in mind, and sharing some of the focus of my 15-year plus career in trying to engage and improve outdoor water use efficiency at the local and at the regional level, I want to share and bring to light some empirical evidence that we at Santa Margarita Water District have determined based on the irrigable area landscape measurements that we have on file. And then the great thing about being a retailer is we actually have the billing database, right? We actually have the water use. And so you can marry the two up and really critically ask the questions, how are we performing and where can we go in terms of water use efficiency? And so drawing upon my experience, there's really, when I look at the outdoor water use efficiency standards, I critically am looking at and assessing, is the standard realistic? Are the components that go into making up the standard reasonable? And is the expected landscape change that's before us, is it obtainable in the time frame that we have? And so these are how I'm coming at this question about assessing outdoor standards and thinking through at the retail level, what plans, what strategies, what programs do we have in place and need to put in place to affect and continue the momentum of outdoor savings that we as a whole region, a whole state have seen over the last 30 years of affecting water use efficiency at the local level. So next slide, please. And so just to always context the 411, right? So Santa Margarita Water District, where is it? What is it? It's located in South Orange County. So think of it as 30 minutes south of Disneyland, depending on traffic. And our water supply is really reliant on imported sources, right? So that tells you two things. One, it's very important we conserve it and use it to its best and best use. It's also fairly expensive water. And so there is a motivation for us to make sure that we use it efficiently, so we're not having to spend additional dollars on procuring water and bringing it 400 plus miles down to us. In tackling that, we have some ambitious targets over 2030, where we're trying to increase the reliability of local water support sources, and recycled water makes up 25% of our overall supply. That's significant. We've been investing in that for 40 years, and it's a real linchpin for our community because we can go to our HOAs, we can go to our cities, our parks, our communities and say, you have a drought, we'll call it perhaps proof, but a very resistant, a drought resistant source of supply in our recycled water. And we're very proud of that. And it's important for us going forward. And we're also quite proud of the fact that by 2030, we're hoping to use 100% of our wastewater to develop and make recycled water. We're at 75% today. In the next 2 years, we expect to be at 100%.
Well, if I can add to at least a bit of the praise, because I know it's often thrown around that we haven't built storage in the state in however many years, but you recently completed a storage project for recycled water. So it's a type of storage, certainly that, and was glad that we were able to help fund that. But it's a sort of investments, certainly, that we need to continue to see. So appreciate it.
Yes, and we appreciate the partnership and being able to develop those local supplies and storage. Because if you look at this map, and this is a unique map, because this is a map that not many agencies in California, certainly the state, cannot know, you will not know until 2028, which if you look at the regulation as it reads now, that's the date by which each retailer needs to know its landscape area for the dedicated irrigation meters. So that map highlights where our DIMs are. We have over 3,000 dedicated irrigation meters. And it's color coded. Recycled water is the purple, blue being drinking water. And to your point, Chair, we are very excited to have a 5,000 acre foot reservoir that's now capturing recycled water in the winter, because that island of blue you see in the north part of our district, that's Rancho Santa Margarita. We're contemplating right here, right now, investing another $60 million to expand recycled water to that community. And so this is really critical for us thinking through this regulation. The 1.0 and how we treat recycled water has very real ramifications for how we contextualize and think about this, our strategies and what we're developing and what we're investing in. Next slide, please. So I just showed you supply. This is the other side of the coin, right? This is demand. And on the left side is kind of giving you a snapshot of when you look at our accounts, this is what it looks like in terms of a pie chart, it being single family, multifamily, or the DIMS or commercial. And on the far right, it gives you the corresponding water use by each category. And every water retailer listening, every water retailer here has an idea of what their pie charts are. Maybe they don't have them defined, but they intrinsically know how and where they can affect water efficiency at their local scale. And certainly I've circled what Santa Margarita really goes after. You can see it's single family residential water use because it represents nearly 2/3 of the accounts and over, or we'll call it half of the water use. Similarly, you can affect great change with our drinking water DIMs. They represent 2% of our accounts. I can go to talk to a couple key HOA managers, and by doing that and working with them in partnership, I can affect a lot of water savings at our local level. Next slide, please. And so this slide really is just, this is us. The graph shows this is our numbers, right? But this could be many communities throughout California, right? And the long-term overarching story is that tremendous savings have been gained in the last 30 years. We know that. All of us should be proud of that. We all know that we need to do and continue to push that needle forward. And we're really going to do it on the outdoor sector, right? If you go back to the last drought, we invested in additional recycled water conversions. Our staffing went from 1 to 5. That's something that there's a cost to our ratepayers, but it's also a benefit in terms of continuing to drive that message and driving the momentum forward. But it definitely comes at a cost. So you can see the budget there, and I think it's a good snapshot. You know, many people can think of a budget versus their number of accounts or population served, and it gives you kind of some high-level metric of, man, how much resources are they putting into affect change in the local scale here. The one thing that I'll make mention, and this is very important, efficiency at the high level, we're all making tremendous strides when you consider that water use today in total, drinking water use today in our service region is the same as it was in the 1990s, late 1990s, despite 60,000 more people needing water. So the proof is in the pudding, but we all know that we continue to want to push that further. So to do that, next slide, please. We have a whole lot of programming, right? Both on the indoor, the outdoor, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to focus on outdoor today, but we're also knowing that to the extent that you can be strategic, that's the operative word that I really want to implore all of us to consider is the local knowledge, those pie charts of how and where at the local level I can affect change and being strategic. Please give us the flexibility to continue to operate at that level. Next slide, please. So this was a slide that was requested, as Karina mentioned, talking about our water rates. And so each water district, each city that operates its own water utility needs to strenuously consider how and by what measure it needs to charge people, number one, but by what structure it does that. So we happen to have a budget-based rate structure. We implemented that in 2015. And the critical thing for a budget-based rate structure is knowing the irrigable area, right? So for every parcel in our community, we have the irrigable area for it. For every dedicated irrigation meter, and as I mentioned, there's 3,000 of those, we've defined how and where water is being used on those properties in those communities. This chart kind of gives you some assumptions, but in basic high-level idea is that our budget is tier 1 is your indoor budget, and it has some assumptions of 4 people at 55 gallons per capita day. And then our outdoor budget assumes an ET factor, or the parlance of today, the landscape efficiency factor of 0.8, right? For recycled water, we use a 1.0 factor. And I want to come back to that. Oh, pardon.
1 minute.
I have 1 minute. Wonderful. So let's just fast forward a slide. And let's just pass this one. Let's just keep going. And by the way, I can provide my actual full slide deck to anyone who would like it because it has even more details and meat. Let's go one more. Let's just get right to the heart here. Here's the state's data as it knows it best, right? And to their credit, they have to use estimates on what is there before them. And so I was given this slide, and it's representing the data that's currently in the state's Objective Explorer tool. And so for the state, for the year of 2018, it's using the DWR calculated area of 112 million square feet. The ETO is 53 inches, et cetera, et cetera. The total water use, let's focus on that. It's been adjusted to a GPCD of 94. That's fine. That's coming from our retail water database. I don't dispute that one bit. I provided that number. That's good. Where we start to get into a little bit of data issues is how we start to have to back calculate and estimate indoor and outdoor savings, or excuse me, usage. So DWR, to their credit, they had to come up and estimate indoor usage. They came up at 64 GPCD. That's higher than we currently use it as. So by necessity, once you've estimated indoor, you can back calculate outdoor by subtracting it off of what our total water use is. So the next slide down, or excuse me, not next slide, but the next chart down shows you the remaining balance is 30 GPCD. That, when you put it through its the algorithm, if you will, you back calculate, you get a landscape efficiency factor that shows Santa Margarita Water District performing at a 0.50. Excellent, we're good. Like, I can walk away from the podium now, right? I'm not concerned. But that is a little bit too misleading in a good way for everyone thinking, oh, you're saving, you're fine, you're doing too well. So next slide, please. And what I would like to do is add in what we've actually ground truthed, what we know to be true at the local level. And we've measured at our residential parcels just over 90 million square feet. So that's 18% lower, right? Our water use is the same. We know our indoor GPCD, while we budgeted at 55, it actually is around 52 GPCD. So let's do the same math. If you subtract 52 from 94, we're left with a different number. Next slide, please. And that gives you a 42 GPCD, or that pushes your outdoor water use up by 40%. So again, when you do the math, that converts over to a landscape efficiency factor of 0.87. That's a much different picture. It tells you, or it tells me as a retail, someone who's having to manage and develop programs to affect change, I have a much different job here now than what I thought I had based on state data. So this is the story in a nutshell of what I would hope that all of us are starting to get to the table to critically assess what's the real lift before us. And yes, it's good that we have data to prove as an estimating part, but what error is inherent within it? And what timing do we have to affect true savings to get to this, I will call it right here, right now, an arbitrary 0.55 design measure? Because as you'll see and I know I'm wrapping up, but my slide deck shows we have brand new landscapes, homes built after 2015 WELO was established. And kudos, state, thank you for all of us for having WELO on the books. It works. We're getting water savings out of our landscapes. But these designed landscapes of 0.55 are operating at 0.7. Our brand new ones are operating at 0.7. So I ask you, and I ask myself, if my new is performing at 0.7, and I've got to get my entire landscape to get to 0.63 or 0.55, there's a significant lift ahead of us.
Yeah, thank you. I've brought up this, the fact that we're using 2018 data, a snapshot, and not sort of, again, evolving information, more real time, if you will, does create some of these challenges. But I think what's important is what are we regulating at? No one's going to have to meet a 0.55 or an outdoor standard unto itself. And I know it can seem like, well, if it's all a little fuzzy within it, does it not then have some validity? But the reality is the complexity of this work and the fact that we do only have that snapshot. As we get more data, I see us better refining this, but I take your points and I appreciate the information, sir. Thank you. We'll go to the next panelist.
Oh, okay. I've been given an extra minute.
Yes, you at least,
please.
the chair here actually controls the timing, so you definitely have more time.
Thank you. So this other slide, again, for me, I'll be honest, is a little hard to understand at first. But we're taking our numbers, and to your point, we're using 2018 water usage, but we're reconverting it back to GPCD. And so the idea is we're going to build up from the bottom up. What would it look like? And then compare it against water use. So this would kind of be truly what we're trying to achieve going forward. So in 2024, you have what is before us, the indoor standard to 55. We know that when I use my data, when we use our water use data, we're outdoor GPCD of 35. Our recycled water SLA is operating at around a 78. The non-SLAs, that's drinking water DIMs, are operating at 28 GPCD. The real water loss, even though it's not done in GPCD, is at 6 GPCD. Your urban water use objective, then when you add up all those columns, go up to 202, right? And then it just ratchets down over time, as we see. Then what you want to look at is compared against our average water use of 162. So again, the district's looking very good, but it's all because of our investments in recycled water and the critical importance of that 1.0. But with open minds, I would say that there's a lot of agencies without recycled water. I would also contend that there's a lot of agencies that don't have dedicated irrigation meters. And so the column right next to the 162, I've changed the numbers and I said, what if the district had no recycled water? And all of our dedicated irrigation meters were unfortunately drinking water, right? Which many communities have to use. Our numbers and our story become a little different, right? We're definitely needing to invest either in a new source of supply like recycled water at the cost that it is, or again, affect a lot of change at the local level. And I agree, no one individual has to make a change, but individuals at the aggregate scale have to make change to get to these lower numbers. So I guess if the chair would give me one more slide, I'll finish it up with my last 3 recommendations. I was asked to provide 3 recommendations if one were to wave a wand, and the 3 recommendations. And there's my story about how and where we currently are and where we're trying to go. So here we go. Process. I look forward to continued dialogue on this. We know we need to continue to move the needle. I would ask that we do it in more of a collaborative approach where we have, and the community will give it to you today, we have plenty of red lines that'll make it easy for us to like really pinpoint, we can make these changes. We can do this today. We have it ready for us. Compliance range. I'd like to ask, and then the community would like to ask, that we need to acknowledge there's a margin of error in trying to find all of these de facto numbers. There needs to be a compliance range, right? So think of a landing pad. Generally, compliance is within this normal buffer that you'd expect. And then third, the reason that I would say that we need a compliance range is that this 0.55 or 0.63, we've backdoored into it from estimates because of randomness and differences in like including I&I area, or omitting it after 2027, or saying that pools don't evaporate based on the law of physics and you don't get pool refill. It's these little things that start to push down the budget in an arbitrary manner. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Maybe quibble on the word arbitrary, but I appreciate your points. And just to remind panelists, each have 10 minutes and would like to try to keep folks along. So thanks again. Appreciate your contributions here.
Next slide. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Claire Nordley, Water Use Efficiency Supervisor for the City of Santa Rosa. So today I'm going to be talking a little bit about how the outdoor standard affects the city. And I really want to emphasize that sustained water savings are difficult to achieve. It takes decades of time and a significant investment of resources, as well as a population and a culture within your service area that want to participate. We can only provide so many programs, but if customers don't want to participate, we can't force them to. A little bit of background about the City of Santa Rosa. Of interest, our water source is only the Russian River watershed. And so we do not receive additional water supply from any state or federal sources. And all of our water comes directly from rainfall within our service area, which I think makes us unique compared to other water utilities in California. Also, our median household income is about $71,000. And unfortunately, about 11% of individuals and 16% of youth in our service area live in poverty. Next slide, please. These are our 2023 single-family residential water rates. These do not include any sewer charges, but they do include water use efficiency projects and programs. This is how we fund our water use efficiency programs. Obviously, with additional projects and regulatory compliance requirements, we will have to increase our rates over time in order to accomplish the things that we need to. Next slide, please. This is a little bit of background on our water use efficiency program. We have a budget of about $1.5 million, which includes 5 full-time staff members, about 4 interns, as well as 2 additional communications folks who help us with marketing and outreach. Since the 1990s, we've invested over $30 million in water use efficiency. And similar to Santa Margarita Water District, we've seen a 53% population increase while still achieving a 14% reduction in overall system demand during that time. Next slide, please. So this was also data provided to us by state board staff, a snapshot in time from 2018. I specifically want to focus in on the bottom left corner of the estimated outdoor water use. This is an annual gallons per capita per day, but we know that outdoor water use doesn't occur all year round. It only occurs for about 5 months out of the year. So if we look at our actual outdoor water use in gallons per capita per day for the irrigation season, it's about 40, not 18. Next slide, please. This is also data that was provided to us by the state board. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to verify this data, but we do agree with the overall general trend that we expect to be in compliance with this standard. Next slide, please. One of our most successful programs that we manage is our Cash for Grass rebate program. This is a lawn removal rebate. The program began in 2007, and since that time, we've removed about 94 acres worth of turf, or over 4 million square feet. This is accounting for about 4,000 accounts who have participated, although that does mean that 92% of our single-family residential accounts have not participated. Our annual percentage rate is about less than 1% of accounts that participate annually every year. I also understand that you all have a handout in front of you that detail my next couple of slides that weren't able to be included in this presentation. So hopefully you can follow along. But there's a graph in front of you that basically shows our grass removal sites, participating sites annually over time since 2007. And as you can see here, we are experiencing declining participation. We think this is because early adopters have already participated, and it's becoming more and more challenging every year to get additional participation. Also, this program comes with a significant cost in staff time and resources to our utility. Since 2007, we've spent about $6 million alone on staff costs and rebates. And there's also an impact to our customers to participate in a lawn removal program. We offer $1 per square foot of lawn removed, and we can't offer a higher rebate without exceeding our cost effectiveness level. It would be for us to purchase additional water from our water wholesaler. So we can't offer a higher rebate than that. On the other hand, though, we've surveyed our customers, and they're paying a minimum of $7 per square foot to remove turf. That does mean that the average residential site cost, which is about 800 square feet at a residential site, costs about $5,600, which is 8% of our median household income for a year. So the biggest barrier for our customers to participate in our programs are cost. So again, I just want to emphasize that water use efficiency programs require a significant investment of both time and financial resources, and savings do not happen overnight. Next slide, please. We also have a dedicated irrigation meter program. We have about 1,600 dedicated irrigation meters in our service area. We've been conducting on the field, on the ground, in the field measurements since the early 2000s. This requires at least one full-time staff member to just conduct the measurements, as well as a cost for actually maintaining the measurements, the tools to do the measurements, as well as a vehicle. And we do use those dedicated irrigation meters measurements for water billing purposes. Next slide, please. We also have a suite of other outdoor water saving programs that we offer to our customers, as you can see here. And I want to bring your attention to the two photos that are on this slide. As you can see here, these are pretty common. These are pictures where the irrigation system may have been installed perfectly. However, the site conditions have reduced the efficiency of the system over time. Obviously, maintenance and the system structure is not something that water utilities can control. Next slide, please. Some of the challenges and opportunities that our service area faces, one of our opportunities, I think, is that we are a unique service area. Our customers see and interact with and recreate at our water supply all year round. And so we are very directly connected to our water supply. So I think that our water saving habits are unique to us and cannot necessarily be transferred to other water utilities. Also, despite extensive marketing, millions of dollars, lots of time, we still have customers that are very difficult to reach. These include tenants who may or may not pay their water bill and don't directly interact with their water provider, multifamily residents, our Spanish-speaking community, those without internet access. And of course, I think, and similar to many of the other water utilities in this area, customers without interest in participating. We have wonderful programs that we want to offer and encourage participation in, but we can't force our customers to participate. Next slide, please. We are part of the Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership, which is a regional entity that has 13 water utilities in Sonoma and Marin County in together that offers regional programs. One of the most successful programs that the partnership runs is the Qualified Water Efficient Landscaper Training. This has been in place since 2007 and trains landscapers on how to manage landscapes in a water efficient manner. Since the program inception, we've invested over $3 million in managing the program, staff time, resources, and developing classes. And that has resulted in 5,700 certified landscapers in the United States and in Canada. Next slide, please. These are other regional outdoor programs that are offered on behalf of the City of Santa Rosa through the Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership. Again, that's 13 water utilities in our 2 counties. And since 2010, the partnership agencies have invested $79 million in water use efficiency. Next slide, please. Finally, the recommendations that I have for the outdoor piece of the framework involve these 3. First of all, we recommend that the landscape efficiency factor be a maximum of 0.63 as the maximum recommendation. This is because the landscape efficiency factor is based off a design standard and not what we're actually seeing in the real world. UC Davis did a field study that shows that 0.3 is an appropriate recommendation for real world conditions. Factors that can affect water use efficiency and water use performance out in the field include designs that must be installed exactly as the plans specify, and that the landscapes must be maintained over time in order to achieve the standard. Utilities cannot control either one of those factors. Also, I want to note that East Bay MUD, East Bay Municipal Utility District, recently did a study that compared the dedicated irrigation meter sites that have MWELO, an MWELO budget to actual water use, and found that those that have a budget of 0.45 of reference ET actually used about 160%. So it's more than double their actual budget. So again, it's just showing that a design standard cannot be necessarily utilized as a real world standard. The second recommendation that I encourage is allowing the 20% of the irrigable non-irrigated area for every year as an automatic addition. The landscape data is just a snapshot in time, and specifically from 5 years ago in 2018, and that landscapes change all the time. We can't control our customers. We can't control what they decide to water one day to the next, and our landscape budget doesn't accurately control that amount of landscape. Also, if we had to demonstrate a need for the 20% I&I as currently in the recommendations, that would require that we perform an annual aerial survey and an analysis at great expense and staff time for the city. Lastly, we recommend removing the effective rainfall from the landscape standard in general. Precipitation falls specifically during the months when you don't need it. It's falling in winter and in fall. We actually need the irrigation to happen in summertime in order for it to be effective. Also, precipitation can fall below the root zone during heavy storms, rendering it ineffective. Conversely, if we're implementing best management practices of adding compost and mulch to our soil, that's several more inches that a light rainfall would have to get through in order to actually get to the root zone of plants. So effective precipitation doesn't actually help our plants. So with that, I'll say thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. And I want to note for folks, there's a water use objective tool on the Water Board's website. It can be helpful as we go along. And we're, here talking about not on complex budgets, but the balancing that this board in this draft proposal that this is just a workshop on is really trying to strike is that cone of work reasonable? And I know that, and we'll hear, and I appreciate the panel here is unpacking the concerns around a design standard being applied to set budgets. But again, we could go for a while on that, and we're still going to use it. So I guess the fundamental, applicability of it is certainly there. So it's, what is reasonable when it then comes to the budgets that they create. And I think that that's where trying to narrow in on the reasonableness. Because if you look at, say, a 0.55 ETF or a 0.63, what does it translate to in the budgets that we're talking about is kind of important for us to continue to keep in mind. And I think it's a percentage point or two on reductions writ large. But again, I appreciate the feedback and the discussion we'll continue to have. And please, Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate all the information and the suggestions. And there's a lot to process. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more input today. So I'm going to try and keep my questions to a minimum here. But just looking at your recommendations, you're recommending actually not, using the 0.55 and the 0.45 LEF factors. But I was looking at your slide where you filled out the table, and it looked like when you backed into the landscape efficiency factor for your community, it's 0.3. So could you just orient me a little bit? And maybe you did in that slide, but I'm thinking about this now as it relates to the recommendations. So can you just orient me to Santa Rosa and how your community would be at 0.3 with a design factor of 0.55 out there?
Sure. So the 0.3 is not accurate. We, as I was indicating, the 18 gallons per capita per day is annualized. But when we actually look at when people are irrigating, the gallons per capita per day outdoor is around 40. So we think that the landscape efficiency factor would actually be higher if we were able to back calculate into that. In general, that data is provided from that data exploration tool, as you mentioned, and we haven't been able to go in there and really verify all of the data. So I can't fully provide to you exactly what our landscape efficiency factor would be.
Yeah, and thank you for that, board member. And I'll note, we did a crowd correction. We worked with Aqua. We've been trying to make sure that tool, and I apologize if, we're trying to keep, I bring up the tool because it helps ground us into some, reality. And I appreciate that at this point, it feels that it's not reflective of what you'd actually have. Let's work on that. Would love to make sure that, especially as we have conversations in front, we have a common understanding of what we're aiming for and the reality we have. So thank you. Now we can go to our next panelist.
Hi, I'm Chelo Siki. I'm a landscape architect. I've been in the landscape industry professionally since 2003, so just over 20 years. I spent most of my career in residential design build, although now I focus specifically on just designing. The majority of my projects are located throughout the Bay Area and the greater Sacramento area, but as is typical with my range, I've got projects in Calabasas, Sea Ranch, and Truckee right now. So a pretty widespread throughout California. I'm also the department chair of horticulture and a community college professor at American River College here in Sacramento. And I'm the lead instructor for ReScape, which is a nonprofit that really focuses on workforce development in regenerative landscape practices in California specifically, but spreading throughout the United States. And through ReScape since 2019, I've trained well over 600 landscape professionals and municipal staff in practical field application, design, and MWILO design and review. Next slide, please. So I'd like to share with you guys some projects that I've worked on both in design and build that really are actually hitting the numbers. This project here is in Roseville. We finished it up in 2020. Front garden was a landscape lawn conversion. The rear garden was a brand new landscape. We're dealing with heavy, rocky, heavy clay soil, which is really typical for that area of Roseville. Next slide, please. Now, the way that it's performing, in my opinion, is really good, especially because you can see that quite large pool there. The actual performance you can see in the lower right of the slide there, it's pulling in at 0.546. So I wasn't going to round that one up to the 0.55, but it's pulling in just under that Now, the estimated is at 0.41, and the reality of the difference there is that it's a 650 square foot pool with no coverage, and it's in full blazing sun in Roseville in summertime, so it's losing a lot of water. Now, the way that we actually achieve this from an irrigation standpoint, you can see 92% of this project is drip irrigation, 8% is pop-up sprinklers. And as has been mentioned already, it really comes down to really thoughtful design. So there's 2 lawn areas on this project. One you can just barely see on the right-hand side of the pool, one on the left-hand side of that fire pit area. Those are really designed to maximize our head-to-head coverage. So squares or rectangles made up of squares, right? We're just working with the equipment that we've got. We utilize the precipitation rates of the system to develop our irrigation schedule, and we're pulling it off of the SIMA station in Fair Oaks, which is pretty darn close to the project. A significant amount of hydro zones on this project. There's 22 hydro zones. It's only a 8,600 square foot site, and that 8,600 square feet is landscape area, right? It does not include pathways, hardscape, pool deck, pool, et cetera. And those hydro zones are really critical in terms of getting the irrigation and water usage correct on these projects. And those hydro zones are selected given different soil types, sun exposures, rooting depths, characteristics, et cetera. You can see we use 90% native and Mediterranean plants on this project. It's not 100% California native. Now, in terms of costs on this project, $55,000 for professional installation, and that was landscape area only, not inclusive of pool, hardscape, et cetera. So we're just looking at what that landscape area cost. Comes down to $638 per square foot for professional installation, and if a homeowner was to attempt to do this themselves, it'd be about $2.12 per square foot for materials only, okay? Not inclusive of equipment costs, et cetera. Maintenance on this one, it is $9,000 per year. It is professionally maintained. Now, this is a decent sized project, 8,600 square feet. The next project I'd like to share with you, next slide, please, is a much smaller project in the North Natomas area, Sacramento. We finished up this project in 2018. It was a rear garden only project in a brand new residential development, and which is very typical of brand new developments. We're dealing with soil that has 0 organic percentage in it. It's typically, and this one was a clay loam, it's typically either imported soil or subsoil that's brought up during the utility and road builds on the project. So soil conditioning on these is absolutely critical in order to get them to actually perform. Next slide, please. So lower right there, you can see the actual applied water at 0.45. Okay, so which is, you know, right around 20% less than what that 0.55 allowance is. So in my opinion, this one is performing incredibly well. This project is 100% drip irrigation. There is no lawn. We do have a smart controller on this one. We do not have a dedicated irrigation meter connected. The previous one, the Roseville project, we do have a dedicated irrigation meter that is connected to the smart controller that we can pull the data off of. Again, precip rates were used, known precip rates of the irrigation systems were used to develop our irrigation schedule, and we're pulling off of the nearest weather station, which is the Sacramento airport. On this one, much smaller, 6 hydro zones were utilized for all of the same reasons. Now, in terms of costs on this, planting, irrigation, mulch, and soil conditioning costs, $10,000. This was professionally installed. So $9.60 per square foot for this installation. And again, this is only the plants, irrigation, soil conditioning, and mulch, not inclusive of any of the other fun stuff. In order for a homeowner to install this, $3.20 per square foot, materials only, not inclusive of equipment. Maintenance costs on this one's great. The homeowners actually maintain it. But if a professional was to come in and maintain this professionally, it'd probably be around $2,000 to $3,000 per year. Next slide, please. In terms of practically implementing this, right? So these projects are performing at this level. I've been doing this for 20 years, so I've seen this and I've been through kind of all the evolutions of MWILO, et cetera. Now, as was mentioned previously, it's very hard to enforce, right? The proper design, proper maintenance, et cetera. But if we're going to look at specifics and try to boil it down to some specific bullet points, really wise plant and material selection is critical, okay? And it is plant selection, but also material selection. That means that not all mulches are created equal, okay? And not all soil conditioning and soil amendments are created equal or perform equally in the landscape, okay? That means that compost is preferred, nitrolyzed sawdust is not. Understanding the soil is 100% critical. Proper irrigation design and installation is absolutely critical. And finally, with this, workforce training. Okay, like I'm a landscape architect. I was previously a landscape contractor. I work in this industry. I've been in the industry since I wrapped up school. And what I've noticed is there are a really phenomenal amount of landscape professionals out there that have the education and or the experience to actually get projects to perform at this level. The dime and the dozen on that, though, are landscapers that do a very good job, but don't necessarily understand the difference between using compost versus nitrolyzed sawdust or a recycled wood chip mulch versus a gorilla hair or a shredded cedar, and the significant difference that that can make. So in my opinion, and after training through ReScape, well over 600 people, as well as through the community college, I'm up to 1,500 or so people trained. In my opinion, getting that training is really, really important. Now, resources for that, ReScape, again, nonprofit that addresses regenerative landscaping education, workforce development, and policy. The trainings that we do specifically target this. And then in terms of plant selection and specifically for water use, of course, Wuckel's is my go-to, as well as my first move when I'm selecting plants is to check CalScape and then, of course, select tree Cal Poly. There's a lot of amazing programs out there, sites, databases, et cetera. And I am Quell certified. And I do Quell trainings at the community college. So, and a phenomenal program along those lines as well. So next slide, please. I appreciate your guys' time and allowing me to share this with you. In my opinion, hitting these marks is 100% achievable, 100% achievable. It's not easy. Okay? There's zero easy about it, but with proper training, right? With proper training, we can actually get this to really push. So again, thank you for your time. My contact info is there if you need it.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you sharing your leadership, your work, and to your point around workforce development, just well taken. I know Ms. Lordley also touched on that. It takes an incredible amount. And thank you as well for the numbers. It's costly work. This doesn't come at cost for homeowners and others. And it's here saying, okay, well, what are those back end benefits and really understanding what we're doing. But thank you. And I really appreciate your voice and leadership here amongst everything. Appreciate it. Your slide should be coming up here.
All right. Well,
There we
I'll say
Thank
thank you, first of all, to the board and honorable chair for hosting this really important conversation. My name is Regina Hirsch. I'm representing today Watershed Progressive, and our vision and mission statement is really to connect communities all over California with these integrated strategies that we're talking about, and to do that to reach a healthy, resilient future. And next slide. I'm not going to read this slide, but since 2010, we've been really working throughout the state, primarily in the heart of the Central Sierra, Central Coast, and Central Valley, doing design build projects. And we're working mainly with the premise that everyone is a land and water steward and participant, that everybody can help achieve these benefits. And the benefits include, we're seeing fire resilience, flood resilience, especially nuisance flood, even after last year. Water quality benefits, habitat, connection to your own water supply, and also, of course, shade. There's a myriad of different benefits that we're seeing. So next slide. I'm going to start off with just going into 4 projects that I was asked to share. And again, these are projects that we're trying to come up with a diverse array. Project number 1 is a resident who did a turf conversion in Ventura County. This resident was looking for not to have to actually just spend the time mowing, to be honest. They were one of the people that signed up for the Cash for Grass, essentially. They also wanted shade, and they wanted to grow food in their backyard and have pollinator habitat. And so the strategies that we achieved there and used were climate appropriate plants is what we use. The terma, which is native plants and or maybe climate forward plants that might do better as the climate changes. And then irrigation efficiencies, soil health and soil building, much of what Cello talked about is so critical. And then shade trees and adding some orchard trees as well. We implemented rainwater harvesting, stormwater harvesting, and gray water on that site. And the benefits mainly for this site were, again, shade, food resilience, and habitat. It's important to note this is overlying a critical Sigma basin in the Ventura County region, and the infiltration and recharge, as well as the water quality runoff to the nearby Core 1 stream was really important. So this was a model project that the landowner did on their own, and now there's multiple in that neighborhood that are now following suit. If you go to the next slide, you can see the numbers on this. The applied, a little bit different if you look on the applied site generated water on the far right bottom. There is essentially how much water that is combined from gray water, stormwater, and rainwater. So it's roughly a little less than half is supplied by that applied site generated water, is the way we're showing that to you. If that was normal potable water, you could see what that amount would be. I want to note that this landscape particularly has many more options to support more gray water, rainwater, and other that they are focusing, they're going to be adding in the future to offset the potable water demand. And so I'm going to move to my next example. Going up to Tuolumne County, this is a very hot southern exposure property in the Sierra foothills. And again, this is a turf conversion. This person actually was first initially wanted to put in a seating area and have fire resilience and shade. So they were looking for shade. They wanted fast growing shade. This was done in 2013. So they removed their turf and put in, again, climate appropriate plants in a fire adapted mosaic. The aspen groves and the shade trees, and there's a few actually orchard trees in there now, were all put in at that time. This landscape actually harvested the strategies of rainwater, gray water, and stormwater as well, in combination with soil building, such as what Cello said, and irrigation efficiencies. And if you go to the next slide. One of the interesting things about this property is it has not been using any water from the Mutual Water District. It's been using only applied site generated water. And again, the other note that I did not list here is there's surplus of rainwater that is held, and that landscape could use it. Right now, they're just holding it for fire resilience. So there's additional rainwater that's being collected and not being used. So I'll go to the next example. Thank you. So again, in the commercial project example in Tuolumne County, this commercial example had dry wells that were failing. It also had bug kill from one of the first sweeps of bug kill. And so they were trying to grow fast growing shade, mainly to help support reduction of energy use. Their wells started failing, and so they asked to have some water conservation effects. And essentially what was applied were faster growing riparian trees and hardwoods that could be fire retardant. Over half of their landscape, we use soil building techniques, again, such as what Cello talked about, and gray water, rainwater, and stormwater, but primarily gray water just straight around the cabins, as well as from the staff laundry. Interesting note that happened during this project in 2000. Now, this was designed in 2009, installed in 2010 through 2012. In 2013, the Rim Fire, one of the first larger mega fires, if you remember 10 years ago, that was one of the first larger fires, burned part of this property and was actually on the heels of the drought. This property was evacuated, therefore no potable water irrigation was being given to the plants, nor any gray water, and obviously no rainwater during that time. When we came back in November, 3.5 months later, and also in the spring of the following year, it was significant to note the trees and the pollinator plants that had gray water and soil building techniques had a high survival rate, 98%. The trees and the same trees and pollinator plants that did not have soil building techniques and gray water actually had a low survival rate. It was significant. After that time, this commercial property invested the rest in all gray water and rainwater. So there is, if you go to the next slide, there is no potable water supplied to those plants. There is the benefits of this project are there is shade. They did not have to put in any more wells. They did not have to put any air conditioning. They have reduced their energy costs, and they have a thriving understory of lush environment at that commercial property. And it's a great demonstration site. Next project, and this is the last one that I'll be showing to you. This is a school in San Luis Obispo County and another hot inland valley with really tight, what they call Diablo clays. I'm not making that up. That's actually the term for those clays on a southern exposure. Because of the tight clays at this school, there was nuisance flooding that kept flooding the classrooms, as well as providing water quality impactment into the nearby steelhead stream. So also the existing landscape, they were having trouble getting water to those plant roots. And so those plants were stunted and the entire core campus was really impacted. Again, strategies we used were stormwater, gray water, rainwater, and soil building techniques and irrigation efficiencies. These plants that were planted here, you can see in the bioretention area, were added, as well as existing irrigation was modified, and then soil building techniques applied. This project in this school revitalized the core campus. It was really impactful. There was potable water that was given to the plants when they were first started. And then after that, now they are just using stormwater, rainwater, and gray water. I can't tell you enough how much a demonstration this has achieved. If you go to the next slide, there was so much extra surplus water, which I did not list, that we went back and built a water feature to showcase how much water it rains on that site, even during the drought. We created a water feature, and they now have macroinvertebrate and water quality sampling for the kids and also visitors with that extra site water that's there. The clays opened up. We've been doing penetrometer metering, and the clays have opened up, and also the improvements to the steelhead stream have improved, and that's being monitored by the Morro Bay National Estuary Program. So there's a lot of different benefits from that. I'll go into my next slide, and I was asked, what can people do? Is this just 4 projects that are 4 random pop projects? No, there's a lot of projects like this, as Cello said, and I think others have mentioned. This is doable. There's a lot of multi-benefit direct install programs, but we do need to bring these pieces together. We're all learning this. Actually, I've learned this through the water districts. They're working hard to achieve water for everyone, but also learning about how we bring fire, flood, habitat, and all these benefits to our groundwater basins and to help our wells and all our other communities together. So to really support looking around where you are in your own backyard and supporting your local direct install program. If you can go to the next slide, my recommendations are again just to support these multi-benefit based direct install programs. It's confusing. I have to just agree with the Sonoma, my fellow Sonoma panelists. There's a lot of effort that's going on, and it can be confusing for those even trying to support these programs. If we can get more assistance in providing multi-benefit based programs and understanding how to bring that together and make it clear for the customer. One of these programs is already working on they're putting everything in Spanish and multilingual and engaging with communities where they are. They're co-creating. So just to support that and the training. Secondly, is to support the innovations in monitoring. Again, there's a lot of other landscapers out there who couldn't probably be here today to show you the numbers. There's not money in monitoring these systems. Lastly, to agree to help support how to talk about these surpluses and how much water there is on a site. Even in a drought, we know that it's raining in California and we can support really good resilient landscapes. Thank you.
Thank you as well. And again, a huge thank to the panelists. It was important for us to start on the outdoor standard here because the indoor standard is set, as we know, by the legislature. The water loss standards have already been adopted. So when we talk about the draft regulations and where it is that, we should be narrowing in on this cone of, landing these regulations, it is the outdoor component that we need to have as thorough an understanding. And I just want to, again, acknowledge and thank the water districts here for stepping up and providing information and here sharing their leadership and expertise because it doesn't come easily. All of this work, again, for decades has been happening. It's not as if these regulations are coming in and trying to accomplish something that isn't already in momentum. It really is about how do we capture that and best continue to incentivize it. So I really appreciate this discussion around the outdoor standard. I know we'll continue to hear and have discussion here around that appropriateness. The regs align with the DWR recommendation, except for this 2035 kind of 0.55 moment where, it is a question of, are we going to try to accelerate some of that transformation? And here, though, know that it doesn't come at cost and hear a lot of discussion as well. So I appreciate the resource acknowledgement and the need to, my mind is already going into implementation. Yes, we need to get a right balance here, but there's a lot of benefit. So just appreciate it. Board members, before we transfer to our next panel and we have 3 additional panels. We'll continue to unpack these issues and then we'll get into general comment as well. But board members, anything here on our outdoor panelists that you'd like to ask at this point? Okay, hearing none, then appreciate it. And we can transition to hear our second panel. I'd like to call up Dr. Rodero, who I think will lead us through this second panel and our panelists. Dr. Rodero.
Good almost afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Marielle Rodero, and I am a research data specialist with the Climate and Conservation team in the Office of Research Planning and Performance. And I will be kicking off panel 2, starting off with a presentation entitled Analyzing Impacts to Suppliers Using Provisional Data. Next slide, please. In early September, Water Board staff prepared a provisional data set for public release with accompanying documentation. The data set contains reported water use and population data from 2017 to 2021 for 396 suppliers, as well as examples of what corresponding budgets for the 5-year average would look like based on the proposed water use standards for 2025 through 2035. Staff have also maintained a Tableau dashboard on the same web page shown in the figure on the right, which contains the same water use and population information as the data set, but does not explicitly define the water use standards. The reason being that the tool is meant to enable the user to explore different scenarios. The data set contains the best data currently available to our staff, but we are happy to accept corrections until the end of October. We encourage suppliers to review both the data set and the tool and to contact us at orpp-waterconservation@waterboards.ca.gov with any questions or changes to reported values. And the link to both the data set and the tool are located at the bottom of the slide.
I want to note for everyone, this isn't a regulatory tool and it's not a gotcha either. So as people engage and they find mistakes, please let us know. It's meant to help best inform this continued discussion. So just thank you.
Next slide, please. This map shows the location of suppliers throughout the state with relative size of dots representing their reported population and the color representing the reductions needed to meet a target based on 2025 standards. All the present reductions that will be shown in these slides are relative to the subset of water uses included in the objective and do not count excluded demands such as apparent water loss or indoor commercial water use. Also note that these estimates are based on best available data and therefore do not include variances, areas currently irrigated with recycled water or other information that would needed to be provided by suppliers. That being said, if the 2025 standards were to go into effect today based on this data, 10% of suppliers representing 4% of the supplier service population would require reductions of more than 20% relative to water uses included in the objective. Next slide, please. If we focus our attention on just those that would have to conserve by more than 20%, those suppliers tend to be located in the Central Valley and Inland Empire parts of the state. Note by the size of the dots on the chart that the suppliers also tend to be smaller agencies. Next slide, please. Same as before, if the 2035 standards were to go into effect today, that number would increase to 41% of suppliers, representing 25% of the supplier service population, requiring reductions of more than 20% relative to water uses included in the objective. Now, one important caveat to note is that these proposed standards would go into effect more than 10 years from now, not today. So future water use may differ from current demands, leading to different impacts than the ones shown here. The standardized regulatory impact assessment, or SWRCB, that was released in March noted that factors such as increased efficiency from fixture turnover and landscape transformation may lead to lower water use in the future, absent the regulation. The percent reductions
You're the lucky one. That's gonna happen.
I knew this was going to happen.
We're so fortunate to all be gathered in one place. I think it worked. Thank you, everyone. Apologize.
I knew this was going to happen during mine, so I prepared for it. Yes. Oh, one final point. The percent reductions also do not factor in prior conservation achievements that would be realized based on compliance with the 2025 and 2030 standards. The number of, sorry. Next slide, please. The number of suppliers that would have to conserve by more than 20% goes from 36 to 165 when considering the 2035 standards when opposed to the 2025 standards. Of course, although the caveats from the prior slide apply, the more highly impacted suppliers again tend to be seen more inland and tend to be on the smaller side, although both the extent of and size of the impacted agencies has increased in this future time period. Next slide, please. So staff have made efforts to understand how suppliers may comply with the proposed standards and to categorize the unique circumstances that affect suppliers' compliance pathways. While we have worked with the best available data, some pieces of the objective, such as variances, cannot be calculated without information that need to be provided. So in the absence of the variance data, we did see that some trends emerged. For example, privately owned suppliers are more likely to be on track to meet their objectives without expanding their conservation efforts beyond what's already in place. The data is less clear when it comes to other factors. California is an extremely diverse state, which means that factors such as race and median household income are not clearly correlated with higher or lower conservation effort. It is important to consider relationships between possible explanatory variables when performing this kind of analysis. So for example, as previously observed, inland agencies are more likely to require higher conservation effort than the coastal ones. Inland suppliers also tend to serve a higher relative percentage of disadvantaged communities. However, the proportion of disadvantaged communities relative to the overall service area population of a water agency does not appear to be highly correlated with the magnitude of impacts. Rather, highly impacted suppliers that also have a higher proportion of disadvantaged communities within their service area share other traits that are also associated with higher impacts. One final point, we did also notice that the presence of turf-dominated landscape increases the likelihood of higher required conservation effort. Excuse me. Next slide, please. This figure was prepared for the SWRCB and shows the sum total of past and projected future water use for 385 urban retail water suppliers. The solid blue line shows water use trends for the past 20 years. Water use started to decline from a peak of 7.13 million acre feet in 2000, but the decrease was particularly significant in 2015, dropping down to 5.13 million acre feet when Californians stepped up in big and small ways to save water. As California eased off the emergency drought restrictions, there was some rebound and fluctuations in water use that followed weather trends. Water use peaked at 5.63 million acre feet in 2020, following the beginning of hotter and drier conditions, then declined again following the governor's call to reduce water and a subsequent wet winter. Moving into the future, the two dashed lines diverge into the blue line, which represents future urban water use absent the regulation, and the green line representing future urban water use under the proposed standards. We do see that even in the absence of the regulation, water use is projected to decline to 5.27 million acre feet by 2030 due to the continuing effects of baseline conservation efforts. Meanwhile, the green line, representing a future scenario under the regulation, without variances, of course, because we don't have that information, predicts a future water use to drop to 4.86 million acre feet by 2030. Staff estimate that by 2030, the proposed regulation, not accounting for variances, would save over 400,000 acre feet of water per year, which is enough water for over 1 million households. Those savings are the difference between future use with and without the proposed regulation. This would result in cumulative water savings of approximately 6.3 million acre feet between 2025 and 2040. Next slide, please. So I will now be passing the mic to our water agency colleagues. We will begin with Joey Bacarizo with the City of Long Beach, then Ron Wortham and Jennifer Cusack at High Desert Water Agency, Jasmine Showers with the City of Santa Barbara, and then wrapping things up with Don Calciano and Adrian Heinig with the City of Davis.
Morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Rodero. And thank you for inviting Long Beach to speak. You can go to the next slide. So I just want to give you all a little background about Long Beach Utilities Department. We were previously known Long Beach Water Department. We recently merged with our gas department and actually benefiting us from a conservation standpoint as well in running programs. So we actually live in the county of Los Angeles. We're in climate zone 6, South Coast climate zone. We serve a population of roughly 500,000 people. And if you take your eyes to the right side of our graph, our current water portfolio is mixed between groundwater and recycled water, and imported water as well. As we move forward in the future, we're trying to rely less on imported water, very similar to other agencies and water providers, and rely on our groundwater and building our recycled water portfolio. And the only way that we could really meet these low costs that you can see in the chart below is based off of what our water resources planning has done. As you can see, we're at this for 6 CCFs. We're at about 70% of our medium household income, and from 2021, which is at $71,000 and $71,000 roughly. So we have a very, I would want to say cheap, but we have a very fair cost for our water in comparison to much of California, which makes Long Beach a very good city to see how beneficial conservation is. You can go to the next slide. So in order for us to get to a decreased amount of water usage throughout our city, we have a strong set of conservation programs and a conservation history. I would say our bread and butter program, like many other agencies, is our lawn and garden or our turf removal program. And that one actually provides a design incentive for a list of designers that we have vetted through for, I think there's roughly about 19 of them within the city of Long Beach. We provide a $3 per square foot rebate for that program. And we also provide customers an option if they don't want to take on the stress, you could say, of such a large project of removing turf from a front yard or a backyard property. We have a native plant parkway program, which actually provides all the materials for free for customers to take on a DIY approach for their residents. And then moving below that, we have our Certified Blue program, which is dedicated to our restaurants mainly right now. And we're looking to expand that into our hotels so that we can meet specific efficiency measures inside of hotels. It's a little bit harder to meet the requirements, I guess you could say, that we want to set for ourselves, as well what the state is setting inside of hotels. So we're starting with restaurants. We've been pretty successful. Our next one is our DIME program. It's our direct install multifamily efficiency program, which targets disadvantaged community areas, providing washers and toilets, shower heads, and aerators. We're hoping to expand that now that we're with our gas department, now utilities department, and to a larger savings with water heaters as well. And then finally, our SoCal Water Smart. We're a partner of, or a member agency of Metropolitan. And this is also, I would say, another bread and butter program that we rely from our wholesaler on to provide us with devices at a very affordable price from a rebate standpoint. We do provide additional funding for customers to purchase those devices, but the bulk of that cost is taken on by our wholesaler. You can go to the next slide, please. Like I said, we have a very robust programs. So the newest things that we're trying to put together to try and meet these new standards the state is potentially setting are for direct install gardens. We're actually working with local contractors as well as nonprofit installation companies who provide education to disadvantaged youth. That's with the Conservation Corps of Long Beach. And they're roughly let's say $12 per square foot, $13 per square foot cost for that education, as well as installation and materials. So that's fully out the door, which is a little bit more expensive than what was previously stated from private companies, but we provide that educational standpoint as well. We also have our direct install appliances program that we're looking to start up in this next fiscal year. We currently are running a pilot program with the Alliance for Water Efficiency as well as Metropolitan, and we were provided materials from Kohler as well as Whirlpool so that we can install appliances inside of disadvantaged community homes. And then the biggest thing I think that we've had installed inside of Long Beach is our AMI system. We've been fully AMI since 2021, and that's been able to give us not only great data, but also the ability to reach out to customers that have had long-standing issues or short-standing issues with water use, been able to give them alerts as necessary if they're at the home or if they're not at the home. And then also marketing and engagement, which is key for any of our programs to run. You can go to the next slide. Thanks. And I just wanted to make a point here. We did not fill out a special form for 2030, so we don't have a 68 GPCD. That is a mistake. That should be 58. But looking at this chart, you can see that currently Long Beach is doing well in comparison from 2017 to 2021 with 69 GPCD. But we have some work to do coming in 2025 through 2035. So even though the amount of effort that we've been putting in with the programs, whether it be for standard DIYers or for disadvantaged direct installs, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to meet the state standard. Go to the next slide. So what we're trying to do for our next steps here, we're looking at our water loss projects. We're looking to pilot and identify meter degradation and repairs for replacement so we can have a better standing system and also do citywide distribution leak detection, which is also another helpful funded program from our wholesaler for Metropolitan. We also have our CII classifications. We're working with our city department to see how they can be involved in the permitting and licensing process to see if we can make that process work better for us, especially in the categorizing with Energy Star. And then finally, I would say is our community engagement. The only way that we can reach these customers or to reach these CII customers is being on the ground, boots on the ground type situation to involve people. Our numbers aren't gigantic for the conservation savings that we've had, but we're steadily trying to reach those people that are low-hanging fruit, with the lack of a better term. And then finally, for our engaging with volunteers, we're looking for help, you could say, from California volunteers to meet our dim landscape measurement standards. There's some great work that's being done with California volunteers and grants that are available that we're taking advantage of so we can have those measurements done by them. Go to the next slide. And as for our recommendations for the framework, as you all know, the iPhone was invented maybe 10, 15 years ago. So technology is running very quickly, a lot faster than I can run. And the programs that are going to be coming out from improved technology are going to be quintessential, I think, for a 2030 standard. So if the board would actually look at the development of technology as it comes forward, and it gives that an opportunity to provide better programs or even to have a conversation within the people that are using that technology to make it beneficial for those that maybe don't have the opportunity to review or have the opportunity to implement into their city. And then finally, all those things cost money, as we all know. So providing some type of training and some type of resources so that we can implement those type of technologies or program work inside of the city would be great as well. I think that's it.
Thank you so much. Really appreciated your time and contributions here. And I agree when it comes to, again, the need for resources and that technology here continues to go forward. I know we heard in the first panel the concern around a single snapshot from 2018 around outdoor data. Completely agree that we need to have something far more iterative so that it is reflective of what's happening and people can have comfort or know to need to continue to move forward on certain investments. And so just appreciate the points and the work that the city has done. Thank you. We can go to our next panelist.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Cusack with High Desert Water District in Yucca Valley, so an inland desert community. I'm the Director of Public and Government Affairs, and we are grateful for this opportunity to share our conservation journey. And we do appreciate staff's help as we are learning the details of this regulation. Water conservation has long been a way of life in our desert community. Next slide. So we're in San Bernardino County, and we are primarily residential in climate zone 14. And we import about 3,000 acre feet of water a year and use about the same. We have 8 deep wells and about 11,000 customers. Our median household income is $51,978, and our average household size is 2.3 people per single family residence. And we have about 49 employees. Next slide. Oh, and can I go back to that one? Actually, I wanted to talk about our average water bill cost. So our water bill is our average water bill is $65 a month. And although our median household income is relatively low, and it can be affordable in our lower tiers as people use more water, it can be less affordable in our community. And our fixed fee of $23.35 a month, it does have a capital replacement charge in there. So we are replacing our pipeline and have been for years. And our low income aren't necessarily our lowest users. Sometimes they're the ones with higher household number of people in the household and use more water. So I want to point that out. Next slide, please. So water shortage in the 70s led to our conservation and where we are today. We were in overdraft in the 70s. We, as a water district, pursued adjudication of our basin because we had over 400 feet drop in our wells, and we implemented building moratoriums and strict water use restrictions that are very similar to what the state has implemented during this last drought. And tiered rates were implemented early on, and a pretty aggressive education and outreach program along with rebates and water use restrictions. So in 1990, we passed a bond to build a pipeline to import water from the state water project water, which we're grateful for. It is our lifeline and it's what we rely on. So in 95, when we began to recharge our basin, our water level rose, and we were able to lift some of the building moratoriums, but we've maintained a relatively slow growth rate in our community. We have pumping limits still that we implement with even private well owners, and all of the ornamental turf was essentially removed back in the 80s. We went from having lawns in our yard in our business corridor to not at all. So now there's no lawns. We required retrofit on resale at that time. So replacing the toilets and shower heads with low flow on the resale and or voluntary, we've offered rebates. And we implemented budgets for large recreational landscapes and large landscapes before the state landscape ordinance was implemented. And we've have household water audits that we've had in place since then, and of course the outreach. Next slide. So tiered water rates seem to have been the most effective conservation measure for us, because as of course the water got more expensive, people were motivated to conserve at the household. So we did have a lot of voluntary reduction in use because of that. And the retrofit on resale, we have essentially replaced, I'd say 99% of the toilets in all of our homes, and that was achieved over a decade ago. And we have educated our homeowners on desert landscape. Trees are important in the desert. Water is critical to life. We require more, and trees are important for shade and reducing that heat island effect. So our water use has dropped, and it's expected to stay pretty level. There's not a lot of opportunities for savings in our community because we've done so much already. And there isn't a lot of outdoor landscape. A lot of folks don't even irrigate their homes. They have dirt lots or maybe some trees, but we're relatively conservative. Next slide. So yes, we're meeting our objectives. However, you'll see in 2030 and 2035, when that LEF drops, it does affect how that we're just not compliant, even though we really don't have a lot of grass. So that is something that we'll be looking at very carefully in how we can comply. And so variances are going to be key. So in the next slide. Of course, reporting as a small agency with less than 50 people, we'll have to make sure that we bring on a consultant. And so that's adding costs just to report. And then making sure that we apply for the variances. We have a lot of evaporative cooler use in our community. I would say probably 80% of the homes have evaporative cooler. It's very effective. We don't want to see them go away because they don't add to the heat in our environment. They're efficient, both energy-wise, and they're just better for our climate. So we will apply for those. We have horses, and we do have seasonal population variances because we're next to Joshua National Park. We will have to map and classify our CII customers and start collecting data in our customer service database on if they have horses, if they have evaporative coolers, so adding those components to our database. And then look at our CI mixed use customers. A lot of ours are already on landscape meters because we've been doing that for so long. And there's not a lot of, there's no turf. I can't think of one turf area in our commercial corridor. And then we'll continue our education. Our pipeline replacement is nearing completion. So we're probably about 2-3 years away. So our water loss is very low. And then we'll continue our customer rebates. Right now we're looking at offering a rebate for a leak detection device that we can put on and people can turn off remotely, similar to controlling their AC. And then we do have to increase our conservation budget. So even though there's not a lot of water savings just because of compliance, we'll probably be looking to increase that budget some and possibly adding a full-time equivalent employee. Next slide. And so just recommendations for the framework. First of all, we're very appreciative of the staff and their willingness to listen and help us understand this. We do ask to simplify the variance process and add as many online tools as possible so we can just plug in the data that we have and then it calculates it based on the known data, especially weather. And then also maybe consider removing the threshold, especially on evaporative cooler, although it doesn't affect us because we have a high, I mean, those evaporative coolers do use a lot of water, but they're very effective. And then livestock, evaporative, all those variances, simplify those. And then we already have limited outdoor landscape. So the landscape efficiency factors proposed do not allow us to be compliant, which just raises red flags. So just really consider that and retaining that 20% lamb. The lamb could be wrong in our area because a tree could appear to be not irrigated, but it is irrigated. So we're going to have to go parcel by parcel and evaluate if that's correct in ours. And so having that detailed data is going to be critical. I don't know that it's available right now, but having that detailed parcel by parcel GIS data will help us save where we can. And then we do appreciate any technical assistance to reduce this compliance burden and simplify the reporting methods. Consolidating that to one tool will be helpful. And then because the money spent complying could also be spent getting real water savings with our customers. And that's our recommendation. And thank you very much again for the opportunity. Conservation is important and we, it's worked in our community, but we know it can be painful because it has been painful for us in the history of our community, but we're grateful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. We're grateful for your participation, Ms. Cusack, and the sharing of good recommendations here amongst it and the work. I just appreciate your time here. I know there's a lot going on, and so to be able to be here and participate is meaningful, so thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Showers, and I'm with the City of Santa Barbara as a water resources analyst. Next slide, please. The City of Santa Barbara is located within the County of Santa Barbara, and we're in Climate Zone 6, which is a Mediterranean climate. And to my knowledge, we actually have one of the most diverse water supply portfolios in the state. We have surface water, California State Water Project water, groundwater, desalinated seawater, and non-potable recycled water. In 2021, our service area population was about 98,000 people, and we largely serve a residential customer base. We're about 75% residential. And just to note that the University of California, Santa Barbara is not within our service area. In 2021, our median household income was about $89,000. On the right side of the screen, I'm showing the fiscal year 2024 residential rates overview. And I know you've seen this breakdown a lot. The City of Santa Barbara follows a traditional rate structure. So we have fixed charges and volumetric charges. And the costs shown here include our fixed charge of $32.60. And then our rates are largely volumetric. We're about 75 or 70% volumetric. And you can see in the cost per HCF per month, as users use more water, they're actually charged more per unit for that water. And this provides a powerful incentive for conservation. And it provides our customers a lot of control over their water bill. And our average water bill is represented with about 9 HCF, and that's $130. Next slide, please. The city of Santa Barbara has a very long-term water conservation history. The program actually began in the late 1970s, and water conservation is treated as a true water supply, is the water supply source for the city, and it's included in all of our long-term planning documents. And in recognition of our program in 2021, we were awarded platinum status by the Alliance for Water Efficiency in the G480 Water Conservation Program Operation and Management Standard. And this is a nationwide voluntary standard, and platinum status is the highest that you can get. And we only share this with 2 other conservation programs in the country. And the success of our city water conservation can really be shown in reductions that we've achieved in water demands over the past 30 years. So this graph on the right, the orange line is showing population from 1900 to 2022. And the blue line is showing water production from 1900 to 2022. And as you can see, production and population trend together until about 1984 when water production peaks. And then due to drought and water conservation efforts, it dropped. And now we consistently use about the same amount of water as we did in the 1950s. And meanwhile, population has continued to grow and is actually nearly double of where we were in the 1950s.
On that, because it's been such a common theme, we heard it from Santa Margarita as well. Just to note how critical conservation has been to not have to search for new supplies, but instead be able to account for population growth. And, to my mind, especially as we set these budgets, it's with that intention to continue to try to say, well, what's that right balance amongst it, knowing that it's been a critical strategy for the state at large in so many communities, because you see it, that divergence. And it's really, it's meant affordability on water bills for sure. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. It's a good point. Next slide, please. This slide goes over our most popular and effective conservation program. We have landscape water efficiency standards, and these have been part of our municipal code since 1989. And just to note that we use these in lieu of MWILO, since our standards are actually a little bit more strict, especially for commercial projects. We also have landscape irrigation budgets for DIMs. We've had those in place since 2013, and all of our DIM customers are, not DIM customers, but our dedicated irrigation meter customers are charged based on irrigated area and weather data.
Very bright, actually. Yeah.
Sorry?
Very bright, actually.
Yes, they're bright. And our most popular rebates include lawn replacement rebates, irrigation efficiency, smart water meter attachments, and mulch. We invested a lot in outreach, including ads, websites, and how-to videos. We have a lot of do-it-yourself fix-a-leak videos. Our customers can call in for free to receive a water consultation appointment, and they can have help finding a leak in their household or just talking about water efficiency tips. And expected in early 2024, we have a full rollout of automated metering infrastructure, or AMI. And this will allow us to change from what is currently a once a month data point of water use to hourly data. Next slide, please. And this slide shows how the city of Santa Barbara is doing with our objective. As you can see, in 2024, we start out with 120 GPCD, and then this drops with every compliance period to 2035, we are expected to need to meet 85 GPCD. From 2017 to 21, our average residential GPCD was 75. So we know that we need to keep being consistent to meet our objective. Next slide, please. In order to meet the long-term framework and keep being consistent, we will continue to prioritize water conservation programs that increase outdoor water use efficiency. We will utilize AMI data for targeted outreach to high water users, and this will really help with our leak resolutions. And we'll continue to work on CII performance measures, including CII classifications, and then identifying those high users. Next slide, please. We have 3 recommendations for the framework. The first is we recommend that there's the ability to adjust data inputs with updated information. Throughout this framework process, it has been difficult to submit corrections to data or sometimes get answers about certain data inputs. So we really need an easier and a transparent process to correct data. The second recommendation is we think that AMI should be accepted as an equivalent technology for DEMS for CII mixed use meters. And as I mentioned, AMI will allow our users to see their water data in hourly increments, and it's a very effective tool for us as a water provider and for our customers. And certain AMI websites, like the one that the city is planning to use, will actually allow us to see what water is used inside versus the water that's applied outside for irrigation. And the final recommendation is about disclosable buildings. We encourage that suppliers should be able to provide water use data upon request in the Energy Star Portfolio Manager. Currently, the way the regulation is written, we are concerned that it is up to the water supplier to do outreach to property owners and to enforce for property owners that they use the Energy Star Portfolio Manager. And we are happy to provide the data. We just think that it should be upon request for the property owners that are already taking advantage of the Energy Star Portfolio Manager. And thank you so much for your time. That is my final slide.
Thank you so much for yours and for the great recommendations. Appreciate it, and definitely took notes. And so thank you for your time and being here with us. Thank you. Thank you. Next, I'd like to go for our next panelist. Good to see you.
Hi, my name is Dawn Calciano. I'm a conservation coordinator with the City of Davis. We'll jump right in. So the City of Davis is located in Yolo County. We're a largely residential population. Yolo County is about 20 minutes west of where we are right now. We have a conjunctive use system, surface water from the Sacramento River with up to 10.2 million gallons per day. And then groundwater, we primarily rely on the 5 deep aquifer wells. We have a service area population of around 71,000, and our 2021 median household income was $81,231. And just like UC Santa Barbara, UC Davis is not part of the city service area. Our single family residential water rates, we have a highly volumetric rate, also similar to Santa Barbara. About 80% is a volumetric charge, with about 20% being a fixed rate. You can see that our cost as a percentage of the MHI, even at 24 CCF, it's about 2% of the MHI. Our average winter water use is 7 to 8 CCF, and our average summer use is about 18 CCF. So we see a pretty large variation in usage, primarily for irrigation due to our hot, dry climate. Next slide, please. Our conservation program history, there's one full-time equivalent employee with a lot of support from other staff. We've had a primarily education and outreach focus for our program. We do a lot on social media through e-newsletters. We have a conservation platform, Greener Davis, that we use for kind of our broader environmental resources programs. We have quite a few web pages. We do ads in the local newspaper. We do a lot of public events. We offer online recorded workshops and in-person and Zoom workshops. We've had a recent shift in focus from drought messaging to conserving water, rain or shine. We do try to align our messaging with the Save Our Water program. We really appreciate those resources, so I'd like to see those keep coming. We are planning for long-term water use efficiency. We've continued to see decreases in 2023 overall compared to 2020 water use. Next slide, please. This is our water conservation tracker that we update online each month, and it's just showing the 2023 water use compared to that 2020 baseline from the most recent drought. You can see how much the water usage dropped with all the rain that we had this past year, and that it trended upwards again in the summer, but we're still staying pretty well below our 2020 levels. Next slide. So some of our conservation program highlights. In 2019, we introduced AMI. We did actually a citywide meter replacement program and added AMI at that time. We also have a customer portal. City of Davis utilizes AquaHawk. As of September of 2023, approximately half of our water usage accounts are registered in AquaHawk. So we do have quite a few people taking advantage of that program. Customers can set their own custom water usage alerts through the program, and the city sends courtesy notices twice per month for any properties using above a certain threshold for 24 hours or more of continuous water usage to hopefully try to catch leaks or usage concerns prior to receiving their bill, because we do bill about 2 months in arrears for our water usage. So staff takes calls on water use fairly frequently, and we walk people through over the phone home water use audits. During the 2012 to 2016 drought, we took those water use restrictions and codified those after the drought. So when the new statewide restrictions came out, we were in a pretty good spot. A lot of them were already permanent restrictions in our area. We have maintained a significant water use reduction from that 2013 baseline in the past of about 19.72% lower. Also for the 20% by 2020, the SBX 77, we met our SBX 77 goal. We also had a goal from our Natural Resources Commission to reduce an additional 20%, and we also met that goal. So we had a pretty significant reduction for that baseline also. Next slide, please. So using the state water use objective tool, we're looking pretty good for compliance up until about 2030. There are a couple caveats with that. We have realized as we've delved into this process that some of our multifamily residential dedicated irrigation meters are grouped in the commercial class because of how our rate codes are in our billing system. So we're working to separate those out, and our finance department's been very helpful with that. But that isn't currently reflected in the numbers we're seeing here. So we may see some changes with that. We also had a drop in our population. We lost about 2% of our population. So that may also affect some of our GPCD numbers. Let's see, next slide, please. So our next steps, we've been focusing on water loss, really working to reduce loss within our water distribution system. We've purchased 50 movable leak detectors. Those will connect with our meter database and send out alerts so that we can be more proactive in catching and repairing leaks before they become more major issues or larger water leaks within our system. Also purchased 10 pressure monitors to deploy within the distribution system, better track pressure variations throughout town. We're currently tracking at the surface water inputs into town and at the wells. We want to get a better idea of we're a fairly flat area, but do we have any different pressure areas throughout the distribution system. We did submit an infrastructure condition factor adjustment, which was approved for SB 555, so that our water loss requirement is 31.1 gallons per connection. In 2022, we were around 38 gallons per connection. So we're working through these efforts to reach that water, that SB 55 objective, along with the water use objective. We're also actively working to classify the CII properties, and we're looking into the best management practices. We have some concerns with this requirement because we're a highly residential population. So we're maybe putting money into CII programs that could be spent for residential programs instead. Next slide, please. And our recommendations for the framework, the first one centers on the CII properties, support and training for the classifications, landscape area measurements, BMP implementation, and particularly for non-functional turf. Also provide updated residential land data. I know that's already been mentioned, and automatically include an I&I buffer beyond 2027. We anticipate that many of our properties were not irrigating in the 2018 timeframe when that data was taken, because when that land data was taken, we were just coming out of the drought. And we've seen throughout town that some people have been putting in new landscapes. A lot of them are water-wise, some are not, against our advice, but we would like to see that potentially modified. Also offer a statewide Save Our Water conversion, turf conversion rebate program again for both CII and residential customers. Like to see that administered through the state for smaller and even medium-sized utilities with minimal number of staff. We don't have the staff to oversee or implement these types of programs. And thank you all for your time, and we appreciate being invited to speak.
Thank you, and the rest of the panelists as well, for sharing a lot of leadership and expertise, and again, enriching this discussion and really understanding what it's taking to meet all the conservation leadership already, let alone the challenges that the reg may have here in draft form. And so the recommendations here, I really appreciate. And again, we're hearing common themes here around some of the work, which is important. That's why it's good to make sure we're listening here amongst it. So thank you for providing your time and your leadership here with us today. It means a lot. Looking forward to what will be continued further discussion. We have 2 additional panels. We have a lunch as well. The second panel has 3 individuals, so at 10 minutes apiece. That's about 30 minutes if we keep things tight. We can hit a lunch at about 12:30. We'll do 45 minutes, so we'd come back at about 1:15. We'd finish off our final panel, and then we get into the rhythm of comment here. So appreciate everyone's attention, contributions, and patience here. Just want to make sure I'm mapping out for you all what the next time here is looking ahead. Let's transition to our next panel then. And would like to call up Charlotte Ely to here kick us off with, I believe we have 3 folks here from Water Systems to further add to this great discussion, and appreciate everyone's contributions this morning so far.
Right, good morning again, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. And thank you everybody for sticking with us. My name is Charlotte Ely. I'm the Climate and Strategy Advisor in the Office of Research, Planning and Performance. I'll be spending the next 15 minutes talking about tools that could help suppliers meet their urban water use objectives. Next slide, please. Within the proposed regulatory text, there are several mechanisms intended to facilitate supplier compliance. These mechanisms are designed to accomplish one or several of the following goals: recognize past investments, account for unique water uses, accommodate agencies with limited means, and encourage investments that not only save water, but also advance other cross-cutting goals. During the presentation today, I'll be speaking generally about the mechanisms listed here: special landscape areas, incorporating change, variances and provisions, alternative compliance, and supporting tree health. But I do want to recognize that there are others, right? The bonus incentive and the inclusion of 20% irrigable, not irrigated area through 2027, that will make a big difference for some suppliers when it comes to meeting their objective. And so the focus of today's presentation will be to sort of focus on some of the less well understood components. So let's start with special landscape areas. So Water Code 10609.8b directed that the department's recommendations shall incorporate the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance, and 10609.9e that those principles include special landscape areas. The department recommended to the board that, consistent with MWELO guidelines, a factor of 1.0 be used to calculate the water budgets associated with special landscape areas. So on this slide, I'm showing what the proposed outdoor standards are for each time step for residential landscapes and for CII landscapes with DIMS. Regardless of what year it is, the regulation proposes a factor of 1.0 for residential SLAs and for CII SLAs with DIMS. So that's what's shown on the bottom row, bold text. In the presentation earlier today from Nate Adams with the Santa Margarita Water District, and thanks for continuing onto that slide because I did want to reference it in my own presentation. You saw what a difference the 1.0 factor can make. Rather than having to reduce water use by roughly 15%, Santa Margarita would be in the clear. Right, so their calculated objective appears to be larger than reported use based even on the long-term standards, and they would not, it looks like, have to expand existing conservation programs to comply. Next slide, please. So a difference between the department's recommendations and the proposed regulation is that the regulation proposes an SLA, special landscape factor of 1.0 be applied to residential SLAs, which are defined in the proposed reg as residential areas dedicated solely to edible plants and residential areas irrigated with recycled water. The intention here is threefold. First, to provide suppliers with greater flexibility in how they classify accounts receiving recycled water. And Don was just describing the work that they're undertaking to sort of reclassify accounts. Second, it's to recognize that backyard food production takes more water. And third, it's to provide room as technology improves to better integrate more refined data. While today suppliers may struggle to understand the aggregate square footage associated with victory gardens, it will be much easier. So we're hoping the proposed regulation could be structured to accommodate such technological advancements. And Joey with Long Beach was also speaking about that earlier today. Next slide, please. So regarding CI landscapes with DIMS, the bright landscapes, the proposed regulation also differs from the department's recommendations in several respects. The department recommended that certain landscape types be excluded from the objective, and so that's what we see in the column at right. What's included in the proposed regulation is included in the column at left. It would treat cemeteries, and existing plant collections, botanical gardens, and arboretums as special landscape areas. It would not treat the remaining landscape types as SLAs, nor would they be excluded from the objective. Later in the presentation, I'll explain the proposed provisions for mined land reclamation projects and ecological projects. Next slide, please. So Water Code section 10609.20E states that an urban retail water supplier may use alternative data in calculating its urban water use objective. The proposed regulation reiterates this options in sections 968B3 and 969B3. And I think there's a typo on this slide. The difference is that it would also bring in the board. So the proposed text reads that a supplier may use alternative data sources if the supplier demonstrates to the department and the board that the data are equivalent or superior in quality and accuracy to the data provided by the department. Using the alternative data provides a supplier with the option of using data that they feel better reflects and accounts for the unique conditions of their service area. In some instances, this may result in larger objectives for suppliers, making it easier for them to comply. So Water Code section 106.9.2 directed that the guidelines and methodologies adopted by the board address how to estimate changes in outdoor landscape area for years when updated landscape imagery is not available from the department. In the proposed reg, sections 968D and 969D propose integrating data from the annual MWELO reports. In the bottom half of this slide, I'm showing what was reported in the 2021 annual MWELO reports for a few water suppliers. So for example, the city of Folsom in 2021 reported adding 1.3 million square feet. That would equate to roughly 24 million gallons when we apply that MWELO standard of 0.55. The city of Merced reported adding 430,000 square feet of newly constructed CII landscapes. In 2021, that would equate to about 6 million gallons added to their budget. Next slide, please. So we've heard a little bit about variances today. I'll also be talking about provisions. For variance, the proposed regulation defines variance as an additional volume of water that an urban retail water supplier may request to add to its urban water use objective for a unique use that has a material effect on their urban water use objective. A temporary provision is defined as an additional volume of water that an urban retail water supplier may request to add to its urban water use objective for a limited time for a specified beneficial use that will require less water over time. Next slide, please. So for variances, the proposed regulation aligns with the department's recommendations, both in terms of what variances would be included, but the thresholds of significance that would be used to evaluate whether or not they would be added to a supplier's objective. This slide summarizes this information. We've been receiving a lot of feedback from suppliers about variances. Karina mentioned in her presentation earlier today that we've been having a lot of small and big discussions, and we've been hearing a lot about this. I think later in the comment period, suppliers will be articulating the concerns about the associated methodologies, the uncertainty regarding this variance approval process, and a desire to change the thresholds of significance. In the panel discussion following this presentation, Ken Jenkins with Cal Water Service and Shelley Thompson with South Tahoe will talk about how they're thinking about variances to date. Next slide. So this is a wordy slide, but one that contains some important information and perhaps some new insights for folks. I hope it may even quell some of the concerns by contextualizing some of the percent reductions that folks are seeing in the provisional data set that we've added to the objective exploration tool and that Dr. Rodero spoke about earlier today. When the Department of Water Resources embarked on their big landscape area measurement project, what they did is they divided residential landscapes into 3 big categories. There is irrigable irrigated, irrigable not irrigated, and not irrigated. Because the department understood that horse corrals and residential ag areas would be subject to variances with service area-wide budgets that were calculated according to very specific methodologies, taking into account unique conditions, the square footage associated with those landscapes was placed into the not irrigated category. So statewide, there are an estimated 71 million square feet of horse corrals that are unaccounted for in the budgets, and an estimated 2.6 billion square feet of residential agricultural landscapes that have yet to be accounted for. So we heard earlier today from High Desert Water District and saw that despite an enduring dedication to conservation, they would not meet an objective based on the long-term standard. Would accounting for horse corrals, or for that matter, the evaporative coolers, as Jennifer mentioned, help bridge the gap. We'll hear shortly from Ken with Cal Water, and he'll be talking about their Stockton service area, where there is an estimated 22 million square feet of residential ag land that we have yet to account for in our own impact analysis. So incorporating variances is very likely to significantly lessen the impact of the proposed regulation and also the water savings for that matter, but we just don't have that information yet, and we're waiting to get that kind of information from the suppliers that we've been working with. Next slide, please. So Water Code 10609.6 directed that the standards include provisions for swimming pools, spas, and other water features. The proposed regulations deviates from the department's recommendations is that it does include a provision for pools and spas. It could make a big difference for places like 29 Palms Water District, where there's an estimated 15% of their irrigable irrigated area is pools. The proposed regulation also includes provisions for urban tree health, specifically to establish climate-ready trees, and for qualifying landscapes that would require temporary irrigation. So those landscapes would include those associated with low-impact development, ecological restoration, and mined land reclamation projects. So all of the provisions would last for a limited period of time. So for example, to establish climate-ready trees, we would provide an additional, 3 years of a higher, LEF value. Next slide, please.
Actually, can you stop at that
sure.
slide, please, for a moment?
Yep.
And I'd like to talk a little bit more about the pools and spas and how that's a temporary provision.
Mhm.
I'm not understanding that. It seems to me that pools are permanent facilities. So could you walk me through a little bit more in terms of how this provision would apply?
I'll walk you through how we've been thinking about it, and I think you'll hear a lot about this from suppliers later today too. Based on the information we've seen, there's a lot of water that's lost from pools due to leaks and evaporation, and that when you manage pools efficiently to, identify and fix those leaks, and then also reduce evaporation with things like pool covers, that you can manage pools very efficiently, that they use far less water than, for example, cool season turf. We might not have the numbers exactly right here, and we're very open to receiving more and better information from suppliers, but we're working from what we have. And so our thinking was that if you currently have a pool that has, leaks that haven't been fixed, that hasn't been managed efficiently, that suppliers could work with their customers over time to improve the efficiency of those pools, and that therefore they would be able to operate at a lower, have a lower LEF factor.
Okay, thanks. I mean, this is an area I'll look forward to the input from others. I'm trying to understand this better. I'm tracking with your point. I'm just not sure that I'm tracking with what can be accomplished here with pools. So, but thanks. I'll look forward to that discussion.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you for that, board member, and appreciate the inclusion of these, including the urban tree health that weren't necessarily part of the recommendation. So just appreciate going here to begin with.
All right. All right, so a few more slides, and then I'll be passing it on. This and the next one are both about the proposed alternative compliance pathway. Based on comments provided at the March workshop, the proposed regulation now includes an alternative compliance pathway. So this is new, and unlike a lot of other pieces of the proposed reg, which interested parties have had years to think about, this is a new component that we're very interested in hearing what people have to say, and that they can help us refine it. Section 966I in the proposed reg proposes 2 ways in which suppliers could qualify for another 5 years of applying a landscape efficiency factor of 0.63 to both sort of outdoor budgets through 2040. The supplier serving an area where the median household income is less than or equal to 80% of California's median household income, in other words, a DAC community, would be eligible for this path if it met the following criteria. That complying with the objective would require the supplier to reduce its water use by 20% or more, that the supplier would be making annual progress, reducing annual water use by at least average annual water use by at least 2% per year, and that the supplier were unable to meet its objectives strictly because of the outdoor standards. All other suppliers would be eligible for the alternative compliance pathway if they met those 3 criteria, as well as the following. They were to verify compliance with the AWWA's G480 standard and the Tree City USA recognition program, and that they were to manage a program dedicated to creating and maintaining climate-ready landscapes. Next slide, please. So here, I wanted to make sure folks are aware of how we're proposing to define climate-ready landscapes. These are those that are designed and maintained to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and weather more extreme conditions. They save water, reduce waste, nurture soil, sequester carbon, conserve energy, reduce urban heat, protect air and water quality, and create habitat for native plant and pollinators. We heard from our landscape practitioners, Regina and Cello, about the work that they're doing now to create these kinds of landscapes. I also wanted to summarize the proposed components for programs dedicated to creating and maintaining climate-ready landscape, and they're listed here. We're proposing converting no less than 0.1% of turf area per year, using a rating system to evaluate landscape transformation projects, a way to ensure that sort of we're meeting these cross-cutting goals, creating or participating in regional partnerships, and dedicated funding with no less than 40% of the funds dedicated to low-income households and DACs within the service area. And finally, at least one full-time staff person, which this one in particular I know is concerning a lot of suppliers. That last bullet. Next slide, please. And so I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation that I would be describing how the proposed regulation aims to encourage investments that not only save water, but also advance other cross-cutting goals, such as supporting tree health. 10609C3 directed that the long-term standards should support practices that keep trees healthy. So pertaining to the calculation of the urban water use objective, there are several ways in which the proposed regulation aims to do that. First, there is the higher LEF value for special landscape areas. So that would include recreational areas, existing plant collections, botanical gardens, and arboretums. I described briefly the climate-ready tree provision. There would be this landscape efficiency factor of 0.85 for an additional 3 years, and would assume that each new tree was equal to approximately 1 square foot. We're proposing a definition for a climate-ready tree as one that is well adapted to face both present and future climatic challenges, including heat, drought, extreme weather, and pests. And finally, there's we've suggested that variances and provisions be contingent upon efforts to prioritize water for trees. And so specifically within both 968 and 969, we would require suppliers to provide a description of efforts to prioritize water for existing trees, including but not limited to rebate, direct install, and educational programs focusing on transitioning from turf to tree-centric irrigation systems. And then as described in the alternative compliance pathway, the Tree City USA program, and then the Climate Ready Landscapes program. All right, second to last slide here. Within the CII performance measures, there's also several mechanisms in which we've, are striving to support practices that keep trees healthy. Within the proposed best management practice, there are, again, these sort of different BMP categories, and then suppliers can choose 1 to 2 BMPs to implement. Separate from what the department has recommended, we've added within the landscape BMP categories programs to decrease urban heat and reduce turf water use by planting trees. And then within the collaboration and coordination BMP category, a BMP to collaborate with municipal arborists and tree planting organizations to expand and maintain the urban forest. And so lastly, with the proposed requirement that suppliers ban the irrigation of non-functional turf with potable water by 2025, there is an exemption for ensuring the health of trees and other perennial non-turf plantings. All right, last slide. So I wanted to acknowledge that while the projected benefits of the proposed regulation outweigh the costs, there will be costs incurred by communities to comply with the proposed regulation. And we've heard about those today. Making conservation a California way of life will take time, it will take effort, and it's not always going to be easy. I think Cello, described this in his presentation, but as Teddy Roosevelt said, nothing worth having comes easy. To make it easier, however, our team has started to identify state and federal funding sources that could help California communities with the transition. There are limited sources of funding that are specifically dedicated to water conservation. The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's grants, I think, are a wonderful exception. There are, however, an increasing number of programs that are really tied at funding some of these multi-benefit projects. And so we've listed some of those here. We're planning on including more examples in a document that we'll make available as part of the workshop material at the end of today. And we'd love to see folks adopt this list, help it grow, and keep it current. And so wanted to give a shout out to a couple members of our team, Ava Scally and Mary Peno, who have done a lot of hard work to identify what these funding sources could be. So that's it from me, and barring any questions, I'll introduce our panelists.
Thank you. I'll just make a quick comment and say I appreciate the alternative compliance pathway there, as Ms. Dr. Rodero showed on the slides. There are systems, no matter where we are on our discussion of 0.63 or should we go to 0.55 or the balance of these budgets, and there are systems there that will have to do a lot either way, a tremendous amount, and if anything are a bit of the outliers within this efficiency setting because they are in those numbers so high in what they're going to have to accomplish. So to my mind, we have to set them aside somewhat and here, and looking forward to feedback on what is that right sort of path that acknowledges that it's a huge lift no matter where this cone again of discussion we're in around budgets actually lands. So just appreciate that and look forward to the discussion around it. We can go to our panelists then.
Sure, and just a quick note, so we have two of our panelists here, and thank you both again very much for participating, and then a third panelist, Susan Longfield, should be joining us by Zoom. Okay.
Jenkins.
Yeah, so Board Chair Esquivel, board members, thank you for the opportunity today. My name is Ken Jenkins. I'm the Chief Water Resource Sustainability Officer for California Water Service. For those that may not be familiar with us, we have 24 districts that we serve throughout the state. 20 of those 24 are subject to this regulation. And I've been asked to focus primarily on two of those districts today, our Chico district and our Stockton district. We can pull up the first slide. Next, please. So this is the overview you've seen for other suppliers for our Chico district. I would highlight three things for you here, two of which you can see on the slide and one that you do not see on the slide. First is in the background information at the top, we've also included our median residential use, which we think you may find helpful in comparing to the tables below. In Chico, our median residential use is 12 CCF per month. The second thing I would highlight is we have two tables on this rather than just the single table. And that is because we have a customer assistance program that is available to low-income customers that qualify. So the table you see for the first one is for our non-cap customers. You'll notice that includes a monthly service charge of $16.66. The second are for our cap customers. We have a reduction of 50% on the service charge for qualifying customers. So that reduces the service charge to $8.33. So that's the difference between those two tables. The other item I would mention that you do not see is our current rate structure is a three-tier system. Our second tier is 125% unit cost compared to the first tier, and our third tier is 150% compared to the second tier. So that's the escalation that occurs. In our most recent rate case with the California Public Utilities Commission, which we do not yet have a decision on, but we proposed adding a fourth tier to that rate structure specifically to assist low-income and low-volume users. So the way in which we proposed that was what would be our third tier is 125% of tier 2. Our tier 4 is 150% of tier 3, but we added an initial first tier, which is 25% of that tier 2 rate. So That's for the first 6 units of use for residential customers. So that's designed to provide support to them by including a much lower cost on a per volume basis for those first 6 units. Next slide. I was also asked to provide a distribution of use of our single family residential customers, just to give a little bit of background. And so this is from 2021 in Chico for single family residential customers. What this is showing is we looked at all of the single family residential bills for the entire year, and then we categorized them by the amount of use on each of those bills. So you see the percent of bills that fall into each of those pockets of usage. Thought that might be helpful kind of to see where the median kind of falls and how it tails off, and where the focus of the water use tends to be amongst our customers. And again, the median use is at that 12 unit mark. Next slide. Similar information for our Stockton district. For our Stockton district, our median residential use there is 9 units per month for our single family residential customers. Again, our monthly service charge for our non-cap customers is $25.49. And for our cap customers with that 50% discount is $12.75. Next slide. Same thing here for Stockton, slightly different, relatively the same shape, but you can see that the median use on this is at that 9 units and tails off after that. Next slide. Some information on our conservation program history. I decided to focus on the last 10 years of our program, and this is information for all 24 of our districts in the state. We've invested more than $65 million in programs over the last 10 years. You can see the number of devices and activity that's occurred over that 10 years in those districts. Again, I would highlight a couple things here. For the second sub-bullet there for the 71,000 plus high efficiency toilets, specifically it says rebated, distributed, and installed. And the majority of those toilets were actually installed as part of our bathroom fixture replacement program. That was at no charge to customers. It focused heavily on low income customers that were part of our CAP program as we have them identified. So that's one element that we're, again, trying to assist low income customers that may not otherwise be able to participate in more traditional programs. We've since made a change on that and have shifted focus to our outdoor program, which is now our Smart Landscape Tune-Up program. You can see the second to last bullet there at the 340,000 plus high efficiency sprinkler nozzles. Those same categories, a significant portion of those have also been installed and or distributed partially through that new program. That program provides an evaluation and then installation of high efficiency devices, repair of leaks and other items in irrigation systems, again, at no charge to customers. You see there the lifetime cumulative savings of those devices there, which is a significant number. And then as others, our reductions on a GPC basis over the last 10 years has been 25%, going from 181 to 136. And then if we look back to for a little bit further back to the year 2000, we've had a 36% reduction in GPC, going from 213 to, again, that 136. And next slide, please. This is the pretty slide. These are the ways in which part of the ways in which we do this. So traditional fact sheets, we have invested in grocery store advertising through the stations that have hand sanitizer wipes. We've invested in kind of digital out-of-home solutions. Those videos you see, you just sit down and take your blood pressure, or if you're charging your vehicle, if you have an electric vehicle, those types of things. We've also have advertising in those locations. And then the last item there on the upper left is advertising we've been doing on Hulu and a number of districts, as well as among other solutions. Next slide. And then how are we meeting the objective? And so the answer is As of today, yes, but this is going to be a heavy lift going forward, as many others have said. The thing I would note here is we are the first supplier, and maybe the only supplier today, that do not have dedicated irrigation meters identified in our billing system. So that's why you see the 0 in that category. We will be analyzing the path forward on those, assuming that it's in the in lieu technology route. Looking at the threshold of the 500,000 gallons per year, for us, that's about 9,000 connections that we will have to implement that for. So amongst those 20 districts. So that's a very heavy lift for us to do that. You can also see as we look out to 2035, it is a significant reduction for our Chico district. I believe it's about a 26% reduction for Chico out to that length. Now, what does that mean in terms of compliance costs? And now for this cost, we're only talking about the urban watershed objective, and we're only talking about the program portion, which means the incentives and the program types of programs that I just showed you on that previous slide. It does not include additional staffing. It does not include the performance measures. We're estimating that we would have to move from what is now our $157,000 annual program budget that's authorized by the PUC to about a $2.3 million annual budget to meet that 2035 target. That's an annual budget we would have to have in place annually through 2035 in order to meet that objective. Next slide. Stockton is a bit less dramatic. But we still have a lift to get there. I believe it's about a 9% reduction out to 2035. Our estimate there is moving from about a $287,000 annual budget, which we currently have authorized, to about a $672,000 annual budget. Next slide. So we've taken an initial look at the potential variances. We will be going through a more extensive analysis of each of them for each of those districts. But just at a high level, these are the districts we think have the highest potential for utilizing these various variances. And you'll see in my recommendations, I do have a recommendation around variances, which I think you've heard already and will probably likely hear later as well. Next slide. And then I just want to take you through briefly a quick look at all of our districts. You'll have a chance to look at this on your own. These are our projected reduction requirements for those 20 districts. You can see Chico and Stockton included there at the 26 and 9%. We're all over the map literally, geographically, and amongst reductions. We have some that are very low reductions to no reductions in 2 of our districts that we're projecting, to very high, those yellow bars or gold bars are very high reductions. Next slide. And then this again is looking at what we are projecting our compliance cost to be for the urban water use objective compared to our currently authorized budgets with the PUC. They track with the reduction requirements. Some are very, very relatively low. Some have very significant increases. Next slide. This is looking at it slightly differently at what the multiple is of our current budget. So for instance, for Chico, looking at that, it's a 15-fold increase in our annual program budget that we would be looking at. You can see how it fits with all of those districts. The average across all the districts is about a 4.3-fold increase in our conservation budgets. Next slide. And then this shows the preliminary benefit cost ratios of those programs to meet the objective. You can see that we do have a number of districts, primarily those with purchased water from wholesalers, that show to be cost effective. Those programs. These are I would caution that while these benefit cost ratios will likely remain positive for those districts, these are overstated in the preliminary estimates because they assume that the full cost of purchasing that water can be avoided, which it cannot be avoided, that full cost. But this gives a general idea across the board. I think the takeaway, though, is this is on a supplier by supplier basis. The regulation may or may not be cost effective, but on a supplier by supplier basis, it's extremely important to understand the implications there. We have a number of districts where this level and scale of program is simply not cost effective to implement in those districts. Next slide. And this is my final slide on my recommendations. First is to go with that point, consider providing some level of a supplier benefit cost ratio variance to recognize that issue. On the variances themselves, provide a lower threshold or no threshold for those, along with the streamlined process. I know for us specifically, as we're going through this many potential variances amongst that many districts, having a streamlined process becomes very important. And the third is, as you've heard before, providing that 20% I&I buffer on a permanent basis. So with that, I will turn it back over, and thank you again for the time.
Thank you for yours, and appreciate the great suggestions here amongst it, and again, sharing the leadership and work that's going on. I know you have unique purview because the multiple systems across the state that you're all overseeing. And so just appreciate you sharing that with us here. It's really been helpful. Thank you. Yes, Owen, Vice Chair has a question, please.
Thank you for that presentation and for some of your thoughts on recommendations. Could you talk a little bit more about your initial thoughts anyway on the supplier level benefit cost ratio? I think one of the concerns we all have is that on these variances and alternative approaches that we provide for flexibility, but then we don't turn it into a program that's overly bureaucratic and challenging, but we need to have some accountability. So what are your initial thoughts on a way to strike that balance with respect to the information that would have to be provided for this sort of an alternative?
Yeah, I mean, there are standardized ways of doing this, or industry kind of specific ways of doing this. For instance, you could look at the Alliance for Water Efficiency's program tracker, which is where our program design comes from and those numbers come from, and utilizing that those types of tools as a way to derive consistency in those types of calculations. You may want to provide you may not want to provide a full variance for those particular suppliers. Maybe a partial variance on what their reduction is to provide some level of relief if you feel that there is a need to still have reductions from those. You could also potentially tie it to those suppliers that have very high reduction requirements, where part of the challenge comes in scaling a program to that level and the increased costs that come with scaling those types of programs, which can lead to even lower ratios for benefit costs. So I think those would be my first three thoughts.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
All right. Good afternoon, board members. I'm Shelley Thompson. I'm here with South Tahoe Public Utility District. The mountains that were just shown have snow on them, even though it feels like summer today. I scraped ice off my windshield this morning. So next slide, please. We can get rolling. So South Tahoe Public Utility District is a water and sewer special district. We're located up in beautiful South Lake Tahoe, which is in El Dorado County. We serve over 14,000 connections with groundwater. Living at the top of the watershed, we're really fortunate. We have an abundant amount of water, far more supply than demand. As a tourist community, we estimate that about half of our homes are second homes. We serve a full-time population of around 30,000 people. And while people might think of Tahoe as a fancy, beautiful place to visit, the people that live and work there usually have multiple jobs in the service industry, and the bulk of our area is a disadvantaged community. Running a water system in a mountainous community is really challenging due to the elevation. So our small water district relies on 12 wells, 19 water tanks, and we have 31 pressure zones. That's a lot of infrastructure for 30,000 people to fund. Tahoe is also unique in that the Porter-Cologne Act prohibits recycled water from being used within the watershed. So we have to treat and export 100% of our recycled water 26 miles up and over a mountain pass out of our watershed. We don't have the option of using it where we live, unfortunately. We also live in the wildland-urban interface. We're surrounded by state and federal forests, and we've been investing heavily in upsizing water lines as well as water tanks to protect our community from wildfire. Due to the complexity of our system and the need to have enough water for those peak weekends, 4th of July, Christmas, when every home is filled, our rate structure is 80% fixed and 20% dependent on use. You can see the breakdown of cost per 100 cubic feet on the chart. Next slide. Like many in the room today, we've taken a very proactive approach to water conservation. Since 2007, we've implemented designated watering days with fines for non-compliance. We offer a suite of conservation rebates, including toilets, clothes washers, smart irrigation controllers, leak repair, turf buyback program. We spend around $200,000 annually on these rebates, not including staff time. We offer free WaterWise house calls for customers to identify where a leak is, and free WaterWise landscape consultations with a master gardener to give tips and tricks on programming your irrigation controller and how to select the right plants. We host monthly irrigation and water-friendly landscape workshops in the summer that are surprisingly well attended. We have a robust leak program where customers are automatically alerted via email when they have a leak. And then we follow up with emails, phone calls, letters, as well as site visits to help identify where that leak is and get it fixed. We have a commercial conservation program that's customized per business, and we estimate that these programs save around 30 million gallons of water annually. Next slide, please. A key element of meeting our water use objective is outside water use. In the winter, nobody is watering snow, so our water production more than doubles during summer months due to landscape irrigation. When the Department of Water Resources was first figuring out how to calculate irrigable area, we were one of the 19 water districts selected to be a pilot program. Trying to use aerial imagery over heavily forested area is very challenging. The initial landscape area measurement report showed that we had 3% irrigable area and 0.1% irrigable non-irrigated. The top picture on this slide shows a common example of an aerial shot of our service area. All you see is trees and shadows. The street view below it shows what's underneath those trees, and on lots of properties, it's green lawn. So we worked with DWR to come up with an alternative approach. Our new budget has a 15.2% irrigable area and a 15.9% irrigable non-irrigated area. I'm really pleased with DWR for working with us on this discrepancy. I'm still concerned that the new approach is still using this poor aerial imagery. We'll have to see how it impacts us in the future, especially when it comes to calculating the CII landscape areas using the same imagery. Next slide, please. So, are we meeting our water use objective? This slide shows that the current standards for 24 to 23 and our average gallon per capita per day over the last 4 years was 151. As you can see, this is above the objective, quite a bit so. So how are we going to comply? Next slide. Tahoe is a tourist destination. The entire basin has around 55,000 full-time residents, and we welcome 15 million visitors every year. We estimate that around half of the homes in our service area are second homes. So that means they're packed on holidays, on weekends, when there's a lot of snow, when the valley's hot, when people want to get out of the city. Unfortunately, all these people aren't accounted for in the census. So thankfully, the law requires a seasonal population variance. We were one of 3 water districts that worked with DWR and their consultant to come up with a tool for calculating seasonal population. Pulling hourly water use data for our 14,000 water customers is labor intensive, and we're currently investing in additional data programming and storage to be able to report out annually. But for us, it's worth it. On the graph on the right, you'll see that without accounting for tourism, our mean water usage is around 110 gallons per day, per capita day. When you factor in seasonal population, it brings it down to around 65 GPCD. While we're still working on a more streamlined approach to download this data and be able to input it in the tool, we estimate that we'll be able to meet the 25 and 2030 targets. Next slide, please. I was asked to share some advice with others, and for us, a really key component is installing AMI. It's a two-way communication system that allows you to collect that really detailed metering info. For us, it will be critical for that seasonal population variance. It's also really important to purchase a customer water use portal. This allows customers to view their water use real time and be automatically notified of leaks. This is key for us for identifying and contacting high water use customers. And of course, it comes with a cost. Over the last 10 years, we've spent over $21 million installing meters on our 14,000 connections. And the annual cost for AMI and water use portal is around $60,000 a year. It's also important to collaborate with regional partners. For us, that means other service areas that are in the forest and have that dense canopy cover. It also means talking with other tourist communities once the seasonal population tool is released, so we can all work together to figure out how to use it. As a public water agency, it's important that our elected board are aware of these state mandates and how we're planning to meet them. The board sets the rates, and a lot of that money has been invested in conservation, meters, leak detections to comply. Finally, get involved. The fact that all these folks are here today means they already know this, but if we hadn't been involved from the onset to raise the issue of that dense canopy cover and shadows, we might still have an irrigable area of 3%. And those 15 million visitors that come to Tahoe every year, their water use might not be accounted for in those second homes. It's never too late to ask questions and raise concerns. You know better than everyone, board members, that we live in a complex state with hot deserts, densely populated cities, rainy coasts, beautiful mountains. The state needs to hear from all of us water service areas to reflect what's unique to us. Next slide. So I really appreciate the opportunity to share with the board and to have worked with staff members for this public workshop. Thank you for inviting me to be a presenter. I really respect your willingness to listen and adjust to meet the needs of water agencies around the state. We all think we're so special, and we are. The three main recommendations I have for you today are: one, allow this reporting to be submitted on a calendar year instead of the fiscal year. This allows us to align all of our state reporting to occur at the same time, streamline the process. If possible, it'd be awesome to set up the reporting to pull data automatically from other state reporting. We're a small water district, and reporting takes a substantial amount of staff time. We want to share our data. We just don't want to waste our time sharing the same data in 3 different reports in 3 different formats at 3 different times. An issue of concern for us in particular, for South Tahoe Public Utility District, is that our largest water user is a ski resort, and they're using that water to make snow in the winter. Similar to some other water recreation, we request that snow sports are designated as a special landscape use for CII properties. You can go to my last slide, which essentially just says, thank you so much for allowing me to share South Tahoe PUD's experience and challenges, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for just a great presentation here as well, and recommendations and engagement. Like you said, long-term engagement around these conservation regs. It makes your perspective really important here. And yes, each water agency is unique unto itself. It really is. There's unique communities, unique water sources, unique challenges. But here, the feedback is allowing us to make sure that this regulation best captures that uniqueness and does our best to drive forward on the intent. So thank you. I really appreciate the contribution and everyone's patience and time here this morning to listen to the water agencies and here join with us in learning as we have a conversation around conservation. So let's get to our last panelist here, get to our overdue lunch. come back quickly and continue on our discussion. So I'd like to call up San Bernardino.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair
afternoon.
Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Susan Longville, and I've served on the board of directors of the San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District since 2014, but I'm not representing the district because we've not taken a position on the action. I was invited to speak to you based on my decades of experience promoting water conservation in the San Bernardino Valley. Not only at the Water District, but as a city council member in the city of San Bernardino, the director of the Water Resources Institute at Cal State, where I led the construction of a water conservation demonstration garden. And I also served 2 terms on the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board. I support the proposed alternative compliant pathways for suppliers to apply the LEF to outdoor budget serving DAC and non-DAC. And I believe these pathways may be particularly useful for suppliers in our district service area that serves a diverse urban population of over 700,000 in a 356 square mile area. The challenge is going to be how compliance will affect the affordability of water service in disadvantaged communities. San Bernardino Valley, like most other water agencies in California, has been offering retail agencies in our service area all the standard outdoor water conservation rebates. And the board concluded that after years and years that our suppliers did not take advantage of these rebates, that we needed to create our own alternative pathway. And I want to share with the board this morning what we call our water demand incentive program. It offers retail agencies a cash payment of $180 per acre foot to reduce water usage that they can spend on conservation efforts that make sense in their communities. Our new program was budgeted to achieve 5,000 acre feet in savings. And at the end of the first year, I'm delighted to report that the district presented checks to 6 of our retail agencies, totaling almost $900,000 for achieving the full 5,000 acre feet that we aimed for. In this year's budget, funding for the new program has been tripled to achieve 15,000 acre feet in savings. And we hope to present our retail agencies with $2.7 million in local funding that they can spend to conserve water. One thing is certain, whether suppliers choose the proposed alternative pathway or the other methods to comply with making water conservation a way of life objective, additional funding for conservation will go a long way in addressing the affordability of water. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for yours, Ms. Longville, and the leadership and representing your community here. I appreciate the recommendations and hear the feedback. We'll have further discussion around the alternative compliance pathway and also the variances. But thank you for making sure and contribute your voice here amongst us. It's appreciated. Let's take a lunch. We'll take a 45-minute lunch. We didn't take a break this morning, so I want to make sure we add that 15 minutes to what would otherwise be a 30-minute lunch for everyone. And let's come back here at 1:45. I'll do math right in my head someday. So 1:45, we'll come back. We'll continue on and wrap up with our last panel and get into comments from elected officials and everyone else here gathered. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the discussion this morning so far. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. I hope you had a good lunch. We are nearly at 1:50. Let's go ahead and bring ourselves back and continue on today's workshop and discussion. And we'll dive straight into our final panel and appreciate here the water agencies and experts that have joined us to contribute to the discussion that we've been having today. Once this panel is through, we will again take elected officials first. And we'll generally try to keep comments to 3 to 5 minutes to be able to accommodate a lot of folks looking to discuss and contribute today. With that, I'll kick it over to folks here on our panel.
Great. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I'm James Knockbauer. I'm the Director of the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. Our final panel is going to be kind of a quick run through of some high level questions. Actually, not quite yet. Let me. So we've got on our panel, we've got five guests here. Fiona Sanchez from the Irvine Ranch Water District, Drew Atwater from Moulton Niguel Water District, Heather Cooley of the Pacific Institute, Tracy Quinn from Heal the Bay, and Jay Lund, who's the director of the Center for Watershed Sciences at UC Davis. So we've got 5 panelists, and we've prepared 5 high-level questions. Let me very quickly run through those questions because they do sort of flow together. Then we'll circle back, and each of our panelists will be invited to respond to question number 1, and then question number 2, and so on. So first up is, should the regulation be more or less flexible? If so, in which sections and how? Will suppliers be able to take advantage of the flexibility as proposed? Next, what are the implications of the regulatory flexibility or lack of flexibility? Next, what actions could suppliers take to comply with the proposed regulation? Will reasonable actions be enough? 4, what additional resources or support may be needed to comply with the proposed regulation and avoid unintended consequences? And finally, we have a catch-all here. Are there any points you've heard today that you would like to respond to? So that's the outline here. Let's go back to number 1. And why don't we go in the order we have you on our slides here? We'll start with Ms. Fiona Sanchez.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel. This is like a 2-part question, so I'm going to take it in a little bit, well, it's actually 3, but I'm going to take it in 2 parts if that's okay. So in terms, should it be more or less flexible? I think we're all agreed that I think the goal of this regulation is successful implementation to achieve long-term water efficiency and water savings so that we can be more climate resilient in the future. And if that is our shared goal, then I think, yes, that a bit more flexibility is going to be really important. And there's the reason I say that is that Irvine Ranch Water District has been a leader in implementing water efficiency programs for 30 years now. And one of the foundations of our success has really been piloting new programs and coming up with different methods of program delivery and new ways to outreach and innovative technologies. So we're implementing a whole suite of programs today so that we can be effective, some of which weren't even considered or on the radar 10, 15 years ago. And 10, 15 years from now, I think things are going to be changing as well. So for example, some of the programs we're doing now, we have a monthly customer water smart report. They get a smiley face or a sad face, depending how they're doing. Hopefully lots more smileys than sads. We do leak detection alerts. We have a WaterStar business program and a WaterStar restaurant program that we started a few years ago. We have Mulch Madness. We have a sprinkler tune-up program. And we have outreach that we're continually evolving and relying more and more on social media to get to our customers. These are all programs that we've come up with in the last 5 and 10 years in response to our changing customer demographics, as well as changing technologies. And so we're constantly looking at what's working and also what isn't working so that we can refine targeting and programs And we have also a lot of demand hardening in our service area. And it's harder to get to those last customers who, for whatever reason, haven't participated yet. So we're always having to rethink and reimagine how we're going to be doing our programs so that we can try and get customers that haven't traditionally participated and really work to design our outreach and modify our programs. So that's why flexibility will be important going forward. Part two of the question is which sections and how, and maybe will they be able to take advantage? So I do have some specifics here. So in section 966, just the overall urban water use efficiency objective, for the majority of urban suppliers, outdoor water use, so that's the residential and CII, it is the largest component of our total water use. That's just for the majority of us. And therefore, it's also the largest component of the water use objective and the largest percentage that we're going to have to deal with and address. And so a lot of us have already made a lot of investments into the indoor. That was, I won't say easy, but plumbing retrofit's a lot easier than changing the landscape. And so because the outdoor is such a significant percentage of use, most suppliers will need to meet the proposed outdoor standards in order for them to be able to comply with the overall water use objective. And so it does kind of take away some of the, I think, intended flexibility that we're trying to build into the regulation. In section 974, so this would be the CII best management practices, section 974 A and B. I think one of the things that we've been looking at is the value in identifying the disclosable buildings, where it's not really clear how that is going to help us in terms of getting more water savings. So we recognize that building size for energy use is really highly correlated, but that's not necessarily the case for water use. And so we think it's going to take some significant staff resources and billing system changes, but we're not necessarily going to get additional water savings from that. And a lot of us, and we already provide water bills, many of us have portals and other means of communicating water use to commercial customers. So for example, we have water budgets for every single one of our CII customers. And so we can target them really effectively. And this would be a duplication of existing efforts when we would prefer to put those resources to getting more savings elsewhere. In section 974 C and D, there are requirements to target the 80th percentile in the 22 proposed categories, and also targeting above the 97.5% percentile are going to require resources to be allocated to that effort. But those customers might not, depending on the specific water supplier, represent the best opportunity for savings. Those measures and targeting your top 20%, that's a really good starting point if you don't really have a well-developed CII program. And I think it's a good starting place. But if you have a robust and mature CII program, it may not be where you want to put your resources. So for example, UCI is always going to be our top water user. They're like a mini city. They're always going to be number one. But to that end, we have partnered already with UCI on plumbing retrofits in all the housing units throughout campus. We have funded weather-based irrigation controllers. We've installed water efficient lab equipment. We've converted their potable landscape to recycled. We've converted their cooling towers to recycled water. And so we have funded a lot of programs with that customer, and they're one of our most efficient customers. So for us, targeting them and some of our other top water using customers isn't necessarily going to get us more savings because we do have these fairly robust, mature programs. And so where we target our programs now is where we see opportunities for savings, right? So for example, we might have a program, it's not industry specific, but we're going to look at cooling towers because that's a good potential for savings. We also are pushing customers to participate in our Water Star business program. And it really doesn't matter what sector they're in. And we kind of know that how long, okay, I'm almost done. Sorry. And so I just think if we can allow some flexibility for more mature programs. On the flip side, I would say that you also have suppliers that may not have a significant CII water use. And for those customers, allowing them maybe to put more resources into the outdoor could be more beneficial and get more savings in the long run. And so, and then lastly on that topic, we've heard quite a bit about regional programs and supply programs. I think some of the language that suggests the retailer has to do every program at their level, what we may want to look at opportunities to have regional and statewide programs where we can really leverage those economies of scale for implementation. So I have two other sections, but since I'm out of time, I will hold.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think there's 5 questions and 5 of each of you. So it's I know that this is a little awkward because I know you're trying to get in all of your other points as well. Hopefully the other questions provide you an opportunity to unpack some of that as well.
I know I already said I was done and I heard you,
means.
But could you let me just do the one? And it's actually not something that IRWD would need to do, but I was just looking at it. So I think we all appreciate the intent to add in alternative pathways and compliance for, especially for agencies with more than 20% savings. But in looking at that, it would be very difficult for most suppliers to be able to achieve it. So that the G480, as you heard, is very comprehensive, but there's only 20 agencies nationwide that have been able to get that. And it's a lot of work. We are one of the other platinum ones. For the standards for Tree City, you have to be a city. So water supplier couldn't do it. And you also need a tree department, which we also couldn't really do. And the climate rating system, some of those are $9,000 per site or just to get in. And so that could be cost prohibitive. And then issues with responsibility for maintenance, installation of landscapes and scheduling on the customer side of a meter, that can be a liability for water suppliers. And then the 40% funding to DACs. Unfortunately, we're not private utilities like, Cal Water that we heard from. And for most of us, that would be a Prop 218 issue. So just wanted to point out that we recognize that the board and staff are really looking to provide alternative compliance, but it could be a challenge. Thank you. And thank you for allowing me a little bit extra time.
Of course. Thank you for that. And looking forward to also the written comments here all amongst it as well. So we can really be able to digest what I know is a lot of good feedback and work here. Thank you.
Thank you. If folks could pick 1 or 2 of their top comments, that would be most helpful. Let's move to Mr. Drew Atwater.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board and staff for the opportunity to participate. So I believe we're still on for first question though, right? Okay, perfect. Just making sure. Molten Nagel, I serve as the Deputy General Manager. We're an agency that's had water budgets at the customer level since 2011. So we've been working with customers on a similar kind of approach to the framework being discussed today. My general kind of comments on flexibility is just that we've had a lot of opportunity to work with customers and go through variance processes, and flexibility can be helpful from a kind of a customer experience standpoint, with the overall goal being to steer agencies and the public ultimately towards good actions. We've seen that in working with customers to help them in meeting their own individual water budgets that they have. We've had a lot of success with reducing water use through rebates. We have full smart meter and leak alerts for our customers. And the overarching thought just being that agencies who are the ones being regulated are not the ones who are ultimately taking the action. It's the public. And so there's going to be a lot of learning over the years as we go through this, and that agencies that show good faith effort put a lot of really strong demand management programs in place. Ultimately, the public may not respond. And I think that at the end of the day, that having that sort of working with agencies approach that the board took, especially during the 2013-2017 drought with some agencies who are off the mark, I think having that same kind of approach would be helpful, and kind of working through with agencies that are showing a lot of putting in place programs, showing a lot of work in this effort, but still off the mark. And last, in terms of flexibility, I agree with you on partnerships. I think there's a lot of opportunity in thinking about climate resiliency to support agencies and others to work across different multiple benefits. There's some presentations this morning. I think as much as you can build flexibility into funding across watershed and other kind of holistic water solutions, I think that'll help as implementing this would provide a lot of benefits in other related water efforts that aren't necessarily water supply too. That's all. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Let's go to Ms. Tracy Quinn.
So, first I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to provide input today and for including environmental organizations on this panel. We also consider ourselves to be part of the water community. So I speak for Heather and myself saying we're grateful to be here. I wanted to start with something that I haven't heard today and take a step back and remember why we need this rulemaking. DWR predicts that the available water supply from the state water project will reduce by, I think, 10% by 2040. Snowpack will be reduced by 50 to 65% by the end of the century. We're already seeing impacts of climate change. Last year, we started the year with a 0% allocation on the state water project. And those areas like where I live in Los Angeles that are dependent on the state water project had to drastically reduce water use. Colorado has been in a multi-decade drought, and California's allocation is being renegotiated. And SGMA is going to go into effect in 2040 after an incredibly long lead time, which is going to result in the need for significant cuts in our water use. I'd also like to, so there is an incredible need for us to do a rulemaking that's going to require the efficient use of water. I'd also like to talk about why this approach, right? We've previously done percent reductions, and water suppliers have brought forward their concerns that that approach is unfair. Agencies that invested in water efficiency early felt punished by that approach. Local climate, types of customers, lot sizes were not taken into consideration in percent reductions, and water suppliers didn't want a one-size-fits-all approach. So is this approach complicated? Sure. But it's complicated because DWR and the state board have been working hard to accommodate the asks from our water suppliers to accommodate their unique circumstances. This is what the water suppliers asked for. As you'll hear from Heather, I can see her notes, this rulemaking is already incredibly flexible. And I would argue that if we continue to add more flexibility to accommodate every agency, it may require significant time and expense, like we saw with the development of the fourth methodology for SV 7X7, and result in even less water saved. Our goal here should be to put forward a regulation that ensures the reliability and affordability of water for all Californians. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Ms. Heather Cooley. And yes, apologies for calling you out of the order I had suggested.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, board members. It's a great opportunity to be here today. Thank you to all of your work, all of the work of staff to get us where we are. It's been a tremendous amount of work and a tremendous process. So I want to talk about all of the various ways that flexibility is already incorporated, and there's several. As opposed to the 20 by 2020 standard, which Tracy spoke to, this was really meant to take into account local conditions, things like climate, land use patterns. The suppliers are not required to meet the overall objective, are required to meet the overall objective, not the individual standards. So they can prioritize efforts in a way that matches their opportunities in their communities. There's many different variances available, from everything from evaporative coolers, seasonal population, and even for livestock. And we've heard today from some of the examples that those are helpful. There's bonus credit for potable reuse. Even the compliance pathway allows for some flexibility. There are first informational orders before things move on. There's been additional flexibility added in since March, allowing for a longer compliance period for those struggling to meet that outdoor standard. So, there's a tremendous amount. Even arguably, the I&I provides at least some flexibility, that 20% in these next few years. Should there be even more flexibility integrated into the regulation? Maybe. But I would argue we'll tie ourselves in knots over hypothetical arguments, theoretical arguments, and we'll drag this process on even longer. I remember Tracy mentioned SBX 7-7. I was also part of that process. And I remember at the time some of the same arguments. We're never going to meet this. We need another compliance option. And there was a tremendous amount of time and resources that went into a fourth option that I think only 2 water suppliers ended up using. So, as an alternative here, I'd propose that there be a periodic check-in to identify if there are real problems that need to be addressed and then address them accordingly. I think that will enable us to maintain forward progress while also providing an opportunity for changes if and when they're needed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And now to Dr. Jay Lund.
Thank you very much for inviting me here, and thank you to earlier panelists and the staff for all their hard work on these and many other issues that the board has to deal with. My biggest concern on this proposal is it's pretty resource intensive. You've heard from some of the local water utilities about how they're going to have to increase their budgets. It'll certainly take a lot of staff time. You're going to be hearing special pleadings from innumerable entities looking for little changes here and there. All of that's going to take time. What is being gained from that? Some moderately important amounts of additional urban water conservation. We've had really, I think, remarkably large amounts of urban water conservation, reductions in per capita water use, in particular across California. There's still a lot to be done. I mean, I think we should be conserving another 25, 30% or more. But we have pretty well established in most of the larger agencies in particular, some pretty effective programs that are on the right trajectory. Maybe we should try to speed them up a little bit, but I'm a little bit worried that there's an opportunity cost in terms of staff time, leadership time, as you all know, for leadership time with so many things to do, and trust in the public, from the public, that certainly some aspects of our society are really upset every time you come in with a new regulation. And so I think we have to bear that in mind, because that blowback can be very bad for a lot of more important things than this. The flexibility in this is really limited quite a bit by the legislation. You guys are stuck here with this. You tried to add some more flexibility. I think all that's good in principle, but I would like to see some more structural flexibility where Irvine Ranch water agencies have really done very well with this kind of approach for rate setting. And then using that high rate tier of people exceeding their caps to provide additional funding for lots of good things. There's a potential, I think, for the board, this might require changes in legislation, to say, okay, we're going to set these caps, but if you exceed your utility-based cap, there will be an additional fee that comes to the state that can be used for affordability programs, rural water supply programs, whatever is needed. But we have a tremendous problem, as we've heard from others today, with getting money, because most of the money is at the local level, available to affordability programs in particular, without 218 problems.
Great, thank you. Now let's go.
Just one moment, Mr. Nachbauer. I appreciate the perspectives, Mr. Lund, and I guess I just kind of have a couple of questions amongst it. I know you had indicated, and here this board very concerned about affordability, and knowing that there's maximum contaminant limits out there, there's investments in water recycling, there's stormwater capture investments. All of these things are competing for local ratepayer dollars. Compared to other sources of water, that conservation spending opposed to, say, a new water recycling plant or a desal plant. What is the cost comparably?
Well, California is a very big state, as you're very aware.
Right.
We're
Yeah.
very diverse. So
Kind of wondering where
in some
conservation
places, I think
lands
it goes
in-
one way or the other.
Okay.
And so having local ability to make those decisions, because they're bearing most of the cost and they're having
for
to
sure.
deal with the implementation, I think is
Yeah.
a good feature.
Definitely. And I think it's a balance between, and here we're talking about, again, the demand side as opposed to the supply side.
Right.
But
They
yeah,
do it
trying
around.
to understand, the benefit that, again, you have concern around. And then also, I guess, when it comes to the 20% mandatory reduction that went out, that I think caused the most, I mean, this is, I think, a lot of the tone and sense of frustration from agencies is something of, to your point, blowback from a mandatory percentage that wasn't precise as this, that was seemingly a bit unfair. But those savings statewide, which I think we said it was around 16% that maintained going into this current drought, did that help agencies? Was that a factor perhaps? And how do we quantify, I would ask, the cushion that it actually helped for agencies then moving into the dry periods again to weather another historic drought?
To me, conservation has been essential. I mean, we've gotten through several really deep droughts in the last couple of decades, and very few occasions where large water utilities felt they had to implement really deep mandatory rationing. I mean, it's remarkable. Even though our water per capita water use rates are still higher than they probably ought to be.
Thank you. I appreciated the opportunity for a quick engagement and appreciated your points, Mr. Lind. Stockbauer.
Great. So question 2, what are the implications of the regulatory flexibility or lack thereof? I think we may have already sort of touched on this.
Yeah, if there's anything anyone would like to add to this question, I think a bit further, and then can go on as opposed to all 5 having to respond. I think we can treat that for the rest of the questions too, because otherwise do want to be mindful of time.
Okay, I will be brief, but I think one of the things that potentially in needing to do certain things that may not be what that agency needs in terms of where it can target effectively, it's going to increase our costs because we might want to do what is working and then still we've obviously got to comply. So if we could have some flexibility so we can target the limited resources that we have, I think we would see more savings. If we are not able to do that, then potentially we're going to see increased costs, and that's going to, and if we can't get economies of scale through regional programs, that's going to affect costs and affordability for customers. And so we want to be able to adapt and have a bit more flexibility in our service areas. It might impact program design and therefore successful implementation. So for example, we could see a lot of artificial turf, rocks, and cacti. I don't think that's anybody's end goal. And so we just need a little bit more time and flexibility, I think, to implement to get where we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just a quick touch point on Mr. Lund. I know you said, the Irvine ranches of the world and others that, have really done well. Shouldn't be asked to do more. Or necessarily asked to do more, but I would say, it would seem punishing them at this point for what is, very efficient use. And so at this point, is Irvine Ranch with, say, a 0.55 ETF, and I know there's a lot of recycled water, so at 15%, anticipating needing to do anything to comply with the more even stringent sort of side of things, and putting CII work aside, because we are asking you, there is an ask at this point in the draft for more work on CII, but just, I guess, in trying to just meet the budget,
In terms of meeting the budget, because we have invested in recycled water and we also have potable reuse, we know we're going to be okay. I was curious to see, well, what if we didn't have that? What if that wasn't the case? I calculated we'd have to replace 145% of our existing turf to meet the outdoor standard. In other words, we'd have to replace more turf than we actually have because of how water use is and what we would need to do, and with the precip and the pools. So for us, yes, thankfully we have recycled water. And I notice a lot of us agencies that have been up here today, we tend to be coastal, more affluent. We've got more resources and we have recycled water. And that is going to help us be able to comply.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And just,
But we
again,
will continue to do water efficiency. We're not
course.
going away.
Well, I think the important thing to note for everyone is it is a journey, right? It is perpetual. It is helping to continue to make everyone aware of the ability to, and here, not right size the challenges we face with climate change on the backs of urban water users. And to Mr. Lund's point, frustrate everybody kind of around this. It is meant to capture what is that leadership there and just say, we know with a warming climate, and as part of the water supply strategy, which is very intentional for us as an administration to couch, okay, what are the savings potentially within the conservation space? But then where are we investing in recycling? How do we invest on that supply side and see it as a continuum of activities and not kind of one for the other, and leave it for the flexibility of locals to best understand that. So anyway, thanks for letting me go back and forth, because I think these are some of the more fundamental issues I know we're grappling with around the work. So just thank you. Appreciate the exchange.
And I think I saw another hand. Yes.
Thank you. So in terms of the implications of the flexibility, there are trade-offs for even greater flexibility. The flexibility that's already captured was at the request of the water suppliers. I think Tracy talked a little bit about that. And accommodations of those requests have led to some of the complexity that we see in the objective. And additional flexibility would further increase the complexity of the framework and the calculation of the objective. Secondly, it would lead to lesser savings potentially and even greater delay in this process. And that delay has real consequences for our communities and our ecosystems. We need to take measures and be very proactive in terms of preparing communities for a hotter, drier future and more frequent and severe droughts. And so, that time to act is now. We've seen what happens very recently when communities are ill prepared for drought. That's when we see the more reactive measures to achieve water savings in a very short period of time. With California's hydrology, we have wet years, we have dry years. We don't really know we're in a drought until the second or third year. And once we're in that situation, we have far more limited options available to us. And so that's when we start asking customers or requiring that customers cut back their irrigation, eliminate it if things get very bad. That is what leads to dead landscapes and dead trees. And so we are trying to get ahead of that and prepare communities for what we know are going to be even more dire situations with our water supply.
Thank you. I'll be brief. This regulation, this rulemaking was born out of the lessons that we learned in the implementation of SB 7X7. So many of the things that we're addressing in this rulemaking were challenges that were faced by the water suppliers. And, the desire to add, many of the things that I've heard today from water suppliers, I think we heard in 2009 when we were putting forward 20 by 2020. But the desire for added flexibility back in 2009 led to, that was to remind folks, the state set a goal to reduce water use by 20% by 2020. The desire to add flexibility to that standard led to water suppliers being able to choose 4 methodologies to achieve their 2020 target. The cumulative effect of the added flexibility meant that when you added everybody's targets up, the state was only going to save 16%. So it was going to fall short of its state goals. And again, incredible time and expense was spent by the state to develop a 4th methodology at the request of water suppliers. And as Heather pointed out, only 2 water suppliers took advantage of that. So I think there are some real repercussions of trying to go beyond the flexibility that's already included in this legislation or in this regulation.
No, I think a lot of panelists made some really good points. I just wanted to, in talking about flexibility and looking at this, I think there's a lot of agencies that'll look to go past the objectives that are set. Molten Miguel's current target reduction from some of the data is about 3%, and we're going to continue our demand management efforts. We also have a really exciting potable reuse project concept, and between those two, we would anticipate to meet those. And additionally, in the last 12 months, we've seen that we've had even lower. So we're right at the kind of 2035 plus objective today. And that actually was seen with the XPX 77, where we didn't have a 20% reduction. We had almost a 50% reduction in water use from the XPX 7 goal. And I think statewide, in actual empirical data, met far more than 20% of a reduction. So it's just a comment on the flexibility, the minimum amount to meet. You're going to have some actors who are going to push well beyond what's there. And I think having that good faith effort in some areas, especially considering some of the equity implications from agencies who haven't had as robust of programs for as long, would be helpful in the messaging for the overall regulation, because there's going to be a lot of agencies, mine and I can speak for Fiona too, that are going to keep pushing for water efficiency actions well beyond these objectives.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I know for us, it's definitely a, you see the spread of those that will have to do, over 20%. Again, no matter where we kind of land in the cone of the ETF factor. But, and I think why, trying to appreciate the discussion on flexibility, I think for me, it is most with those that have this almost, Herculean lift to try to go for, and that we need to then really work with and think differently as we kind of set, for another agency to say, well, in a decade, you're going to need to save 5 or 7% is far more reasonable. And I think, a lot of where a number of the systems are landing, but again, we're trying to figure out where best we land this. So thank you for those comments on that flexibility. And thanks for those at the dais for letting me just kind of chat here. And Mr. Lind.
One of the things that I think is biggest problem in water management in California generally is integrated regional planning and efforts. Certainly in Southern California, they've benefited tremendously from having local districts get together with regional districts, former regional districts, both for acquiring water, importing water from the north, say, but also for building facilities, engaging in conservation activities, groundwater conjunctive use activities, a whole water marketing activities. If this proposal can be tweaked to provide further encouragement for local water agencies to come together and maybe apply this caps, not at the utility scale, but at a regional scale. Certainly the local utilities within that region that are doing very well might not want to easily sell that privilege, but there might be cases where other agencies can contribute a water recycling project or something else, or there might be room for regional advertising for conservation programs or economies of scale at the regional scale for conservation activities that apply to many agencies. This seems like it might be a good opportunity to sort of encourage that kind of behavior.
Thank you.
All right. Next, I think I'm actually going to propose we skip this one, since we've heard a lot already about actions people have taken to achieve what they have achieved and the kinds of things they may ramp up. So let's move to question 4. What additional resources or support may be needed to comply with the proposed regulation and avoid unintended consequences?
And James, what's the 5th question?
The 5th question is there anything else you'd like to say?
Yeah, let's, we can combine those a bit and just to help kind of move folks along. Thank you.
All right. So in terms of additional, is this the one we're doing, or did we skip this one?
Well, it's a little, yeah, there you are. Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Yeah. sorry, I didn't number them here. 3, sorry. Okay, so I think one thing that could be very helpful, and I think we've heard about data and landscape measurements, would be for the state to be able to provide updated landscape area measurements, maybe recommending that every 5 years. The data we're working with now is already 5 years old. And that would be really helpful because over time, hopefully we can start to true up our data and really better assess where we are. I think significant funding is going to be required. Aggressively implementing and ramping up programs for suppliers could result in significant rate hikes and affordability issues. And those tend to fall disproportionately on certain customers, whether or not you are a DAC. So we're not, but we have estimates that in our service area, 22% of our customers are at 200% of the federal poverty level. And so they're the ones that struggle to pay the bills. The same customers are the ones that struggle to participate in rebate programs. They probably couldn't afford to do some of the landscape retrofits we saw earlier today and pay those maintenance costs. And our wealthy customers can. And so disproportionately, our lower income customers are going to bear the burden of the rate increase that we have to spread across per 218 to everybody, right? So it's going to be a challenge. And I think what we really need to think about how we can structure this and look at affordability so that those customers are not negatively impacted, because we want to continue to do the water efficiency, but we need to think about that. I think technical support to design and implement and track and report on programs and the requirements. Some of us can do that pretty well. Some agencies are going to need a lot of help and support because they don't have those resources. Similarly, GIS resources, that landscape area measurement data, some of us are able to readily verify it, and some agencies don't even have a GIS person. So, some technical support to help that. Funding for even potential modifications to billing systems to help us do this and track this and see what we're doing. And funding for outreach. So we're going to have to transform thinking, right? And transform norms. We're not just trying to transform landscapes, but to get that done, you have to transform mindsets. And that is a little bit more of a challenge. We've kind of got, some of us have targeted the customers, the low-hanging fruit that are already interested in this, right? I'm sure you all have water efficient landscapes. And I do too. But, we have our customers that they've still got this vision of the lawn and all stuff. And then, they want to go to artificial turf because they've still got that vision. And that requires a lot of resource and time and investment and pacing. And so we're going to have to think as a state, how do we transform the mindset to motivate people that that's what they want? So we're going to need to think about that and provide the time for that and a pathway that really considers good faith efforts before moving to enforcement. And I'm going to go into my last question. I think today we've heard a lot of really good examples of water efficiency, right? And most of us in the room, and I consider Heather and Tracy, who I've worked with, since I was in my 20s, for a long time. So we've worked together, right? But most of us who are conservation staff that you're hearing from, we do this because we are passionate about what we do. We're passionate about the environment and making a difference. And for a lot of years, a lot of us were the stepchildren at our agencies. What do you mean we have less revenue because of your programs? We've had to overcome that and deal with that, right? So we're not the engineers and the planners who, are the popular people at the agency. We're in this because we care. And our efforts, they can see, but you can see that our efforts and what we are doing, you can see it in the numbers that's being presented by staff and other agencies. Look at the trajectory of water use in California. So we are your partners in this. And a big part of what we can bring to the table in this is that real boots on the ground, that real world implementation experience. We are technical and we look at data and studies just like you do, and those are very informative. But at the end of the day, we have to go out and design and implement the programs. We have to work with the customers, convince them that this is a really good idea, plan all the outreach and make adjustments and pilot all the new technologies and get all this stuff done, and then advocate for the budget and the resources to do them. So it's what we do and it's what we know. And we would very much appreciate the opportunity to sit down with your staff and other stakeholders like Tracy, like Heather. I know you did SB. We're all in 2020, and I know you're hating me already that I'm saying this, but I think if we sit down together, we can really hash through some of the concerns and the issues and come up with approaches that are going to be workable, right? We did that really successfully in the wetlands policy. And ultimately, we can get to that shared goal of the long-term water efficiency and resiliency. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate what your acknowledgement here is really the human element around so much of this work. This does touch households. It touches the way we think about the daily ritual of bathing, which is, something that we can easily take for granted given how many we know don't have access amongst us. So I agree with you that, this work is different. It isn't just the numbers. It isn't just our valued engineers that as well are important parts of the water family here. So just thank you for that acknowledgement and that leadership amongst that. And here, what I want to acknowledge is the amount of conversations that have contributed to this moment, that we don't just find ourselves in a moment where we have a regulation that was not benefiting from a lot of collaborative work. And so I continue to commit to that, especially as we move on in this process and we continue to hear voices here, how best we bring everyone along, because to your point, there's a lot to be proud of here, a lot of passion, and it's actually made huge differences, not just in our ability to weather drought, but to transform our landscapes to not look like Scotland, but to look like California, and to embrace what it means to live in this place, as opposed to notions of, luxury elsewhere.
Right.
So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
On our question though, so but I had to just acknowledge, thank you, Ms. Sanchez, because it was a heartfelt, and I appreciate all the points you made.
Yeah, so I was just continuing on that theme of looking at opportunities with the regulations. I think that one of the key things I see is it's going to take even beyond the water community and working with NGOs, working in academia. I think that we're going to see technology and remote sensing, all of these things are going to change so much in the next 20 years. And there's just a lot of opportunity to keep assessing and working through all of that. I think outreach from the state, funding, we've seen so much, heard from so many successful NGOs in building a lot of really cool projects. We're going to need to see, I think, a lot more of that as we move forward. And I see that as we look statewide, and there's a heterogeneity of agencies and areas that need more or less help, it would be helpful to lean on some of the successful existing organizations to help with that. I mean, some sitting at this table, but then also like California Water Efficiency Partnership, in terms of they help scale programs. The Data Collaborative has helped a lot with some of the data analytics and agencies and understanding what this means. I still think there's still some information gaps to some of the smaller systems throughout the state. And I think the more that the state agencies can partner with some of the local NGOs and the water community to help with both expansion of programs, expansion of information, and on some of the existing successful outreach, because all of that's going to need to increase substantially. I know there's a lot mentioning the existing programs, but I think all of it's going to need to increase to make this successful. So just wanted to highlight all of that. Thanks.
Thank you. And agree and would touch back again to Ms. Sanchez's point as well across the data needs. And if we can get here, my hope would be a statewide snapshot that is paid for at the state level and just provided for free to the water agencies would be pretty powerful to keep having something that's more on the regular. But thank you.
I want to come back to this human element. There's something like 30 million water users, 40 million water users of urban water in California. And this proposal is going to bring some fairly big changes to them. People don't like change. It might be a worthy thing to do, but people don't like change. And there's some loss of trust that can occur if this is not handled very well. Coming back to the need for a very extensive and improved outreach and communications, really the very broadest levels, which has implications for a lot of things. The local water utilities require that trust to do their business. They need people to pay their bills. They need people to agree to rate increases. Although I'm sure they'll agree to decreases, but they need to agree to increases as well. To respond to droughts, respond to spills, outages, to really have trust in their utility. And so I think in implementing this, that's really important for the effectiveness of local water utilities, as well as the effectiveness of local governments, because most people don't really know the difference between the local special district and their local county and state agencies either. It's just the government. So I think that's probably the most important single thing for the implementation of this that I would highlight. The other thing I would highlight is the value of going along with this kind of a proposal, an explicit process for updating and recalibrating the various technical elements of the regulations over time. Because as it's being implemented across really thousands of different water agencies, all of which are going to have different experiences.
There's only about 400.
400?
It's
Okay,
applying
400.
to urban water agencies. Sorry.
That's still enough. That's still
We want to
enough.
be exact. It's a workshop.
Yeah. We'll learn a lot from that. And having an explicit feedback in rather than lots of special pleadings might be helpful.
Completely agree, and thank you for the notes on trust, because it isn't just about this issue. That's the common thread I feel when we talk about administration of water rights, when it comes to tribes, when it comes to communities that have been left out sometimes in this space. So your points on trust are incredibly well taken, and on affordability. I know just yesterday this board approved a $600 million water debt program that is with many of these water agencies in the room. And I think that's a sign of the trust that I think we can continue to make sure we build off of. So I really appreciate that, Mr. Lent. Ms. Cooley.
Great. Well, it's great to have. I think there's some alignment that you'll hear. I think on this point of additional resources. I think first and foremost, periodic assessment of progress to understand, to identify who's struggling and why, and who's having success and why, and that can then inform the resources and the support and the tools that might be needed. Targeted funding and technical support for those that need to make the greatest savings, and especially for those that are under-resourced, that will need those resources. There's talk of another water bond. And if you look historically at bonds, most of the money has gone to new supply development, which is far more expensive. There's been a lot less to efficiency. We need to flip that on its head. We need more of the money going to conservation and efficiency. And I think a coalition of NGOs and suppliers could be very powerful in making that case. I also think, as we know, saving water saves energy and reduces greenhouse gas emissions. And some of the work that we have done at the Pacific Institute has demonstrated how water efficiency is going to be key to achieving our energy and our climate goals. And so I think there is a role and an opportunity for the state to compel the energy IOUs to be partnering with the water utilities in achieving some of these savings. I know utilities have had lots of challenges, and so I think there's support that's needed there. Another, and this was mentioned in one of the presentations earlier, a state or an NGO run program really focused in on some of the gaps in terms of providing rebates and incentives, direct install type of programs to those communities that aren't currently able to either operate and run those systems or just not covered. I think that's going to be key. And I think better and more timely data. And Fiona mentioned this as well. The landscape area measurement, the irrigated area, I think that's going to get at addressing some of the concerns and really eliminates the need for additional irrigable, non-irrigated going forward. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I support my fellow panelists' call for state and even federal investments in water efficiency. Making California more efficient benefits much of the Western United States. So it only makes sense for there to be federal investments and investments from other states around the Colorado River, like we're seeing at the Metropolitan Water District with partnerships with Arizona and Nevada. Partnerships are going to be key to the success of this particular regulation. There are tons of community-based organizations and NGOs and companies that are working to advance water efficiency and looking to partner with water agencies. I held a series of webinars down for groups working in Los Angeles. Dozens and dozens of people showed up saying that they're on the ground, they're doing this work, they're excited to see this rulemaking. Hopefully, we'll hear from some of them in the public comment. But excited to work with water suppliers and help them to meet these goals. And they see the opportunity for job creation, for wealth creation in the landscape transformation sector. Next, I think we need more innovation in how we're thinking about funding this type of work. Debt financing for efficiency programs can be a more equitable way of going about, just like we do capital funding for traditional infrastructure and for new supply, we could do the same for efficiency programs and distributed infrastructure. It's more equitable. It allows water suppliers to target low-income customers that can't always access traditional rebate programs where customers need to pay up front. I think, like others have said, a statewide program to help get best practices out to all water agencies. Some of the things that come to mind that the statewide program could do is, like Heather said, help water suppliers partner with energy utilities to do water energy retrofits at the same time, help water agencies figure out how to work with their cities or counties to advocate for retrofit on resale ordinances. We've seen that be successful throughout the state. Advocate for water efficient standards for new buildings and new appliances. For outdoor water use, again, you could partner with CBOs to develop and implement multi-benefit landscape transformation programs, work with, again, cities and counties that are required to comply with MS4 permits to pool resources to fund landscape transformations that are going to help them be more water efficient, but also capture pollutants that are causing them to exceed their TMDLs. Partner with local and state agencies addressing extreme heat to fund rebates for landscape transformations. We've at Metropolitan Water District, in addition to leading Hilda Bay, I also sit on the board of the Metropolitan Water District. I'm not here representing them, but they've done a lot of really exciting things. I think one of the things Mr. Lund spoke to, which was having a regional program and being able to help the entirety of Southern California and have rebate programs that are consistent for 19 million people is really helpful. Having something for the rest of the state would be great, or having the state help with Met's program would be incredible. I think that many of the other things I have here have been identified by others. I think, just lastly, when we looked at some of the previous presentations about the agencies, they're going to maybe have a tough time meeting this, the smaller agencies, those in the Central Valley. I think there could be state help in helping them to identify the data issues that may be leading to some of those larger targets that they're seeing. When I look at them, I see that a lot of them have a lot of turf, helping them, programs to help them move away from turf, pooling resources from water agencies. People who live in a service area of a small water agency shouldn't bear the burden of a lack of investment or a lack of resources. So I think we can work together to lift them up. There's a lot of great resources that the more sophisticated water suppliers like Molten Miguel and Irvine Ranch and others who have spoken today have. On the car ride over here, I shared an Uber with a representative from a water supplier who shared a great educational ad that they had created Not every water agency can create educational materials like that. Having a statewide program where things can be uploaded and a water agency could simply download the resource they need could be incredibly powerful. So I think that there's a lot we can do, and a statewide program would be incredibly helpful.
Thank you incredibly for that, and for the panel for a lot of good feedback here on, again, not an uncomplicated regulation, but that's the way the statute sets it, and importantly, provides a lot of this flexibility and discussion. Before I release you, though, I do want to look to see if my fellow colleagues, Vice Chair, has any questions for folks.
I was trying to stay quiet until we were all finished because it's important to get people, get the commenters going. But there's just a lot of really good thinkers here on this panel. And so I do want to just share something that I have been really troubled with. And Ms. Quinn, you ended on that very issue, and that is the communities that have been left behind. Many, I think, that we're going to hear from today. And so looking at standards. So we're a regulatory body. We've been working really well with our sister agency, with the Department of Water Resources, with Save Our Water, but there's only so much funding. And in the meantime, these standards will translate into an objective. And we know that, a lot of it's outdoor use. And so even though it's not for an individual lot, aggregated, it's going to have impacts on the communities I'm most concerned about. I think we all are, and that is the disadvantaged communities, and sort of the racial impacts there as well, unintended consequences as a result of this regulation. And seeing the map that Dr. Ruggiero pulled up earlier, those dots are in the Central Valley, Inland Empire, Coachella Valley. They're elsewhere, but that's kind of where they're concentrated. And so, I've been spending my time here today also reading through the statute, and I discovered something that made me concerned. As Cooley, you had mentioned, maybe a check-in at some point to see how we're progressing. And I discovered something that I wasn't aware of until today. Talked with Mr. Rose about it, and that is that this statute provides us with a one-time only authority to set these standards. So, maybe we have some flexibility on, variances and that sort of thing. I think we're going to need to noodle on this. But if this is the time, if this is our only opportunity, it makes me even that much more concerned that if there are standards that will result in significant unintended consequences for those communities, that great ideas that are out there, but they've got one guy wearing multiple hats. They're struggling with making ends meet for their community, police, fire, basic services. And so, just want to take this opportunity to hear from you about your thoughts. I know we already talked about flexibility, and there's pros and cons of, another flexible alternative path. And then we did have, Cal Water talking about cost benefit. And I'm very much intrigued by that because as we play with these numbers, whether it's 0.63, 0.55, or whatever it is, I'm looking at, I guess I'm just razor focused on these communities, and that can have an impact on the rest of the state where, maybe there is some room for additional improvement. So I was intrigued by the comment about, cost benefit analysis, looking at specifically for these communities that are challenged with, looks like, maybe not in terms of actual population numbers, but the communities that seem to bear the brunt of this on those higher numbers.
If it's okay, I'll address your questions. First, it does appear that it would require legislation to make changes. And I would note, I think included in the legislation is the requirement that the board report to the legislature annually on the progress of the rulemaking or on the regulation and our water supplier's ability to comply. So I think there will be a check-in which can allow for, if there does need further legislation to adjust for that to happen, there's going to be that oversight from the legislature. For the communities that you spoke of we both spoke of that are going to be challenged, or that the initial numbers look like they have quite a bit of a ways to go. I will note initially, first of all, that those don't include the variances. So there may be many of those communities where variances are going to allow them to have a much less distance to go to meet their objectives. But more importantly, these communities are also the ones that are already most impacted by climate change. They're the ones that need these transformations the most. Those folks in the Central Valley, you know far better than I, that that the cuts that are going to have to come from SGMA are going to come from those communities, that the water availability in those places is going to be significantly less. And so for them to be on track to be using water more efficiently is going to benefit them. Landscapes that are transformed from thirsty turf to things that are more resilient to drought are going to mean that we're not going to see brown lawns when we have to cut back, when we have hotter, drier periods. We're going to have resilient landscapes that are going to be able to persist. It'll help to address some of the concerns around, this barren landscape future that this rulemaking might lead to. I think that, this rulemaking is a really important part of helping these communities adapt to climate change and make sure that, they're less likely to face the impacts of extreme heat, of flooding, of drought. And this can also, obviously help with pollution if it's done right as well. And so I think it's essential that we bring them along and that we make those investments. And I think that we do have water suppliers that have tremendous resources, and that if we provide a platform, it's not going to be tremendous expense from the state. You're not going to have to develop the programs. We have the programs, right? We have the best practices. We just need a platform to distribute them and make it as easy as possible to help those communities adapt to our changing climate.
Can I add one item on this? First, I just want to thank, there was, I guess about a couple of weeks ago, the release of the data that showed who was going to be impacted and by how much. I want to thank you all for releasing that. I think, again, that enables us to move away from sort of hypothetical, theoretical discussions and, okay, who's really impacted and why. And I very much appreciated the analysis that was discussed today, which indicated that geography was a bigger driver than race or income in terms of who was going to have to make the greatest reductions. I also think as a follow-on to that, it would be helpful to also look at those agencies. And again, I agree with Tracy that variances are going to be important. Understand who variances might help. And we heard some of that today. How many of those are reliant on a single source of water? How many of those are reliant on groundwater or on groundwater from overdrafted basins that are going to have to meet SGMA? Who's dependent on Colorado River water, which we know is at risk of cutback? I think those are the types of things that'll help us understand who's going to be impacted, and then to think about what are the resources we make available to those communities, and talk to those communities. What do they need? I think that's going to be critical for the success, and I think we'll leave those communities and all of our communities in a better place to deal with the hotter, drier future and the more severe and intense droughts.
Oh, maybe just one last point too I wanted to note is just that, this is an example that I think is brought up a lot in our sort of echo chamber of the water world, of our conversations around efficiency. But the city of Los Angeles obviously has implemented water efficiency for a very long time. And they did and I think the Alliance for Water Efficiency did a study that showed that the water efficiency programs implemented at the city of Los Angeles saved customers $11 billion and reduced customer water bills by nearly 27%. And so I think it really goes to show that investments in water efficiency can really help to affordability, which I think is another concern in some of these smaller agencies, smaller communities. So thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from the panel, from the vice chair's questions? And looking to the dais to see if there's any other board members would like to contribute. Thank you. I appreciate this panel again, and all the panelists. It's been really important to be able to have some structured discussion here. I'm looking forward to what I know a lot of commenters here, and let's get into it. And first, we'll begin with our elected officials. I will take our in-person elected officials first. I know we have some folks on the Zoom platform as well. So I will buck you out. And if I believe we have all the names of our electeds. If you are an elected, and I'm getting toward the end here and I haven't called you, please do let us know. And I think our first commenter here to kick us off will be Mayor Bruce Hausfeld. The microphone will be cold, so if you don't mind turning it on, there's a button at the top. Appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you.
I have an IT department that does that. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. You usually see me here in my capacity as the Director of Water Quality for Northern California Water Association. Vice Chair Diadamo, perfect question. I know in my work going up the valley, whether it's Grimes or Gerber or Williams or Calusa, right? The smaller the ratepayer base, the more challenging and more impacted any regulation is. I happen to work for Northern California Water Association. I happen to work for an organization that values input and value service in the community. And so before I became mayor for the city of Roseville, more than a decade ago, I was on our Public Utilities Commission and then was on our Planning Commission. So we are, as you probably are aware, one of the fastest growing cities in the region. #1 in U-Haul trips in, probably dead last in U-Haul trips out, but we are growing. We're 153,000 residents and growing, and probably 154 by now. And we're also home to a thriving economy, which includes the recent investment by the German company Bosch in our community. We have Penumbra, which moved its operations from the Bay Area up to, didn't move, it's expanded its operations to Roseville recently. Roseville's a full service city, water, wastewater, electric, recycled water, stormwater, solid waste, and electric services. And that model allows us to efficiently and effectively manage our utility and the rate impacts on our residents. Roseville's mandate is to meet the basic service needs of our customers at an affordable rate. Efficiency, and I'm going to stress this, efficiency is an element that's incorporated as we balance costs. We are intentional and deliberative in that. We have an inspiration garden where students come and, you can see water efficient landscape. We have our own, and have had for more than a decade, a water efficient landscape ordinance. Roseville's committed to water efficiency, and I can tell you how committed they are, because we received a postcard at our house about 10 days ago. It said, water's running at your house. We just went to advanced metering and remote sensing. So my wife ran over, got and said, that toilet's been running. I bet you that's what it is. So we're doing outreach and education. That's really important. Roseville supported AB 1668 and SB 606 after securing amendments to recognize in the statute the longstanding role of local government in managing the efficient use of local water resources. As amended and adopted, the new laws struck the right balance and flexibility in protecting our investments in water and wastewater management, our natural and developed parklands and urban tree health, while also protecting our ratepayers. That longstanding commitment clearly was recognized. Commitment to wise and efficient water resources was clearly recognized in the online tool, which set our targets at 0% in 2025, 9% in 2030, and 13% in 2025. We appreciate the work of your staff, and as you've heard today, the complexity of our state, whether you're going from Del Norte County to the Inland Empire. It's a really diverse landscape. We appreciate and we have concerns, but we have concerns with the regulation as currently proposed, and you'll hear from our staff later. Essentially, local flexibility is accessed through variance mechanisms that are labor intensive, thus expensive to ratepayers, and the variances are temporary. The proposed regulation does not adequately account for extensive long-term infrastructure investments. Recycling, we just were awarded $8 million from Natural Resources and DWR for aquifer storage and recovery. Recycling parks, natural lands, and urban tree health without having to conduct extensive studies. So, studies are important if they are a distinction, but sometimes doing studies repeatedly yield the same result. One example, Roseville will need to know if a special landscape area being watered by recycled water is irrigated by a sprinkler or drip, and we'll need to know every plant used in that special landscape area and what percentage of each plant makes up the total landscape area for every site. To apply the recycled water special landscape variance, it'll cost us, let's $490. By the time it's $500,000, which might not sound like a lot, but it's a compilation of other regulations. This is just one variance, and this regulation places a hardship on our ratepayers. So Roseville will be submitting comments along with Regional Water Authority, Association of California Water Agencies, California Municipal Utilities Association, CASA, Water Reuse, and many other water and wastewater recycled providers. We'll continue to work with your staff, and I appreciate the opportunity before you today in a different role. And we'll see you next week, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will go ahead and be setting the clock here just to help people keep track. There's also the timer up here. I'll try to make sure they're consistent. This one will force beep. I'll try to make it not be annoyingly force beep, folks, but it may be going off. So good to see you. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Randall Reed, and I'm the board president of the Cucamonga Valley Water District. Cucamonga Valley Water District provides retail water services to approximately 200,000 residents located in the Inland Empire of Southern California. Together, our customers, CVWD has invested in developing a diverse drought-resilient water supply portfolio, including groundwater storage, recycled water, local surface water, and conservation. The conservation component of our supply is robust and includes educational events, community workshops, landscape contests and tours, conservation rebates, leak detection, and most recently, we've added water monitoring app that the consumer can set usage limits and alert for leaks. As a result of these efforts, we've exceeded the state's 20% by 2020 conservation objective and have reduced overall consumption by 35% over the last 20 years. Even after all these years of investment in education, we are in a position to be out of compliance with the annual water usage objective as proposed. We estimate that we will have to reduce the demand by another 31% by 2035, equating to 13,000 acre feet of water per year. In order to achieve the proposed objective, we estimate that it will cost $1.4 billion over 10 years, either directly to our customers or to our agency through enhanced rebate programs. That's assuming customers will participate. I'd like to add that it's essential that a draft regulation acknowledges water suppliers' limitation in requiring and enforcing customers to participate in performance measures. We are concerned that the proposed regulatory framework requires significant customer investment and behavior changes that the water suppliers cannot control. We have concerns that the recommended outdoor water standards have deviated significantly from the legislative intent of the framework and would fail to support existing landscape, leading to blight in our communities and loss of investment into existing landscape. We request that if water suppliers have a robust outdoor water use efficiency program and is still not meeting its objective, the state water board should recognize the good faith effort and partner with the water suppliers to develop a reasonable standard and provide technical assistance prior to enforcing any action. We request that the state water board ensure that water suppliers' limited resources are not being shifted to comply with burdensome reporting requirements, resulting in little to no water savings, rather than giving water suppliers the flexibility to target customers to maximize water savings per dollar spent. The State Water Board should consider the goals of AB 1755, the Open and Transparent Water Data Act, and AB 1668 requirement that directs the state to identify opportunities for streamlining reporting, eliminate redundant data submissions, and the overall usefulness of data requests. The state regulation gave some consideration to the resilient water supply investments like recycled water, but they do not recognize them enough. The collective of water agencies in the Inland Empire have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in a robust recycled water program, including both direct use for irrigation and indirect use with groundwater recharge and we still have room to do more. For example, the California Water Commission has conditionally awarded a large grant to further expand recycled water through advanced treatment and groundwater storage to further develop local, sustainable water supplies and make our region climate change resilient. We ask that you consider increasing the bonus incentive cap for indirect portable use projects to recognize and incentivize investments in recycled water and other sustainable water supplies. In closing, we appreciate the opportunity to provide comment to the State Water Board and staff's engagement with the water community. We look forward to the opportunity to work with the State Water Board this year to advance the state's goal of making water conservation in California a way of life in a manner that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I really appreciate you traveling up here and providing your input, engaging in this discussion, and look forward to what I know will be further discussion around this. Thank you. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Edward Jackson.
Good afternoon. I'm Ed Jackson. I'm the president of Liberty Utilities, and I'm the elected president of the California Water Association, representing over 90 water companies regulated by the California Public Utilities Commission, CPUC. CWA utilities provide drinking water to over 6 million customers statewide. My comments are on behalf of CWA's entire membership. CWA endorses the other comments made today by the broad coalition of other water associations and water suppliers of which we are a part. I want to focus on concerns that the proposed regulation will negatively affect water rates and affordability and result in adverse impacts on low-income communities and people of color. There is no question that Californians need to continue to use water more efficiently as climate change stresses our water supplies. And on that point, it is encouraging that the per capita water use trend continues to be downward. However, CWA is concerned that the proposed regulation incorporates water use standards that are not reasonable for some water suppliers and will require extensive and costly new administrative requirements for which there is no evidence that they will lead to any further reduction to water use by customers. Increases to ongoing costs of the regulation will have to be passed on to customers in the form of higher water rates, and that will disproportionately impact disadvantaged communities, especially those served by smaller water suppliers. Small water suppliers lack the capacity to rapidly scale up their water conservation programs and staff, which will be required to comply with the proposed regulations. There will need to be a significant increase in program expenditures by all water suppliers in the next few years. However, our rate making and regulatory process at the CPUC is not aligned with the proposed regulations with respect to its timing and cost impacts. The CPUC Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan already acknowledges that increasing utility rates place a significant burden on ESG communities that pay into rebate programs but do not receive the breaks on their bills. These challenges cannot be mitigated by extending the period to comply. So the proposed regulations, in our view, need to be revised to streamline the implementation costs. CWA recommends 3 changes. First, duplicative and non-substantive reporting requirements should be minimized or eliminated. Second, new grant programs should be implemented to support the ability of small water suppliers and all size water suppliers serving disadvantaged communities to make these regulations workable and effective. And third, the board should coordinate with the CPUC to integrate this program with the rate-making process to ensure adequate and equitable revenues are collected to properly fund the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Appreciate those comments and traveling here and participating in the discussion today. I know it's been a long day, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sandra Rose.
That would be me. I'm really glad to finally get up here after all day. So thank you so much. Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning, but now I'm saying good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandra Rose, and I'm president of the Monte Vista Water District Board. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm not a water engineer. I'm definitely not a consultant, but I am a person who was elected with the goal to serve the public. This whole setup can be a little intimidating for us lay people, but I'm here today to speak up for all the constituents of retail water agencies in California. Specifically, I represent Monte Vista Water District, which is in western San Bernardino County. We're a retail water provider to approximately 56,000 people with a median household income of $67,853, which is 19% below the statewide median income. Every day, our staff makes sure people have clean and affordable water, 24/7 and 365 days a year. Our staff is dedicated to promoting conservation. In fact, Monte Vista Water District's customers are the most efficient users in our area. We do support additional conservation efforts, but regulations must be reasonable. One grave concern with these regulation requirements is the amount of reporting needed to support it. More required reporting does nothing to benefit our rate-paying constituents. In fact, it adds to our administrative expenses that are paid for by the public. Our concern is keeping water affordable for all. Perhaps if funds were made available for this reporting, we would be able to hire more staff to provide this information. Thus, we would not be putting more of an unnecessary financial burden on the public we serve. State Water Board staff will also be burdened with reviewing, responding to, and filing these reports. Can the state's budget support these costs, or will that cost be passed on to others? Conservation outcomes are one thing, but the reporting requirements of these regulations are ridiculous. As elected officials, we're the voice of our constituents and our agencies. We must make our decisions with integrity and stewardship in mind while recognizing the impacts on others. The Monte Vista Board respects the credibility, professionalism, and expertise of the staff that serve our customers. I ask the state board seriously consider the comments presented by those experts who have the best pulse on what is needed to achieve greater conservation results. They're not speaking up because they dislike the regulations. Rather, they're sharing concerns on behalf of our customers who will ultimately pay for the high cost of the strict components of this regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Really appreciate your comments. Well worth the wait. And would like now to call up Raymond Beal.
The best walk I've had all day. Feel free to stand up if you need to. I don't know how you can sit for 2.5, 3 hours. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Ray Reilly. I'm board president for the Citrus Heights Water District. One size fits all statewide regulations do not take the best interest of our communities and our constituents in mind. Water efficiency is important. Local control also allows elected officials who live within our constituents' communities to make decisions based on our unique circumstance. We understand our district's needs and know our water supply better than anyone else. We should have the flexibility to address our needs in the most effective way possible. The Water Conservation Act of 2009 set reduction standards for the state. Our customers have already reduced consumption by nearly 30% from the 2013 levels. Further reductions will impact our ability to meet the minimum health and safety standards and keep our trees and green spaces healthy. These regulations are unfunded mandates that will force water providers like ours to raise the fixed portion of our rates for our customers. These increased costs will disproportionately impact those who can least afford it. Our service area has 2 large areas that are considered disadvantaged as defined by the federal government's climate and economic justice screening tool. One of the most labor-intensive and costly requirements is identifying more than 500 commercial, industrial, and institutional properties within our district and installing dedicated irrigation meters. The requirement to annually classify such properties is another example of how irrelevant to the intended purpose of the requirements. From October 1st, 2022 through May of 2023, nearly 89% of the inflow to the Delta flowed to the ocean. About 23.2 million acre feet of water went straight to the sea. That is millions of acre feet more than was needed for environmental and other public trust uses. In the Sacramento region, we don't have sufficient water storage, and we lack options that allow us to use and manage the abundance of water that we have. Our Constitution allows Californians to make policies that consider local values. Article 10, Section 2 of the state constitution says, the general welfare requires that the water resources of the state be put to beneficial use to the fullest extent of which they are capable. We don't oppose using water wisely. We support that. We oppose regulations that impose excessive costs on our community and strip away our ability to make local decisions. These regulations must be overhauled to account for local water supply. One-size-fits-all statewide regulations do not take the best interests of our communities into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well. And just want to acknowledge that the process was meant to not have a one-size-fits-all. And but I know there's still obvious concern around that. So I really appreciate it.
It feels like it's one-size-fits-all from our perspective.
That's fair. I appreciate that. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up, I believe it's Robert Griffith and then Pam Tobin. Sorry, Pam. At least that's what I had on my list here. Apologies, the scroll, if it unsynced on me.
Okay, I think we're out of order, but okay. Good afternoon to Chairman Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Robert Griffith, and I am a board member at Mission Springs Water District. I'd like to thank you for allowing us to speak to you today. MSWD is a retail water and wastewater service provider located in the Coachella Valley. We serve approximately 36,000 residents in Desert Hot Springs and the surrounding unincorporated area of Riverside County. Most people equate the Coachella Valley with Palm Springs, golf courses, and music festivals. Our service area, however, is not prominent on Instagram. Our customers work in the hotels, restaurants, and golf courses of other valley cities. By state standards, they are considered severely disadvantaged. The median income of our service area is just above $33,000 a year. So think about that. More than a third of our residents live at or below the poverty line, and most pay more than 50% in rent or mortgage. Most homes in our service area already feature natural landscaping, or in many cases, no landscaping at all. Pools are a rare sight. State grant funding for turf replacement and efficient toilets has been offered to our customers, but many cannot afford the labor costs for installation. When looking at the standards set for MSWD, I believe we're being lumped into similar standards of our neighboring agencies to the south and its more affluent customers. We're being asked to cut 19% by 2025, 40% by 2030, and 42% by 2035. The proposed cuts disproportionately impact those on the lower end of the economic scale, especially renters, seniors, and customers on fixed incomes, many with older homes who cannot afford to replace appliances or plumbing fixtures. Disadvantaged communities such as Desert Hot Springs will suffer drastically. I don't believe that is the intent of the legislation that brings us here today. While MSWD supports the state's water efficiency efforts, we do not believe the targets are reasonable or even feasible for our customers. With recent inflation factors and looming Chrome 6 standards, our customers who struggle to pay their bills now are facing more pain in the future. If these standards are adopted in 2024, we will only have months to comply with the regulations or face stiff penalties. To meet these drastic cuts will require more time and financial and technical assistance in order to comply. We're a small district with an operating budget of approximately $22 million. A 19% reduction in water consumption will result in a loss of $2.5 million in revenue. This will require the district to immediately reduce or cancel other programs, including those intended to maintain and improve groundwater quality. The need for more conservation is both necessary and urgent. However, a 19 to 42% water use reduction is neither reasonable nor feasible for my constituents. We asked the state board to provide an alternative compliance pathway, including technical and financial assistance to address feasibility concerns. At the very minimum, we respectfully ask for an adjustment to the compliance period to prepare, budget, and implement a long-term sustainable program that will allow our customers to both conserve and survive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Griffith. I really appreciate your comments and points here. I'd acknowledge I had an uncle that worked for Mission Springs for a long while and am from the Coachella Valley, so I know the struggles that you have. I did want to clarify that the enforcement action for the board doesn't trigger until, enforcement ability for the board on any of this wouldn't be until 2027. So, there is here a timeline. Yeah. Well, and again, when we talked about outliers and those that would have to do a tremendous amount, you are there and we're here to work with you. So thank you. Board Member Firestone, please.
Thanks. Yeah, and I just wanted to follow up. Maybe this is more of a request. I want to make sure I don't want to spend a lot of time because there's a lot of people I know we want to hear from, but just as follow up for Mission Springs and some of the other areas that I know Cal Water service areas that were presented and others that have these really high estimated values, I would ask if possible for you to work with our staff and if our staff can work with you and dig into really understanding what's driving that, because it's hard. I think what we're trying to do is craft something that acknowledges that, it's not feasible for you to do that, for this community to do that in a short amount of time. And we want to make sure that we're not going in hypotheticals or bad data, but we're really understanding what's driving the issue. And if it's a data or if it's a, outdoor water use or if it's something else issue. It's just, I think, maybe this is a request for everyone that if you have really high if you're looking at the calculator and you have really high one, if you can reach out, if you haven't already, to our staff and really try to help us dig through and understand what that is, that would be really helpful.
Thank you again, Mr. Griffith, and thank you, board member. Yeah, I think what's front of mind here is the implementability of this, and just really appreciate that. Ms. Tobin, apologies for that.
That's okay. It gave me a chance to stand. And when I sit too long, I get a little bit too stiff. So anyway, thank you and good afternoon. I want to acknowledge and appreciate the chair's time and the other members of the State Water Board for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Pam Tobin, and today I'm providing comments as the president of the Association of California Water Agency. ACWA, which represents over 470 water agencies throughout California, deliver about 90% of the water supplies for municipal, industrial, and agricultural purposes. I'm also providing comments as a board of director for the San Juan Water District, which provides water services to retail customers and wholesale customers in the Northeast, Sacramento, and Southeast Placer County service area. Over the past several years, ACWA has been convening through leaders of its diverse membership agencies who have pioneered local and regional programs and dedicated their careers to advancing water efficiency, to provide input to both the Department of Water Resources and the State Water Board. These members are very passionate, and you will hear some of that. So if you hear the frustration, and it probably is, just understand that it's not defiant. With the State Water Board's release of the draft regulation text, ACWA has been convening technical working groups on a daily basis, including outdoor efficiency, performance measures, water loss, data collection, and methodology working groups. On October 17th, ACWA will be submitting red lines as part of the written comments. The red lines are intended to be constructive and support meaningful water savings while recognizing water supply constraints and real-world implementation of water use efficiency programs. We want to partner with the state and have a seat at the table so that we can partner together in this long-term goal. Urban retail water suppliers are the only entities that will ultimately be responsible for compliance with these regulations. The regulation will solely impose obligations on the urban retail water suppliers. Water suppliers will incur the significant cost burden of these regulations and no indication of the state's financial or technical support. Public water agencies recognize water use efficiency as an important tool in our toolkit to ensuring a climate resilient water supply. Public water agency track records demonstrate our commitment to improving drought planning and response and water use efficiency. Suppliers met the goal of the SB X7-7 and the governor's call to voluntarily conserve water during the drought emergency. However, we have significant concerns that the proposed draft regulations shift the communities away from an efficient use of water to as low as possible approach. The approach limits water suppliers' flexibility to pursue cost-effective savings, which is the intent of the legislation. Additionally, the regulation disappropriately impacts certain areas of the state and fails to provide reasonable pathways to success of compliance. Pushing beyond a reasonable, attainable level of efficiency presents significant trade-offs on water affordability and other areas of climate resiliency. Additionally, we have significant concerns that the compressed timeline of the draft regulations are not reasonable for sustainability, advancing long-term water use efficiency. To design cost-effective multi-benefit programs, suppliers need to budget, hire staff, and design and implement cost-effective programs. Some suppliers are looking at significant reduction to requirements as early as 2025, 3 months when the regulation will go into effect. Additionally, reductions in water use hinges on California's voluntary making significant behavior changes. The success of this approach lies upon the customer's compliance, educating Californians not only on the value of making these changes, but also on the best cost-effective manner to make these changes while also supporting and expanding environmental benefits required time. As California establishes itself as a national leader in water use efficiency, it also has the opportunity to establish itself as a model for partnership between the state and the water suppliers that are responsible for the regulation's success. We have a lot of smart, passionate people engaged on this. We will accomplish more if we do it together and acknowledge there are some serious challenges with current proposed draft regulations. Our ask from the State Water Board members and staff engage and partner with Aqua to meaningfully revise the regulation to address those major concerns, including the compressed timeline, lack of flexibility, reporting and data burden, and unreasonable water objectives. Finally, we urge the board to continue to balance water use efficiency with the broader portfolio of solutions water suppliers are seeking to implement a reliable managed water in our climate change. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours, Ms. Tobin. Appreciate those comments. Looking forward to what I know is going to be a lot of further engagement and work and discussion. So thanks for being here with us. It's appreciated. Next, I believe we have Kathy Green, which I'm not sure if I see her in the room. And then otherwise, oh, she's on Zoom. Okay, well, let's quickly finish going through the folks in person, and then Ms. Green, we'll go to you here as we get to those that are virtual. Next, I think, is then Nathan Bosberg, and maybe our last in-person elected. Good afternoon. Thanks for the patience.
My name is Nathan Vosberg, current city council member and former mayor of City of Cahuenga. And I appreciate you guys helping us on, I think we paid for water through the roof. And so you guys came through. You guys have come through on a couple of things for us, and we really appreciate that. I'm here to today to make public comments on behalf of my community. Cahuenga is located in the Pleasant Valley, Central Valley, surrounded by hills, ranches in Fresno County, 10 miles west of Interstate 5 at a halfway point between Los Angeles and Sacramento. We're home to Pleasant Valley State Prison, Cahuenga State Hospital, lots of farms, cannabis, agriculture, and serve approximately 18,000 residents that are both economically and culturally diverse. In Coalinga, the only way that we can get our water is from the state water project, Central Valley Water Project. We have, the groundwater there isn't usable, so that's not an option for us. We have been addressing water conservation. Our city has watering restrictions in place to limit excess water usage and runoff that are aligned with our conservation goals. We are also offering the turf replacement program, funding for 500 homes to renovate to a drought-tolerant landscape that is expected to save about 300 acre-feet per year. We're also doing the AMI systems. Those are quite pricey, but we've been able to qualify for some grants, and those actually work really well. We have a lot of people interested in saving for their own pocket. The only problem with those types of things is that as a small community, when they save, they pay more. They really do. You got to pay to, no matter what, we got to pay to push that water down the canal. So when we can't collect that water, that money from selling that water, rates go up. Then we don't have room for capital improvement. And then we have people that are already in hardship because we are a disadvantaged community paying more. Today, I come to share with you some of the challenges that we have as a rural disadvantaged community. First, much of our population works in agriculture and works in farm. Without water, they got no job. Without no job, they can't pay their bill. They can't pay any bills. Second, without the ability to sell water to scale, the city cannot afford much needed capital improvements to keep up with aging infrastructure that provides safe drinking water to our citizens. Even with conservation efforts, we still have to pay to transport that water. And when we can't sell water, it causes the price for everyone to go up, which we've done multiple times. Let me tell you, talk about the human element here. I think some people miss the mark. I don't think they understand when you have people that can't buy groceries because they have to pay their water bill. I think that we need to have mayors of the cities in the Central Valley sitting up here on one of these panels instead of people that are looking at numbers all day long. That would be helpful for the rest of us, especially when you're talking about trust issues. When we see water going 15,000 acre feet from Orville every 24 hours to give the thirst of energy to provide for these electric vehicles and then shoved right down the ocean. And then every single year we're saying we need to save more, we need to save more. It's hard for our constituents to look at this and say, why aren't we increasing capacity? Why is the supply side an issue? Why do we not have, why are we having to use Prop 1 money to make dams? And so we're also talking about another bond. You know, we've talked about this at League of Cities. People are asking, well, where'd the old money go? You know, and is the new money going to go for storage? Because that's what we really need. But I'll tell you the third and most importantly thing for Coalinga with not having enough water, it's a huge public safety risk for us. Coalinga is an epicenter for valley fever. So much that they've pulled people out of our prisons and sent them elsewhere, saying that it's too much of a risk, specifically for the minority groups, which we have, I think, 60% of. The Department of Public Health shows Coalinga as one of the areas in the highest rates of valley fever, a disease that's caused by a fungus that grows in the soil and dirt. Our residents and their pets can and do get very sick when they breathe in this dust that has the fungus in it. Valley fever causes cough, fever, chest pains, difficulty breathing, night sweats, muscle pain, joints, weight loss, rash, and tiredness. People die from this. They do all the time. In my community, we have a very small community, so we see the increases. And guess where those increases come? Time of drought where we can't water the lawn, I know that there's a huge thing on taking grass away, but guess what? From California Department of Health, the following recommendation to control valley fever is to control dust in your yard by covering open dirt areas around your house with grass, plants, or other ground cover, and before digging, wet down the dirt to reduce the dust. So for us, having grass is hugely important. It's not just a thing of, hey, we want to make it look good, because lots of people have taken into the consideration and said, I mean, with our programs that I think you guys have helped provide, to make their stuff look good because they don't want that brown look when we have times where we have to conserve. So people are aware of the situation, but we're also aware of the health concerns, that we have posed. It may be unique to our area, which is why we're asking for flexibility. We support the league, the California League of Cities, on their needs for flexibility as well. We think that flexibility like I said earlier, I'd like to see the cities up here. I'd like to see you hear from the actual human element. That'd be interesting because I think right now you are, but I think in your decision-making process of having people up here in your panels, that would be an interesting thing to hear. Because of these and many other reasons, we're asking for flexibility, implementation, increased funding to meet capital improvement projects that will further our water conservation projects, and enough water to water our grass to keep down the threat of valley fever. This is what we're asking for. I mean, we need, if constantly every single year, we've been saving more and more and more. And so when we're saving, we're losing on the capital end because we can't sell that water, which means our water projects fall behind. So we do need increased funding. And we will continue to make many asks on that. And I think that the biggest thing that our community has, because I asked people beforehand before I came up here and I said, what do you want me to just tell them? This is the most common. Please stop sending our most valuable resource to the ocean. Stop it. And start sending it to the farmers to grow crops so that they can have jobs, support a robust economy, and our growing population. And for that, I thank you. And I thank you for your job. I know this is a hard job for you guys, so I appreciate it. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Vosberg. It's all collectively hard jobs that we have, so no need to thank for that. And just importantly, thanks for your time. And I know patience here and contributing to all of this discussion. I just wanted to note, and the board since 2019, I believe, has invested $9 billion in the water supply side. So that's water recycling, importantly, drinking water, making potable, et cetera. So I want to make sure and communicate that there, because I know folks paying attention to this conversation might make it could seem that we're overly focused just on the conservation side and aren't aware that there are these other spaces. But I appreciate the important note that you made around a number of issues there, and importantly, the engagement around the discussion. It means a lot, sir. Thank you. I believe that's our last elected within the room. If that's not the case, please just make sure you flag to the board clerk here or just stand up. And then would like to go to those that are elected on the virtual platform, starting first with Kathy Green.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I am Kathy Green, President of the Orange County Water District and President-elect of the Association of California Water Agencies. OCWD manages a vast groundwater basin that provides 85% of the drinking water supply for 2.5 million people in Orange County. It also operates the world's largest reuse project, the GWRS, which recycles 100% of the reclaimable wastewater in its service area. In Orange County, agencies have been successfully implementing water use efficiency programs for decades, achieving significant reductions in water use despite a growing population. We are concerned that the proposed regulation goes beyond efficiency, as was intended by SB 606 and AB 1668 of 2018, and into a lowest possible water use that can be achieved. The difference carries significant cost, affordability, and quality of life ramifications for the residents of Orange County, which includes 500,000 residents considered financially disadvantaged or severely disadvantaged. We ask the State Water Board to work collaboratively with water suppliers to revise the regulation to provide a reasonable timeline, reasonable water use objectives that consider cost effectiveness and impacts to affordability, and reduce unnecessary burdens that don't advance actual water savings. Additionally, to protect investments and avoid the unintended stranding of assets such as GWRS, which is nearly $1 billion investment. We request a permanent variance to be included for areas that have or plan to develop a centralized system that recycles indoor water use back to drinking water quality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Green. I appreciate your leadership contributing here today. Again, I know it's been a long day, and importantly, the continued work around this. So thank you.
Thank you. I've enjoyed hearing the comments.
Thank you kindly. Next, I'd like to call up Michelle Curtis, who will be followed by Bert Perello, and then Deborah Parada.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide input today. I'm Michelle Curtis, Administrative Services Manager for Helix Water District, and I'm speaking on behalf of Kathleen Coates-Hedberg, who's the board president here at Helix Water District. She actually had to just step out for our own board meeting. Helix serves San Diego's East County suburbs, treating water for 500,000 people and distributing water to 277,000. Like you've heard from other agencies today, we're committed to water conservation, and our customers have been using water efficiently. I'm not going to go through and list our current programs. However, I will share that we've reduced our GPCD by almost 40% in the last 20 years. Thanks to these efforts, we're confident that we'll meet our urban water use objective. Today, our customers use 14% less water than our objective using the proposed 2035 standards. We do, however, have grave concerns about the proposed CII measures. The proposed CII measures will add significant additional costs to our agency. This will have the permanent impact of increasing water rates for our customers and immediately making water less affordable. This is particularly concerning for the 277,000 residents that we serve, given that 44%, or almost half, of our district is classified as a DAC population. Our customers just can't afford this regulation. Specifically, we estimate that it will cost a minimum of $3.3 million to install dedicated irrigation meters at our CII large landscape properties that currently have mixed-use meters. This does not include any private side costs to connect the existing irrigation systems to the new dedicated irrigation meters. And who will fund these additional costs? Of most concern, not only will these proposed CII regulations make water less affordable for our customers, they also have the frustrating impact of potentially providing minimal, at best, water savings for our district. Specifically, if these proposed regulations reduced outdoor CII water use by 20%, this would reduce total district water use by only 0.3%. Again, that's 0.3% of our total water use. It would take these customers about 20 years to see any cost benefit savings. Alternatively, if we chose the in lieu water management technologies, we anticipate needing an additional full-time conservation staff member to help develop and administer those programs. Once more, making water less affordable for our economically disadvantaged communities. We also have concerns about our authority to require a CII property to pay for and install those technologies. These CII measures provide too little benefit at too high a price for our customers. We feel that we can accomplish more water savings at a lower cost by continuing with our existing voluntary conservation programs. We respectfully request you consider replacing the proposed CII requirements with a simple list of voluntary best management practices that water agencies may choose from as appropriate for their district and their unique circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate the good feedback and engagement here. And again, looking forward to the further discussion here. Really appreciate it. And up here, yeah, flagging, hearing concerns with CII. Next, I'd like to go to Bert Perello, who will be followed by Deborah Parada.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel. My name is Bert Perello. I'm a council member for the city of Oxnard in Ventura County. Oxnard is a coastal city approximately 60 miles west of Los Angeles. Our city has a population of just under 250,000 residents, and our population is primarily working class Hispanic and Latino. I'm here to make public comments on behalf of my community. I have 3 comments. First, these kinds of new regulations usually result in more resources required by local retailers to analyze, track, implement, and report. That extra lift results in increased costs to our ratepayers, and it disproportionately impacts disadvantaged communities like Oxnard. Many of our residents are struggling to pay for water now. Adding more costs to them to implement a state program like this is problematic. If not already part of the rollout plan, the state should provide funding for these mandates, especially to low-income communities. Second, we support water use efficiency practices through the implementation of fair and equitable measures. To accomplish water conservation and water use efficiency goals, all water users, including residential, commercial, industrial, and agricultural water users, must make water reductions, not solely the urban sector. According to the California Water Plan updated 2023 that just came out, between 2016 and 2020, agriculture, for example, used 4 times the amount of applied water as urban users in California. If the most significant water conservation and efficiency efforts for other sectors lies in SGMA, which requires sustainability plans for overdrafted basins, that's not enough for those other sectors. SGMA impacts all of us equally, urban and agricultural users. Our region submitted groundwater sustainability plans to the state just a few years ago. Those don't impact other sectors in any unique way. They impact all of us. If this rulemaking is going to include a formula and strict limits on urban use of water, all other sectors should also have formulas and strict limits on their use of water, shared pain by urban and agricultural users. Third, in lieu of focusing on reduction, more emphasis needs to be placed on new sources of water. We can conserve more, but we will never really get to our goal. Water conservation and water use efficiency must be part of a comprehensive solution that includes local resource development and infrastructure improvements that promote economic and environmental sustainability. There needs to be a greater state emphasis on streamlining the indirect potable reuse, or IPR, permitting process, and creating a direct potable reuse, or DPR, process that isn't overly onerous. The state could repurpose whatever resources it has towards this effort into partnering with local agencies that can produce IPR or DPR within a short period of time. Help us build out our infrastructure. Help us get it permitted. Help us find solutions for our residents. In Oxnard, we have had a fully built out and operating recycling water plant, waiting to expand for greater use, but is still years away from getting an IPR permitted. Oxnard agrees that California's residents need to conserve water. However, we believe the state should help pay for the implementation of this rulemaking so it doesn't end up on the backs of the residents. That all sectors, I repeat, all sectors should have similar conservation and efficiency efforts, and that the state should focus on new sources of water. Thank you for your time and considerations on this comment from my residents and myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council member. I appreciate your participation here. Would flag there is an ongoing process on our direct potable reuse work and also a strike team working group on recycled water on the permitting side along with DSAL. So those are areas I hope folks are able to plug in as well, because to your point, it isn't just off of the backs of urban conservation that we're going to be just resolving what are very complicated water challenges in our watersheds. So just thank you for that.
I appreciate that, Chair. And the concern is this plan has been in place for several years at the expense of the residents of Oxnard and is yet to be permitted to be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Deborah Parada, and will be followed by Jeremy Wolf. And I think that rounds out our elected officials. Ms. Parada should be invited to unmute here.
Okay, I'm in. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Debbie Parada, and I'm the Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Ontario. On behalf of my City Council, we urge you to reconsider the draft regulations pertaining to the Making Conservation a Way of Life in California. The new regulations require our city to reduce usage by over 5,500 acre feet per year, and then the additional reduction of nearly 20% by the year of 2035. While continuing to provide water service to support new housing growth in the city, which is going to be very hard. This monumental feat will require additional resources to effectively implement, enforce, report, resulting in an increased cost burden to our community. The reduced water sales, in addition to the implementation and enforcement costs, will drastically increase our water rates, furtherly impacting the affordability of water to our community. Ontario has and continues to focus on conservation and increasing water use efficiency. Over the years, our population has grown due to an increase in housing units, with only a slight increase in water use. We accomplish this through implementation of efficiency programs such as turf removal, sprinkler retrofits, drought-tolerant landscaping, and community outreach. At the same time, we have reduced our reliance on imported water by making very large investments in recycled water infrastructure and other locally sustainable water resource
California resident consultant.
enhancements.
If you know your partner's extension, you may enter it at any time or
Somebody,
select from the following options.
am I being overspeaked? Okay. Our Ontario Ranch housing development is the region's top selling master plan community and is ranked 6th nationally. In this new housing development and throughout the city, we have approved and are now using the new state compliant landscape ordinance. And now these rules are being changed. With these new regulations, there's increasingly restrictive and unreasonable requests. They remove local control and inhibit the city's ability to partner with developers and residents in supporting the much needed need for housing in the Inland Empire. We would like to ask this water board to please work with our state legislatures in providing funding and streamline the permitting process to add multiple storage reservoirs above ground and below ground throughout the state to capture what we can during the rain so that we are prepared for those drought years. In closing, we respectfully request that you work with the communities in the spirit of collaboration, common sense, and forward progress. We thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Parada, and commit to continuing to work in a very open, transparent, and collaborative way with folks here on this. And thank you for the comments. It's really appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Jeremy Wolf. Okay, thank you. That looks like it wraps our elected officials at this time. Oh, do we do? Okay. Like to call up Tom Francis then? Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm not elected, although who knows, someday. So good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Again, my name is Tom Francis. I'm the Water Resources Manager at the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency. We go by BOSCA. BOSCA is a special district that represents 26 water agencies that rely on the San Francisco Hetch Hetchy regional water system. These agencies in turn deliver water to 1.8 million residents and over 40,000 businesses in the Bay Area. Our region includes Silicon Valley, which is a vital engine of California's economy with significant commercial and industrial water demands. BOSCA is committed to the success of making water conservation a California way of life and has demonstrated its commitment to water use efficiency since our creation as a special district in 2003. Since then, our agencies have invested more than $16 million in successful water conservation programs, lowering our water use by 36%. And also our average resident in the BOSCA region uses 60 gallons per person per day, which is roughly 35% less than the average California resident. BOSCA supports today's comments as made by the two officials representing Aqua. And in addition, we wanted to provide just a couple of further comments on the proposed CII performance measures. And we do appreciate that you recognized, Chair Esquivel, that there's still work that needs to be done on those. We believe the approach as outlined in the draft regulations for CII is burdensome for our water suppliers and perhaps even the customers. We view that the way it is currently orchestrated is that it's unclear that the water savings that are hoped to be achieved by what's proposed will happen. So specifically, we don't see that a measure will have a positive impact that requires at least 5 BMPs for the top 20% of all CII customers in each of the 22 categories, plus at least 2 BMPs for the 2.5% of CII customers. It's just going to be a lot of staff. You would think that BOSCA in the Bay Area has representing really large water agencies, but some of our water agencies are very small. They're not necessarily wealthy. East Palo Alto is an example of one of our agencies that's fairly poor, to be quite honest with you. So for those agencies, what we would recommend is that those monies be spent on programs for which CII customers aren't necessarily already efficient, different programs. So for example, we don't necessarily see that developing basically BMPs for a category that includes mostly parking lots or warehouses, 5 BMPs for something like that would be useful. So we want instead a targeted approach that would propose draft regulations for development of BMPs for the top 20% of all CII customers, regardless of category. It's still a big effort, but we think it's going to result in more savings and perhaps not as much staff time, or at least if we have to have added staff, their focus is going to be more productive. This targeted approach.
Sorry, don't mean to interrupt, but if you could try to wrap up, I'm going to try to start to enforce the 3-minute limit on folks, because otherwise we won't be able to get through everyone.
Yeah,
so,
no worries. So this targeted approach will focus water supply efforts and financial resources better. And that actually concludes my comments. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up, and here I want to take a break here in a moment, just because people do need a chance to stretch and have a bio break. But let's get through a few folks, and just going in order of those that have put in their name here. So next, I'd like to call up Amy Talbot, followed by Brian Sanders, and then Ashley Metzger. Oh, there's still 3 more elected. Apologize. I thought, okay.
And Andy Morris is on Zoom, followed by Darcy Burke, and then we have Mark Emerson.
Okay, thank you. We do have 3 more elected amongst us. Apologies. Let's go to the platform then for our next commenter, and it'll be Andy Morris. Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I appreciate the time. And just a quick note, I'm Andy Morris, Board President of Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District. We are not coastal or affluent. We are in the Inland Empire, as you all know. We all agree that conservation is absolutely critical, and my agency has done a fantastic job in conservation. But we also need to remember the human component to the regulations and the policies. We cannot conserve away the impacts to our customers. These draft regulations will significantly increase our operational and maintenance costs, which will be passed on to the customers and negatively impact our disadvantaged communities. Some examples of how our rates will increase from this is increased operations and maintenance costs due to low flows at our sewer plants, more reliance on imported water, which to meet our growth as EV&WD is only 35% built out, and water agencies are key to meeting the governor's goals of 1 million more homes to meet the shortage. Penalties will ultimately hurt customers because overall compliance and regulations as written will be hard to meet, thus fines are in the cards. Everyone across the state is already struggling given the record inflation and cost pressures our water agencies, with electricity up 30%, chemical costs up 100, 200%, construction costs 40%, as well as what individual households are facing. And to add these additional requirements will only exacerbate rate pressures on our customers, many of them low income and disadvantaged. We simply ask that the board work with the water agencies and other experts in the water industry who understand the impacts these proposed regulations pose to all and draft a truly useful and effective regulation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Next, we have Darcy Burke, Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, board, guests, and staff. My name is Darcy Burke, and I have the pleasure of serving with President Andy Morris on the Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District. I also serve on the United States Environmental Protection Agency Local Government Advisory Committee, where I serve on the Climate Adaptation Subcommittee and PFAS subcommittees, respectively. Andy talked a little bit about the disadvantaged communities in our area, and we provide 160,000 people water and wastewater and recycled water service. We have more demand for our recycled water than we'll ever be able to meet, especially given these pending regulations. But the part that I wanted to speak to is not the cost, which you hear from others, and the resources and the operational impacts. I want to speak directly to an unintended consequence to your proposed commercial outdoor irrigation standard to an LEF factor of 0.45 by 2035. At that level, given our climate, which is hot, dry, and arid, having functional turf of any kind, including at schools, sports fields, and community parks, will not be possible. For our children, that means no play space, no sports fields, and quite frankly, fewer play opportunities in general than those that live on the coast. These standards would further cause greater inequity compared to coastal, social, economic, privileged communities, as well as access and opportunity disparity. There are many benefits for children who regularly engage in play in natural settings. Studies have shown they are more resistant to stress, have lower incidence of behavioral disorders, anxiety, and depression, and have a higher measure of self-worth. Children score higher on tests of concentration and self-discipline. They show more advanced motor fitness, including coordination, balance, and agility. Their play is more diverse with more imagination and creative play that fosters language and social skills. Children's cognitive development is improved by increasing their awareness, observation, and reasoning skill while engaging in nature play. Healthy kids need playtime and therefore outdoor places to play. Families living in disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities already have limited access to sports fields, parks, and school playgrounds that are safe and well maintained. These standards will make access even more difficult, if not downright impossible. Grass is a cooler surface to play on than concrete, asphalt, dirt, or artificial turf. It's more pleasant, also improves the air by absorbing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen. This is especially important in temperatures that rise above 85 degrees. For my district, in summer, our temperatures regularly exceed 100 degrees. This summer, we had 23 days of higher than 100-degree temperatures. With climate change, the expected number of excessively hot days is anticipated to grow. On a hot day, lawns can be up to 30% cooler than asphalt, 14% cooler than dirt, 35% cooler than artificial turf. Natural turf means safer play for our children. Studies from the American Academy of Pediatricians and others have proven the importance of healthy outdoor play. Grass, turf provides this opportunity. The proposed landscape efficiency standards set for our communities up for failure, especially our children. We can and must do better, and we can do so together. These proposed regulations create a significant inequity for outdoor play and sports access, which are both necessary for good physical and mental well-being. Thank you for your time, and welcome back, Chairman Esquivel.
No, thank you for yours as well, Ms. Burke. I was listening all the way through, and thank you for Mr. Morris, and wanted to note the CII restrictions don't apply to fields and recreational yards. They're not included in the CII measures, but your points are still well taken on the importance of outdoor recreation for our communities.
And just to clarify that sports fields, recreation facilities like that, they would, an ET factor of 1.0 would apply to them, which is the amount needed to keep well-watered, cool season turf in good condition. And so just a clarification that this should not affect sports fields.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you again, Ms. Burke. We have, I think, a couple more, at least one more elected here. I think it's Mark Emerson. Thank you, Mr. Emerson. Thank you for the patience and flexibility.
Yes, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mark Emerson. I'm an elected official with the Carmichael Water District, which is a small district northeast of Sacramento. But I'm not here to represent Carmichael. Someone else is going to speak specifically to that. But I'm here to represent the professional staffs within the board and the water systems. Those future department staffs that are going to be reviewing annual plans and variances, enforcement staff that will eventually serve actions, and also legal staff that will have to prosecute and defend violations. I predict there'll be untold hours of actions that will be ineffective and inefficient. Why can I say this? Well, I worked here. I was your data wonk. I was a research scientist during the drought of 2014, 2015. I designed, or one of the things that I designed was the electronic annual report with the Department of Public Health. And also I designed the drink portal and was able to go ahead within 1 day or 2 days, put up the reporting mechanism for the entire state, prototyped it for Eric here. He was my boss. I set up the analytics and helped draft emergency regs, and you gave me a Superior Accomplishment Award for this. Thank you very much. I'm also, at that time, I was a 20-year board member with the Carmichael Water District. I had water experiences. So here I worked for you, yet I was a board member with a water system, medium-sized water system. That gave me a unique perspective, and I was able to modify those questions that Eric had to be able to work, and it did work. What are the lessons that we learned during that drought period of 2014 and 15? We were 24.7% within the 25% goal, well within the margins. What works are messaging programs, subtle system pressure reductions, strategies, and a drought rate structure. They all work best. I predict that the stick approach that you're contemplating in these regs will not work, especially when adequate supplies are available and there is no water use conservation emergency, which requires a goal and a demonstrable need. The issues, nowhere in the strategy, the California Water Supply Strategy, got 34 seconds, doesn't mention the action of implementation of a water-based budget approach. You can have water use efficiency and reduction using a carrot approach. It works. We were able to step up then. I know we can do it again when there is an absolute need associated with that. I want the board, its staff, both staffs here and with the water systems to succeed in advancing water use efficiency and education of water users as to the value of water. And to this end, I offer my services in that perspective, knowing what can be done, both from the perspective of being a water agency, working within a water agency, and also within the Division of Drinking Water. Thank you.
Thank you as well for sharing your story, your leadership, and your work certainly in this. We will definitely continue to discuss. And I think just one, friendly amendment to not see this as a stick approach, but a standard approach. And here importantly, it's not, here trying to set a game of gotcha, but just how do we set these standards? How do we get more nuanced so we don't have to go through mandatory, sort of wrenching, if you will, that really does upset rates, but try to set a path forward. But thank you incredibly, and looking forward to the discussion further, Mr. Emerson. Appreciate your representation of the work. Clerk, are we done with electeds at this point? Good. I appreciate it. Appreciate everyone's patience. Let's take a quick 10-minute break. I know we have still additional commenters that we'll continue to get through quickly, but I want to provide folks here a break, especially transcription folks. So let's come back here at 4. I'll do my math here. 4:20. 10 minutes and just a little less than 10 minutes. At 4:20, we'll come back. Thank you.
Yeah, they have state property.
Well, I just. You take like. There you are. Yeah, it's really great.
Okay, everyone, let's gather back so we can continue to get through comments. I apologize. I know sometimes the conversations in the room are some of the very best part of being here for sure, but thank you. If we can all begin to gather back, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. All right, everyone. Let's virtual. All right, everyone, let's begin to gather back, please. Thank you, everyone. I know there's our folks joining virtually, so I was going to yell into the mic, but that's just, not good etiquette for virtual participants. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it. Let's get back to our commenters here and appreciate that the ability to connect and discuss with our colleagues here is, let's be honest, some of the better part of this board meeting. So thank you for everyone and your patience. All right, let's get to our next commenter, who will be Amy Talbot, and then followed by Brian Sanders. And what I'll be doing is starting the clock here. It will automatically beep at 3 minutes. Try not to go too much longer, but if there's points to wrap up, please do. Ms. Talbot, good to see you. Thank you for the patience. It's good to see you this afternoon, evening nearly. Oh, you might need to pop the mic back on now that it's a top. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you, Ms. Talbot.
Thanks for having me. Good afternoon, almost evening, board members and staff. I'm Amy Talbot, Water Efficiency Program Manager with the Regional Water Authority. RWA is a joint powers authority representing 20+ public and private water utilities in the 5-county Sacramento region, covering 2.2 million residents. We have been part of this regulation process for 5 years, with RWA and our member agencies playing an active role in its development. We want to thank the State Water Board for the opportunity to participate in this final step of the regulatory process. Our region is committed to long-term water efficiency. We've saved 18% in total demand since 2013 with a growing population. We have nationally recognized award-winning regional and local water efficiency programs. We support a budget-based approach to efficiency and believe that all Californians must make water conservation a California way of life to address climate change impacts. That said, we believe the regulations as currently drafted will ultimately set our residents, water agencies, and state up for failure. The most concerning regulation requirements include the 2035 0.55 landscape factor for new and existing landscapes, which is unacceptable from a technical and practical standpoint. The State Water Board methodology of backing into landscape budget factors using flawed landscape area measurements, estimated indoor use, and incomplete and mismatched demand data is not technically sound enough to base a statewide and permanent standard requirement on. Data doesn't need to be perfect to move forward. We all know that, but you need to take into account the compounding errors of the data into consideration when setting the standards. This means not setting the standards from WELO planning standards and the inclusion of an overall compliance budget. Furthermore, the incorporation of effective rainfall further reduces the budget lower than WELO standards to begin with. Additionally, we need to extend the regulation timeline by at least 5 years because this process has been delayed and residents need more time to adjust to such drastic changes. Some of the regulation requirements are also outside of the legislative scope. For example, using irrigated landscape only instead of the more inclusive irrigable, and limiting reporting to fiscal year only. The success of this regulation ultimately depends on the actions of the average resident, not landscape professionals. And what we are asking of them must be reasonable to achieve. Water suppliers, and specifically our region's dedicated and amazing water efficiency staff, should be your best advocates and partners for implementing the regulation. Yet the supplier community's concerns, feedback, and expertise has not been adequately incorporated into the regulation text. We really want tangible results, not just speaking opportunities. Therefore, we're requesting the board to direct staff to work with suppliers to redline the regulation text with mutually beneficial improvements that will increase the odds of the successful implementation of this regulation. I have a couple concluding thoughts. In conclusion, we have on the ground experience that the State Water Board is understandably lacking. Listen to us when we have concerns, please. We are here to help the state be successful. This regulation needs a reality check regarding what is possible in real life, and we are here and willing to provide that perspective. Our fear is the regulation will not result in water-wise landscapes for all, but struggling landscapes and trees. We must remember we are water agencies, we are public agencies, we serve the public good, and that additional costs ultimately fall disproportionately on DAC and myopic communities. With some strategic and impactful revisions to the draft regulation, we will be closer to the efficiency sweet spot where cost and water savings are more balanced. And then finally, we must consider the bigger picture and the role of efficiency in it. The question isn't, should we do more water efficiency? We should. The real question is how much more, and how much is too much, given that water efficiency is only one part of the balanced water supply management approach. To put it another way, is spending $13.5 billion to save 1% of the state's water the best use of our collective resources to address the impacts of climate change? With that thought, I thank you very much for this opportunity and apologize for going over time.
Thank you, Ms. Talbot. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call Brian Sanders, who will be followed by Scott Burrett, and then Dr. Mark Gold.
All right, hello. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to comment. I'm Brian Sanders with the City of Sacramento Department of Utilities. And we have a long-standing, well-established water conservation program. Thanks to accelerated investments by installing AMI meters for all customers and maintaining a 2-day-a-week watering schedule post the 2015 drought. We have consistently reduced our overall water usage by nearly 40% since 2013. Due to significant delays in the regulatory process, there are too many requirements being put on suppliers in too short of an amount of time. We recommend 5-year check-ins where the State Water Board reports to suppliers on the implementation of this regulation, on how the implementation of this regulation is going, and adjust as needed. As a city that has many mature heritage trees, these treescapes must be appropriately maintained and healthy. That is essentially impossible if there is a 0.55 standard adopted for existing landscapes. We don't want a conservation regulation to induce a repeat of the 2012 to 2016 drought where we suffered an 8% tree mortality and another 11% of the canopy was left stressed and in poor condition. If these community and climate assets are not able to be properly maintained, they're more vulnerable to disease and mortality through future drought and lead to increased heat islands and poorer air quality after these mature trees are gone. Additionally, the city will need to dramatically expand its programs to achieve the proposed targets. For example, the city's estimated water use reduction in 2030 is approximately 12,500 acre feet. This will require an additional $14 to $17 million of investment over the next 7 years by just our utility. And that investment assumes that we would be spending $1,200 to $1,500 per acre foot of conserved water, which is basically a bargain given that the State Water Board's Sharia estimate is about $2,100 per acre foot. And also our marginal cost of water is $137 per acre foot. So how does the city increase or fund this increase in costs? Our current costs for conservation programs, not including staff time, are $1 million a year. So at a minimum, we'd need to double our investment from the 7 to at least 14 million over the next 7 years. Currently, all of our programs are operating well beyond their cost effectiveness. Customer behavior cannot be relied upon. Lawn conversions are a customer choice. There can be no assumption that we can simply raise our rebates, aggressively and expensively market them, and then we will achieve our targets. Customers typically exceed their allotted time to transform their landscapes after we have done the pre-inspection and given them the approval. Landscape transformation programs are slow moving and labor intensive for all involved, from the agency to the customer. To date, approximately 1% or 1,200 of our over 143,000 customers have participated in our program since it launched 9 years ago. We have transformed approximately 1.5 million square feet of turf grass, and this has come at a cost of over $3.1 million, which again is not cost effective. Landscape transformation takes time, is extremely expensive. which is why it is one of the last programs implemented by water agencies. Ideally, the state would create, fund, and roll out a statewide direct install landscape transformation program to eliminate Prop 218 concerns for some. We're also concerned, am I over? Nope. So I'll just skip down here. I'd like to be clear that the city is not opposed to water efficiency and is in favor of more efficiency work, but it must be reasonable. The city asks and looks forward to the State Water Board directing staff to work directly with water suppliers to systematically review, update, and improve the current regulatory text to reflect our concerns and make it workable. Given the approaching MCLs and associated expenses with those, compiled with this regulation, we're going to need to make decisions about what to apply our resources toward. The health and safety of our residents will always take priority. The cost of service continues to rise, and these cost increases, along with increases associated with regulations such as the draft being presented here today, will have to be directly passed on to our customers. This works directly against our water affordability and the human right to water. Lastly, the city does agree with the comments that were made by the Regional Water Authority and the pending comments from the League of Cities, Aqua, and our other industry partners.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Appreciate that. Again, I'll be making sure to reset the clock here. And if folks find themselves hearing things that others have made points on, feel free to kind of just plus up those so that we kind of keep additive. I do want to try to make sure we get everyone's voice here today. Next, I'd like to call up Scott Burritt, who'll be followed by Mark Gold. On my list here, there's a couple of folks virtual on there. I'm going to prioritize those in the room here because it's been, I know, a long day and many of you traveled far. So just a note on if sometimes the scroll is a little off from what I'm calling out. Mr. Burritt.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Scott Burritt. I'm the Director of Service and Communication with the Coachella Valley Water District. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. I appreciate it. CVWD, the other CVWD, serves approximately 270,000 residents, over 1,000 square mile service area in one of the most hottest and driest regions in the state. We've long been committed to conservation. Since July of 2022, we provided customers with $13.4 million in incentives that converted 4.7 million square feet of turf to desert landscaping. Since 2009, our strongest conservation tool has been our water budget-based tiered rates. CVWD's best opportunity to successfully meet the proposed standard will be to realign our water budgets with the regulations that you adopt. The draft regulations may have the unintended consequence of negatively impacting water affordability for vulnerable customers. Decreased water budgets will increase water costs for all, especially those customers unable to afford the customer share of water efficiency upgrades. We have disadvantaged communities throughout the Coachella Valley, especially those customers, we have disadvantaged communities throughout the Coachella Valley, as well as low-income residents and elderly customers living on fixed incomes. The majority of our residents live in common interest community developments, mobile home communities, and other multifamily residential properties. Higher water cost will simply be passed on to residents and renters, resulting in higher housing costs. CVWD proposes adequate funding to incentivize property owners to achieve greater water efficiency. To minimize financial impacts, we propose the landscape efficiency factor remain at 0.80 with no further reduction. Another issue is the time needed to comply. We request adequate time to ramp up new programs, secure funding, and adjust our water budgets and tiered rates to realign with the proposed standard. Adjusting our tiered rates will require a cost of service study, a Prop 218 process. This will take a couple of years from the time the board adopts the regulation, and also when we receive and validate the CII landscape area. We request that you extend the implementation timeline accordingly. Finally, data underlying the proposed standard and the variance process is complex. Significant local resources will be required to collect and constantly update the data and validate it. So we request sufficient resources for water agencies to comply, including funding, current data, technological tools, and technical assistance. And we thank you for your past support of the district. So thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate you coming up and the participation and comments here today. Next, I'd like to call Mr. Mark Gold.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Dr. Mark Gold. I'm NRDC's Director of Water Scarcity Solutions. Just for a point of background, I've served on the Metropolitan Water District Board, representing the city of LA, as well as on former Mayor Garcetti's water cabinet. I also helped Santa Monica write their net zero water ordinance and their water self-sufficiency policy, where they're almost at 100% local water. So I bring that up for background because we've been hearing from a lot of people testifying concerns about people's real world experience on water. And I just wanted to throw that in there. Also worked with many of the folks who testified already, Aqua, et cetera, on helping to develop the state's water reuse policy way back in 2009. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. NRDC supports the draft regulation and its approach with some minor modifications. A year ago, Governor Newsom released the California Water Strategy to enable the state to thrive in a hotter, drier future. The strategy was framed in a manner that acknowledged the growing climate and water scarcity crisis in the state. 10% less water by the early 2040s, you've heard from Department of Water Resources, and that was based on the latest science. And a target of 500,000 acre feet per year of conserved water by 2030 was also in that plan. The State Water Board staff has developed a comprehensive draft regulation designed to meet these targets to enable sustainable water management statewide in the next decade or so. You've heard all day about concerns about regulatory flexibility. I've been testifying in front of this board for over 30 years, and I've never seen more variances in a regulation in my life. The draft regulation has variances related to urban tree health, seasonal populations, low-income communities, establishing climate-ready landscapes, evaporative water coolers, irrigation using high TDS recycled water, special landscapes, urban agriculture, pools and spas, wildlife habitat, and my personal favorite, the llama variance. The flexibility in the regulation through the variance process is unprecedented. NRDC's concern is the need for verified and quantified demonstration of the need for variances. Some specific comments. Please use the non-functional turf definition and provisions in AB 1572. The language was carefully crafted and negotiated and agreed upon by a wide array of stakeholders. Also, NRDC opposes the variance provisions for the use of high TDS recycled water for irrigation. We are concerned about unintended consequences of incentivizing the use of high TDS recycled water and the potential aquifer and receiving water degradation from high use of these waters. There is a reason we negotiated the salt and nutrient management plan provision in the state's water reuse policy back in 2009. Although the draft regulation requires compliance with anti-degradation and salt and nutrient management plan requirements, incentivizing the use of salty water is risky. Besides, water reuse already gets a significant benefit in the regulations. And the third specific comment, please require water suppliers to ensure that low-income customers are informed and provided technical assistance to receive conservation benefits. I'll stop there since I ran out of time. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Gold. I really appreciate those points. Looking forward to written feedback here as well across, I know, a complex reg. It's hard to get all comments in 3 minutes. So just thanks for that. And thanks for getting the highlights. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ashley Metzger, followed by Bruce Camillus.
Thank you. Ashley Metzger here representing Desert Water Agency. I have Desert Water Agency's board president, Paul Ortega, with me as well. We appreciate the opportunity to be here and provide comments. Desert Water Agency has long-standing, well-used incentive programs for all things indoor and outdoor. We fund audits, education, regional and local outreach programs. We do serve Palm Springs, which is one of the hottest, driest urban communities in California, and are a tourism destination, but that tourism destination is served by a year-round low-wage workforce. We've made big strides and still have room to improve, but there's a limit to how much we can do without impacting the economy. Our primary concern is feasibility. The draft regulation is too stringent. The state's estimations, which actually already include our seasonal population, have Desert Water Agency having to reduce 20% by 2025, 2 years from now, 30% by 2030, and 34% by 2035. We request that the State Water Board give more time for compliance and include a compliance range or data adjustment factor. For us to comply, it would equate to removing the largest park in our community 30 times over, or removing 22,000 front yards, which is more than we have, by the way. It would also mean a transition from a carrot-based approach on grass removal to a stick-based approach. So a standard less than 0.8 would really mean that residential grass isn't feasible. So we request that the State Water Board adopt and keep a landscape efficiency factor of 0.8. We also have more pools per capita than anywhere in the United States. So a temporary discounted factor does not make sense. We request a 1.0 factor for pools permanently. Other local factors that have not been accounted for in the regulation include dust, large fixed income senior population, and the fact that half of our service area is on federal reservation land. We have a large seasonal population. We're actually known for that, but because of the requirement, the threshold, we may not qualify for that variance. So we request that the board simplify alternative compliance, make it available right away instead of waiting until 2035, and remove the 5% threshold for any agency over its objective for variances. Conservation is a priority, but it's something that agencies balance with affordability, infrastructure investments, supply diversification. And with that, I just want to thank you. And I do want to note that we have worked with DWR and California Data Collaborative to figure out why our targets are so high. And we're still working to identify with that, what the problem is there, but we will look forward to working with your staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the comments. Next, I'd like to call up Ariel Flores, who will be followed by Bruce Camilos. And apologize, actually. Let me quickly go to Greg Bundenson. I know folks were going to start running up to people's time constraints. I would like for you to be able to communicate those without this getting incredibly messy for us. So as to, if you have them, be able to get to you. If you are all here and able to wait longer, then that's helpful. I know we'll quickly go to the platform here with Greg because I believe he flagged a need to speak before 5. Okay, and Greg might not be responding, so let's go ahead and go to Ariel Flores. Appreciate it, thank you.
All right, good afternoon, board. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Ariel Flores. I am here representing the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. And it really truly is a pleasure to be here speaking on these regs. So as the largest urban retail water supplier in the state, representing about 10% of the state's population, LADWP holds water conservation and water use efficiency as foundational to building long-term resiliency in light of climate change. LADWP has a long history of implementing water conservation incentives and programs since the late 1970s across all of our customer sectors. And our successes with conservation programming has allowed the city of Los Angeles to reduce its water use by approximately 46% since from 1987 to today. Ultimately, our success comes not only from our willingness to invest in conservation resources, but also from the city of Los Angeles residents and businesses to demonstrate their interest in implementing behavioral change when it comes to water use. Currently, the proposed regulations establish progressive and aspirational timelines, near and long-term standards and performance measures, and LADWP has and will continue to support the state board as it champions water conservation. However, the regulations as proposed should take into consideration the challenges of suppliers with long-standing conservation programs. Since 2010, LADWP has invested over $100 million in outdoor residential landscape transformation programs, resulting in approximately 53 million square feet of transformed landscape. Yet, as proposed, the long-term outdoor residential standard would require LADWP to transform over 260 million square feet within our service area by 2035. And to put that in context, this effort is about 4 times more than the work we've already done in about the same time frame to address components of the objective that constitute 80% of that budget, which is the residential sector. LADWP is committed to pursuing innovative program opportunities, such as our Landscape Efficiency Assistance Program, which will provide over $14 million in direct install funding from the Department of Water Resources for underserved communities to replace turf with sustainable landscapes, upgrade irrigation fixtures, and implement on-site stormwater features with an estimated replacement of about 1.75 million square feet over 3 years. In light of the challenges we face, along with the others you have and will continue to hear today, LADWP recommends that the board consider extending the proposed timelines that are currently in the draft text to additionally implement and expand funding and technical resource opportunities. And lastly, incorporate an objective adjustment factor for suppliers' water use objective that is based on historic water savings as measured by reductions relative to SBX 7-7 targets that also addresses intrinsic data errors and the reality of program implementation. Overall, LADWP looks forward to continue working with the board and board staff as we have during this whole process to develop those resources needed, promote funding and implement meaningful programs to promote long-term customer behavioral change and to truly make conservation a continued way of life, not only for Los Angeles, but the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really appreciate the leadership of LADWP and the continued engagement around this. And thank you for the patience today as well, Mr. Flores, and your comments here. Next, I'd like to call up Bruce Camilos, and then I think we have Greg Bundenson back on the platform.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. My name is Travis Franklin. I represent the Elk Grove Water District. I'm filling in for our General Manager, Bruce Camilos, who's ill today. It's been a long 5 years to get here, so I appreciate the opportunity to make these comments. The Elk Grove Water District is just south of Sacramento. We serve about 13,000 connections, mainly residential. We recognize that conservation, along with expanding water storage capacity and improving groundwater management, are important elements in the overall portfolio of water management in California. In fact, our customers have done an extraordinary job taking a conservation as a way of life attitude by reducing water use by over 30% since 2013. The State Water Board's proposed 2035 residential outdoor standard of 0.55 would require our customers to lower their water use by an additional 26% on top of what they've already been saved over the last decade. Water use objectives calculated from these parameters are unachievable even under ideal conditions. If landscape professionals cannot achieve them, it seems improbable that residents will attain this level of landscape efficiency. Our district urges the State Water Board to adopt regulations that incorporate landscape efficiency factor of 0.63 and allow some percentage use of irrigable non-irrigated area for the 2035 standard. Our district also recommends allowing calendar year reporting and streamlining the reporting process. We already submit so much data in the reports. Let's use that information. Overall, we want these regulations to reflect what is actually possible for our district to implement and what our customers can achieve. Thank you for your time and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for yours as well. Really appreciate the participation and comments here. Next, I'd like to call up Armin Tarzi, be followed by Greg Bundenson on the platform. I'm in auto mode, and then we'll go to Armin Tarzi. So one moment, we'll go to our virtual Zoom platform commenter. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I appreciate fitting me in at this point. And members of the board, thank you for allowing us to come out and engage with you today. We really appreciate the opportunity. So Sacramento Suburban Water District is a eastern suburb water district of Sacramento, serving a population of 194,444 people through 46,000 service connections. The district has always supported water conservation and use efficiency programs. We also support the state's effort to make conservation a way of life in California and value the approach taken and the engagement by State Water Board staff and DWR staff. After reviewing the proposed text of regulations, the district has the following comments. SSWD has been investing in water conservation and effective water supply management programs for decades. Our customers have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in conjunctive use and groundwater banking projects to leverage excess surface water in wet years and bank groundwater for dry years. These past and continued investments give the district the ability to meet 100% of our customer water demand in both normal and dry years. As proposed, these regulations diminish the value of the investments our customers have made in conjunctive use and effective water conservation programs over the past 3 decades. Like the financially burdensome emergency water conservation regulations of 2015 that required SSWD to reduce water use by 32% when SSWD's water supply was not impacted, the proposed regulation is on the same track to ignore effective water supply side management. But that hasn't stopped us from implementing a very progressive water use efficiency program. We offer water-wise house calls, leak investigations, and various rebates, including leak repair, water waste patrols, DIM assistance, installing 100% AMI, and this year completing a system-wide leak detection program. SSWD and its customers have succeeded in reducing per capita water demand by 29%. All of these efforts, and yet we find ourselves being out of compliance with the 2035 objective by more than 20%. The district feels our proposed 2035 objective and other CII program requirements are unachievable in 10 years without massive financial investments in outdoor water use efficiency measures that go beyond what is cost effective for SSWD and its low variable cost of water. The financial impact of these proposed regulations would burden SSWD's ratepayers substantially. Not only would meeting our proposed 2035 objective result in an estimated revenue loss of 20%, that would need to be recovered through rate increases just to remain whole, but the district would also have to increase its operations budget by 1,250%. Compliance with the proposed regulations would, because of reduced revenues and increased operational costs, result in an increase of water rates by up to 10%, which does not include increases for other operational costs and capital costs that will increase water rates over time. SSWD is a 44% disadvantaged community, and the implementation of the proposed objectives would impact water affordability for our most vulnerable customers. And according to the California Water Supply Strategy, water affordability is the key to ensuring the human right to water. So if affordability is an important aspect of this regulation, it is falling short of achieving that goal. In light of this, SSWD has the following recommendations for the board's consideration. The 0.55 LEF seems more like a gold standard for outdoor water use that goes beyond efficiency. It's unrealistic to expect normal everyday customers to achieve this level of outdoor water use when landscape installation and maintenance professionals would have a difficult time achieving it. SSWD recommends removing the 0.55 from 2035 and keeping the LEF at 0.63 going forward from 2030. Include pools and outdoor, next recommendation include pools in the outdoor water conservation standards. Getting homeowners to purchase and use pool covers is difficult. And if you do have a customer that participates in a rebate, there's a probability the cover will not be used during the summer when the pool is being used daily. Next recommendation is to keep the inclusion of 20% INI through 2035. Remove effective rainfall altogether from the ET calculation, or only use effective rainfall that falls during the typical irrigation season of May through October. Allow for reporting on a calendar year. Include bonus incentives for agencies investing in conjunctive use in groundwater banking, and extend the compliance period by 5 years. Thank you very much, and we'll be submitting a detailed letter with specific language provision changes. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for yours as well, Mr. Bundenson. Appreciate the comments. Now I'd like to go to Armin Tarzi, will be followed by Chris Nelson, and then Chelsea Haynes.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and distinguished members of the board. My name is Armin Tarzi. I'm the head of government and public affairs for Harupa Community Services District in Riverside County. We provide services that include water and wastewater to over 130,000 residents in Eastville and Harupa Valley. It's a privilege to be here today. We thank you for your leadership over a host of issues that have come up over the past several years, and of course your staff's professionalism and responsiveness. JCSD is a strong advocate for water conservation. We have a robust conservation program. We have allocated funds. We have a very robust educational initiatives for both youth and adults. And we've supplemented those conservation efforts with financial incentives. Those include a $3 per square foot turf rebate on top of Metropolitan's $2 per square foot. We have a fix a leak program where we'll help our customers fix leaks up to a certain amount, water audit programs, and other rebate programs as well. In addition to these conservation measures, we've taken a very proactive steps with our infrastructure. We're currently embarking on our regional recycled water project, which the state is supporting as well. And we have several forward-thinking capital improvement projects. All this has led to great success at JCSD. Since 2013, we've seen a population increase about 17% in our service area. At that same period, we've seen a decrease in water usage of about 18 to 19%. So it really shows a testament to the success of our program. The framework under discussion today does pose significant challenges and feasibility issues to agencies like JCSD. We do support the principles and thought behind conservation as a way of life, but the aggressive timeline and implementation risks the regulation's viability long-term because really we're relying on long-term customer behavioral changes. The efficiency standard is not only aggressive for agencies like ours, but all agencies in inland regions, which I know has been extensively discussed today. Agencies such as JCSD in these inland regions would have to scale programming to unprecedented levels and cost while still being at risk at not meeting the objectives in the framework. Furthermore, our service area includes significant disadvantaged communities, and these regulations would necessitate significant financial investments from both the water agencies and those in the disadvantaged community. It's difficult to understand how we can expect those struggling in our community to now prioritize updating their appliances and putting in new landscaping to meet these standards. Simply put, the highly disadvantaged and rural communities will bear the brunt of these costs. The water community stood behind the concept of conservation as a way of life with flexibility to local community needs. We asked the board to reconsider how this is being implemented and to really prioritize flexibility moving forward than it was initially envisioned. We'll be providing written comment with actual detailed recommendations to the board, and I really thank you for consideration of all our comments. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments and sticking with us through today and participating in this discussion. It's appreciated, Mr. Tarzi. Next, I'd like to call up Chris Nelson, followed by Chelsea Haynes, and then Nate Adams.
Thank you very much for having me here today. Appreciate you, the whole board here being late and everyone here being late and listening to our comments. So I am Chris Nelson. I represent the city of Lincoln, which operates and maintains the community water system that serves a population of about 50,000 customers within Placer County. We thank the board again for the opportunity to come and be part of this final part of the process. The city of Lincoln is committed to long-term water efficiency. We have achieved significant reductions in overall demand over the past 10 years. We continue to invest in smart irrigation, AMI meter technology for improved water management, customer engagement, and leak detection. We continue to invest in comprehensive capital improvement projects to replace infrastructure, which has exceeded its useful life, and it does actually result in true reductions in water losses. Lincoln supports a realistic, achievable approach to water use efficiency and believes that all Californians play a part in reducing their water use, especially in face of ongoing droughts. That said, we do have significant concerns with the regulations as they are written. If approved as is, the proposed regulations will cost the city of Lincoln an estimated $1.5 million to implement annually, with the majority of this cost passed on to our customers through rate increases. The cost to implement the regulation is regressive in nature, and that demonstrates an inverse relationship of water affordability versus implementing stringent water conservation regulations. The resulting higher cost of water will be felt most by those customers that currently struggle to pay their water bills. As the price tag to implement the conservation regulation increases, the cost not only is passed on to our customers in the form of rate increases, but also has that potential, and I've seen this happen before, of deferred maintenance, loss of city services, deferred city services, deferred capital improvement projects. And it is real. It's happened. I've seen conservation programs cause other conservation programs to be eliminated. The city of Lincoln is greatly concerned that the cost to implement the regulation will strain our relationship with our most valuable stakeholders, our customers. As the water use goes down, rate revenues requirements go up, the perception is that customers inevitably pay more for less. There are still unresolved data quality issues also with the information used by the state to calculate estimated objective budgets, including incorrect population data. This is still incorrect, even though we have submitted multiple times through annual reports the correct population data. Those are the kind of things that we're noticing in some of the data issues that we when we're going through the regulations. As demonstrated in the annual. All right, you know what? As demonstrated in the annual water supply shortage.
It's okay,
reports,
keep going.
Appreciate it. Our annual water supply assessments that we're required to do each year, even with unconstrained demand taken into account, we could still meet those demands. And this is something that's required for us every year to make sure that we're meeting our objectives and we can actually give our customers the water they need. We do this without stringent water conservation regulations and programs. Our customers are there, they're able to reduce the water use. They're willing to participate. Lastly, the city of Lincoln just requests that this regulation not be adopted until data inconsistencies are addressed. The water board considers water supplier concerns, the requested changes that you hear today and read in the forthcoming comment letters are incorporated into the regulations. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Mr. Nelson. Next, I'd like to call up Chelsea Haynes, followed by Nate Adams.
Chair Esquivel, may I add some comments to respond to?
Sure. Quickly, let me see.
I'll just be very quick, but I wanted to point our friend from the city of Lincoln to page 24 of our initial statement of reasons. We've included a lot of studies that have demonstrated the exact opposite of what you said, which is showing that conservation in the long run helps to save customers money. And so information that you could bring to help us understand otherwise, I think would be helpful, but a lot of the work that has been done has shown exactly the opposite of what you had just stated.
Thank you, Ms. Ely.
Well, I can't help it. Okay. I think it isn't the information in the analysis looking at it statewide.
The analyses that I'm speaking about were done independently for communities like the city of Los Angeles, Gilbert, Arizona, Tucson, Arizona, Westminster, Colorado. These were studies that were done by the Alliance of Water Efficiency over several decades to show the cost effectiveness of conservation.
Okay, I'll take a look at it as well. Yeah, I think looking specifically at some of these smaller communities, but I'll take a look. Thanks.
Yeah, and that's why I do appreciate Ms. Ely's request to get some additional data from folks like the city of Lincoln. It sounds like, some of these other studies may have been on some of the larger systems out there. So, Ms. Haynes.
And sorry, I can't help myself either. So just some clarification on there's the long-term benefits and cost savings that might be realized from the water use efficiency regulations, but there's certainly a short-term implementation cost that's upfront. And so for me, I'm, thinking about these smaller communities and that upfront investment that they have to make does have immediate short-term impacts on their rates. And so I'm just trying to better understand that dynamic and how that will work. Because that's one area I'm really focused on is that upfront short-term implementation for those systems that have a long way to go.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And also, I did appreciate the data on rates from the systems that we saw and didn't want to call out at the moment, but interestingly, it seems, in some of the higher end users, you're actually paying less per unit than someone just doing, their amounts. So I think the affordability discussion and how this all factors in will be important amongst it. So thank you, board member. Ms. Haynes.
Hi, good evening. I think I get to be the first person to say that.
My name is Chelsea Haynes. I'm the Regulatory Relations Manager for the Association of California Water Agencies and appreciate the long day and opportunity for everyone to provide comments. I'd like to acknowledge State Water Board, ORPP team. They've been recently engaging with us on the draft regulations and helping clarify intent, which has been very helpful. And I just want to recognize all of the water suppliers that have been providing comments and trying to understand this and be really constructive and offer their assistance. And I would just urge the board to keep an open mind and open ears today to the concerns being raised. Obviously, you're hearing a lot of concerns, but also I think maybe what you're not seeing is that we're working really hard on solutions. And so Aqua's plan, and President Tobin mentioned this, is that we're going to be providing pretty extensive comments on October 17th, and that will include red line recommendations. I think with that, I also ask for trust from you all that the intent of the red lines is not to undermine the intent of the regulation. There's parts where we'll try to be surgical at improving on the ground implementation, especially I think you've heard pieces related to CII performance measures and some of the technical elements. And then there are some larger policy questions where I'm still interested in understanding where the board is on some of these things that just are unclear to me if there's a recognition based on the comments that there's an openness for change. So specifically, there's some larger policy discussions that we're having around the red lines. And I think you've heard several of them alluded to today. One of them is related to the timeline. And I would like to have a really honest discussion around 2025 compliance and the expectation that water suppliers are going to be able to hit the ground running, both with the water use objective and the CII performance measures. And I know that there's enforcement discretion, and I know that civil penalties can't be issued until 2027. But I think the goal of this is compliance and successful water use efficiency, not enforcement discretion. So what we're looking at and talking about is pushing back 2025 outdoor water use standards, 2030 and 2035 to give suppliers meaningful time to budget, hire, analyze cost-effective programs, implement those, educate customers, right? That's a really large piece of this. And then for the CII performance measures, unstacking some of the performance measures that are currently stacked on top of each other. So allowing 5 years for CII classification, allow DWR to provide improved landscape area measurement data. And after that, the second 5 years would be focused on the mixed use meter conversion provisions and BMP implementation. So maybe taking the pressure off of us accomplishing everything in 5 years and allowing suppliers to spread resources out to implement CII provisions and plan for the water use objective. And I don't think that undermines long-term water use efficiency. If anything, that will support like well-designed programs that can achieve multi-benefits. We're also talking about compliance and what does compliance look like, and the request for an alternative compliance objective, or what we're calling a reasonable alternative objective. That is, in addition to just 5 years, if you're a supplier with a very significant lift, is the expectation to achieve that, or is there a pathway? And then in addition to the compliance with an alternative, variances that would provide technical assistance to suppliers to get variances, reduce the burden of getting variances. The annual request for variances with the data burden is pretty significant. So shifting that out to a 5-year annual request, and shifting the 5% threshold for each variance to 5% total aggregate. There's been discussion around data limitations. Is it okay if I use one more minute? Yeah.
It'd be quick.
Yeah, so data limitations. So if we could recognize that there are data limitations, and like water loss include a data adjustment factor that is part of the compliance range, I think that would help alleviate some of the issues around data. And we would support something in the ultimate resolution that would include an advisory group review of data and technology that would help inform. And I think Vice Chair Diadamo's concerns with a one-time adoption. I think how would we build in flexibility to the reg if we find that there are significant data issues that could change reasonable targets? And finally, just the last point is how do we better align this with the local and regional successes that are already occurring rather than causing duplication or recreating the wheel? And I think specifically to the CII performance measures, and there's a lot of opportunity there. And just noticeably absent still is a commitment from the state in partnership to achieving these regulations. And so what will financial assistance and technical assistance look like? So we're open to, you will submit red lines. We recognize that those may not be the end goal, but I think it's the beginning of a dialogue that allows us to continue to work through some of these in a tangible way. We welcome different partners at the table on that, and we really want to continue to be able to engage with State Water Board staff and the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. I appreciate it. I know it's been years of engagement and discussion with staff. This isn't necessarily the start, but continue to commit ourselves to the work. So thank you. Mr. Adams, good to see you again.
By the first two-timer now. Nate Adams, Santa Margarita Water District, Director of Water Resiliency. And just to follow on a couple points briefly, since I had a nice allotment of time earlier this morning, wanted to bring to attention and appreciate the fact that recycled water, particularly recycled water for dedicated irrigation meters, is given the important 1.0 factor for a myriad of reasons. But we would ask that the board consider hard coding that 1.0 in for recycled water. The way the legislation reads, specifically section 968 and further down in the text, there is a provision in there that recycled water as a special landscape area would need to be asked for and approved every year. I'm not sure if that's the intent of the board to have a recycled water potentially in jeopardy. And so we need assurances. Let's protect recycled water investments now, prior investments and future investments, please. On the topic of CII, there's a lot that we can all do to help each other move the needle in terms of cost-effective, meaningful water savings and approaches to it. So let me give you an example. CII, as I showed you our pie chart, represents 5% of our water use. Spread that 5% of water use across 20 buckets, right? Go achieve 20% savings of the 20%, that 5% over 20 buckets. We're chasing the law of diminishing returns here. And so we ask that give us the ability to know where our water use is and how to cost effectively go achieve the savings that we all need. I'll end with, we have plenty of data to share and more insight into how and why it's very tough to arrive at what is efficient outdoor water use, right? There's a lot to unpack in all of it. It's the fun of that aspect of this job. I do ask though, that there is an appreciation for, there is a margin of error when we're building in what is efficient outdoor water use. And it's going to have ramifications every year when different agencies come to the table and provide water use data against the budget given. And if they're over by 3%, I don't know if that's really a black mark. Are they on a trend of water savings? Is it a reasonable amount? And let's get there and not be so focused on a de facto number with no margin of error, understood, communicated, articulated. I think that's what's going to move us forward. And we look forward to those dialogues and continued iteration of this regulation. Thank you.
Also looking forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Next, I'd like to call up Tony Ferenzi, who followed by Rosario Cortez.
I think we've reached the point of saying good evening, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for holding this hearing today and listening to our collective testimony. I'm Tony Ferenzi, representing Placer County Water Agency. My comments will be brief. California has already achieved, in fact, we've exceeded the objective intended for this regulation. DWR reports a 32% reduction in our water use statewide already. That's not to say that PCWA isn't committed to water use efficiency. We have an EPA WaterSense award-winning program We were the first in the Sacramento region to comply with the Urban Water Conservation Council's BMPs, and we've complied with every regulation since. We are true believers in all of this. But the stringent nature of the proposed regulation would cost our water customers an additional $3 million every year by tripling our current water efficiency program. And I assure you, regardless of what you've heard, it is a cost, not a savings. You have to get into the details and you have to understand, how does a water agency run? How do our budgets run? Who are the beneficiaries of these different outcomes? And who are bearing the costs? Those are the details that matter when it comes to truly understanding benefits and costs. 90% of our operating costs are fixed, including our water efficiency program. And we have no choice but to put the additional financial burden of these regulations onto that same water efficiency program. So our water customers' bills will go up. There's no doubt about it. In addition to the increased water rates, our customers would suffer the cost of lost landscaping and trees, even though we are already meeting the objective by demonstrating 32% reduction statewide. There's been credible studies and plenty of examples today that you've heard validating these impacts to PCWA and how they scale up statewide and disproportionately hurt our disadvantaged communities. So what PCWA is asking you is that this regulation not be adopted until the costs and the benefits are understood by the Water Board with reliable information. Thank you very much.
You as well. Next, I'd like to call up Rosario Cortez. And yeah, I'm trying to prioritize folks that are in the room, but I'll follow my list here and then we'll go to Paul Helliker, who's joined us virtually. Ms. Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Rosario Cortez, Manager for Regulatory Affairs for Water Reuse California. Thank you for the opportunity to address you and your patience in being here with us through the evening. We appreciate the board's support of recycled water and potable reuse as a critical water supply for California. It's a key resource for diversifying local supplies and improving the state's long-term water resilience. Increasing its use is a goal of the governor's water supply strategy. That being said, we have some recommendations to ensure that this regulation can be implemented on the ground, recognizing the decades of planning and local ratepayer investments. Number one, special landscape areas should not be treated as a variance. The current draft regs treat landscapes irrigated with recycled water similar to a variance or temporary provision, subject to the same extensive annual reporting requirements contained in Section 968I, and specifically subject it to annual approval or denial by the state board for inclusion into an agency's water use objective. We believe there should be a completely separate section addressing SLAs where the water board reviews and confirms SLA total acreage submitted by agencies every 5 years or annually if that acreage changes. If no change, then every 5 years would be the marker. This should be on the same schedule as DWR provides updated landscape measurement data to water agencies. We have actually already provided the red line strikeouts to state board staff and appreciate that they are aware of this request and offer our time and expertise to find a path forward in the draft that is to come. Regarding the potable reuse bonus incentive, we recommend adding direct potable reuse for the future, as was mentioned earlier. And Water Reuse California is supportive of the section concerning the whole incentive. Since the direct potable reuse regs are not complete, a process for calculating a bonus incentive for DPR projects has not been developed, as it has for other types of potable reuse. We recommend that the adopting resolution or other supporting documents indicate that this will need to be developed for DPR projects once the regulations are completed and adopted. Regarding the SB 1157 standard, we look forward to continuing to work on a recycled water variance provision process with state board staff, as noted in Governor Newsom's Senate Bill 1157 signing message. We absolutely share the governor's desire to, quote, reflect local investments in recycled water and infrastructure. We want to really thank state board staff for the language they included in the draft reg on page 10. Because recycled water is a permanent and long-term investment, And because the indoor water use is the source water for recycled water systems, we have also submitted some suggested edits to the text and remain available to find a path forward on that as well. And such a provision would apply on a case-by-case basis to urban retail water suppliers that can demonstrate that the indoor standards are negatively impacting cost-effective recycled water operations, infrastructure, or permit compliance. Regarding the high total dissolved solids variance, the high TDS, the variance approval process in section 968I is extremely detailed and will require much agency and state board staff time to review and approve each variance. So we recommend that all variances should last for 5 years rather than the 1 year. And additionally, we recommend that technical assistance be made available to agencies. Lastly, we appreciate section 969A5 of the draft reg that states that special landscape areas shall have a landscape efficiency factor of 1.0. We request the section clearly state that CII DIMs irrigated with recycled water are SLAs with a factor of 1.0 rather than through a reference to section 491, the model water efficient landscape ordinance, since Willow is subject to change independent of this state board process. We absolutely share your commitment to climate resilient water sources, and we look forward to working with the state board and their staff on these issues to ensure cost-effective and real-world impacts to conservation are realized. Thank you for your time and consideration. And additionally, regarding the SB 1157, Jared with CASA wanted me to echo Water Reuse California's comments on the SB 1157 process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez. Appreciate the feedback here and the continued engagement around this. The water recycling work is exciting and glad to make all of this consistent across it. Next, I'd like to call up Paul Helliker, who will be followed by Josh Watkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had offered to go after, but I'll be quick. I'm Paul Helliker, General Manager of San Juan Water District. We're a wholesaler and a retailer in the Sacramento and Placer counties. We've been working on conservation for many years now, and during the past 20 years, we've seen demand drop by 30% within our retail and our wholesale areas. So we've invested heavily. I support the previous comments that various speakers have made about the cost, feasibility, and timing, and recommend their recommendations. I'll make a couple quick points. We were part of a joint letter that we submitted in March, and we noted that the regulations do not follow the law, and they create more onerous restrictions than those specified in the statute. And this problem continues in the draft regulations. The statute states that the outdoor standard shall apply to irrigable areas, but the draft regulations limit that applicability to only those areas shown as irrigated in DWR's aerial survey that was conducted in 2018. The legislation also does not allow the board to adopt multiple standards over time, as is proposed in the regulations. It specified that authority to adopt future standards had to be approved by the legislature. The proposed requirement the water suppliers ban the irrigation of non-functional turf in 2025 also exceeds the board's authority. With respect to costs, the standardized regulatory impact analysis estimates that the regulations will impose at least $13 billion in costs on California residents and businesses. And even those costs are significantly understated, as noted in a recent report by MQ. More significantly, the $15 billion in projected benefits not only double counted $4.5 billion in cost shifts, but the remaining $10.5 billion in benefits is estimated from projected reduction of that is associated with water purchase cost reductions. MQ used a sales weighted adjustment to the average cost to get a more accurate statewide picture. And their result was a 50% reduction in the benefits calculated in the SRIA. I've looked at the data for our retail water providers, and the reduced water purchase costs would only be approximately 25% of the figure used by the SRIA. So as wholesale water agencies adjust rates to ensure their fixed costs remain funded, the actual reduction in water purchase costs are likely to be closer to the figures in our rates, which are based upon 75% fixed charges. And this is all in the context of saving maybe 1 to 1.5% of the total agricultural urban use in 2035. Thank you for the opportunity to give comments.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Helliker. Next, I'd like to call up Josh Watkins, who will be followed by Richard Wilson.
Thank you. Josh Watkins, Water Manager for the City of Redding.
I'm gonna hit the highlights. I have similar comments to this city or town of Lincoln, and honestly, all of the other previous water agencies and the associations. Brief stats on Reading: 150 miles north of here, 90,000 people, 30,000 connections, 60 square miles. We're kind of a rural, relatively rural urban agency. So we're stretched out. So we have larger lots, we have more pipelines, we have more, that means more infrastructure and water loss. So just things we deal with. We have a very plentiful rainfall in the winter. We're right below Shasta Dam on the Sacramento River, but that doesn't help in the summer. We have a very hot climate, 30 days over 100 degrees, sometimes over 110 degrees. And we are also disadvantaged, 73% of the state annual MHI. So saying all that, our water use is in 2023 was the same as it was 30 years ago. Our population has increased 20% over that time. So effectively, we're already saving 20%. We're saving 30% since 2008, which was our high water mark, pun intended, of water use. And I just have a little visual aid here. We talked about the coastal areas and the Central Valley. So this is 2035 data. The greens are below 10%, 5 and 10%. The yellows, 20% or 10 to 20%, and the red is over 20% conservation that's needed. So my point there is, I understand there's net evapotranspiration factors and references, and it's supposed to equal and normalize everything. But if you look at the areas that need the biggest cuts, they're inland, they're in the valley, and they're up north where we are. And those are also, as we've mentioned, the disadvantaged areas. So that definitely needs to be taken into consideration. Thank you, Vanna. We would effectively, with the city of Reading, we need a 22% cut in 2025. So it would be in a perpetual state of drought going forward. In 2022, at the end of this previous drought, we were using, we had 20% conservation. So effectively, we would be in that, I say, artificial drought every year. So, and there's no question that our rates would have to go up, because for revenue coming in, the denominator in our equation is how much water that we sell. So that would be very difficult to make up. We're going to submit written comments. So we've talked about unintended consequences, financial impact, and cost of compliance. As written, the regulation is unattainable for a disadvantaged community like us. We need variances, bonus incentives, but they can't be burdensome and only last a year. We need more resources, and we need better data. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate the great quick summary and engagement in all this, Mr. Watkins. Next, I'd like to call up Richard Wilson, who will be followed by Norman Huff.
Thank you very much. I feel very ill prepared. I don't have any charts or graphs. My name is Richard Wilson. I'm the Assistant General Manager for Water Systems at Burbank Water and Power. I'll be quick. I'm not going to read what I have here, but just so you know, Burbank, we have about 105,000 people, over 17 square miles. We have no water rights at all. In 2020, we reduced our water use to 20% below the per capita water use target of 155 gallons per capita per day. And since then, we've been able to reduce even further than that. Our residents have done a fantastic job reducing their water use. We get all of our water from the Metropolitan Water District. It's all 100% imported. And some of that water we store in the San Fernando groundwater basin. And part of that basin is a Superfund site. So we have to pull that water out of the Superfund site. So my concern is that the mandated reductions in water use could be at odds with the EPA's order to maximize the pumping and use of groundwater for the cleanup effort. We have to pump that water out of the ground, we treat it, we clean it, and we deliver it to our customers. And we need to do that as much as possible to contain the contamination plume under Burbank and also to reduce the amount of contamination. So I'd like the board to understand that this could factor into our ability to comply with the water use efficiency requirements, and that having an impaired water source makes Burbank a uniquely disadvantaged community, and that a special variance for removing groundwater contamination from the environment should be considered. We have to pump as much of that water out of the ground as possible. Second, we have a robust economy, and as a result, our population doubles during the day due to the influx of commuters into Burbank. How will the daily population influx and the resulting increase in water use be considered in determining the GPCD figure? Which data is relevant and how will it be used? Broader guidance needs to be provided to ensure that numbers are not skewed disproportionately in an effort to develop a one-size-fits-all approach. Third, Burbank is under a mandate to build more housing, and our population will increase as we build another 12,000 units over the next 10 years. That puts the burden on us to be very careful as we review and issue building permits to ensure that as each development is completed, it does not put further strain on subsequent projects that have to pick up the slack to comply with efficiency targets despite the state mandated growth. It will introduce uncertainty into the development process. We're already facing aging infrastructure and economic pressures that are driving up our water and electric rates. Inflation in the utility industry is well in excess of the inflation rate for consumer goods. We believe in conservation. However, we need to be careful about how we go about it so that the cost of compliance does not make it more difficult to minimize rate increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Next, I'd like to call up Norman Huff, be followed by Chad Reed, and then John Norwood.
Thank you, Board Chair and Board. I'm Norman Huff. I'm the Assistant General Manager at Santa Rosa Water District in Ventura County. We've come to address the board because we're concerned that the proposed regulation may hinder regional water efficiency efforts and penalize those who have already made conservation a way of life. Since 2014, we've achieved a 35% reduction in total water use through innovative water use efficiencies and conservation measures. We've invested millions in diverse and efficient water sources. We have secured new non-potable and recycled sources that are sold to agricultural water districts in exchange for groundwater basin credits to extract potable water for residential customers. It's a little complex. We've developed new customers for recycled treated wastewater. We've reclaimed previously unusable brackish water through RO treatment. We've developed these supplies and separate distribution systems to deliver them in order to reduce our potable water use and reduce dependence on imported water, thus doing our part to reduce the strain on an already taxed state water system. We are contemplating further projects to further reclaim and increase the beneficial uses of recycled and non-potable water. However, the caps in the proposed regulation disincentivize this by only incentivizing the use of recycled water and restricting the use of potable water, even if that potable water was originally non-potable or recycled water. Additionally, many of our efficient water use and conservation initiatives predate 2020, potentially skewing this benchmark in the regulation. This benchmark assumes inefficiencies in 2020, despite our longstanding focus on water use efficiency. We are advocating for the state to model a truly balanced, all of the above approach. The proposed regulation leans too far into conservation to solve the state's water issues. We must urge equal emphasis on storage expansion and new supply development. Voters approved billions in water storage bonds in 2014. Still, almost a decade later, there's no significant additional storage. Californians were extremely disappointed to learn that despite the funding they provided years earlier, much of the abundant water received in this last winter's precipitation was lost forever due to the shortfalls in the state's aging storage and conveyance infrastructure. In conclusion, we encourage the board to reassess how to reward suppliers who pursue innovative solutions rather than punish them with a one-size-fits-all mandate. The board should also pursue storage expansion and new supply development with the same vigor it does conservation mandates. Perhaps tie conservation mandates to a requirement for the state to increase water storage by the same percentage. Maybe that regulation can be called making infrastructure investment a California way of life. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I know we don't have time to address everyone's comments here and there, but I did want to note this last year, the board was able to authorize 1.2 million acre feet worth of groundwater recharge. And that's not the end of our goals,
but being able to do that in a single year was not insignificant. But I appreciate your comments. And at least when it comes to Prop 1 dollars, I hear the frustration and the talking points around the storage dollars there. All the money this board received is out the door. It's in recycling projects. It's out benefiting the state. So I want to make sure that Californians that are listening in have faith actually that all those dollars have been spent. And yes, there is a discussion, complex one, around large storage projects, but try not to get us too far afield. Thank you very much, Mr. Huff. Next, I'd like to call up Chad Reed, who followed by John Norwood.
Thank you, Your Honorable Chair and members of the board and staff. I feel like this has been a really beneficial day, even though it's been a long day, so thank you. My name is Chad Reed. I'm the Water Utility Director for Truckee Donner Public Utility District. We're a small mountain community near Lake Tahoe. We serve about 14,000 connections. The district was founded in 1927, and over the years, and through the growth and consolidation, we've inherited an overall water distribution system with mixed ages and designs. As a district, we support conservation and operating as efficiently and prudently as possible. This includes decades of both customer-focused conservation efforts and collaborative stewardship of the local water resources, from AMI metering systems to even more recently satellite-based leak detection. With the support of the overall goal of the regulation, we support the overall goal of the regulation and have actively participated with written and oral comments in the meetings with the State Water Board staff to ensure the district's concerns have been noted and recognized throughout the entire process. Despite our genuine efforts, the regulation as proposed presents noteworthy challenges to local water agencies in the community of Truckee Donner. These challenges, as currently drafted, would require significant reduction on a community that has extremely limited non-functional turf and non-lavish ornamental landscapes, which has presented TDPUD with the limited opportunities for cost-effective water loss reduction. However, we have an aging system that we know has leaks, and we are going as efficiently and economically possible to repair this leaking system. The district has established a pattern of spending millions of dollars on replacing aging mains and laterals in preparation for this regulation. The significant investment should be compared to a total budget of only $12 million. TDPUD is asking for the following considerations. Listen to the water community experts of Aqua, AWWA, CMUA, which represent a significant percentage of the water utilities and have significant expertise. The economic model used to determine cost effectiveness of this regulation needs to be able to consider unique cases like Truckee Donner PUD, a smaller, older utility with significant challenges to replace their system to comply with this regulation, while the system does not currently qualify for most financial assistance programs. The final regulation must accurately account for populations for communities with significant transient populations. A majority of the water connections in the Truckee Donner are second homeowners and used as short-term rental properties. Truckee's full-time population in the last census was about 17,000. But as a resort destination, we routinely experience populations around 50,000 on holidays and large weekends. The current regulation relies on population to determine the compliance and needs to consider actual documented population. Thanks again. We remain available to work with the board and staff to create a working regulation that will meet the goals of the water conservation as a way of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I appreciate you being here today and participating in the discussion. I know, as you said, it's been a long day, and I agree with you. It's been incredibly worthwhile to hear from everyone. So thank you for providing your perspective here. And like I said, a lot more work. So looking forward to that with you there. Mr. Norwood.
Good evening. My name is John Norwood. I'm representing the California Pool and Spa Association. I'm also making comments today on behalf of the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance and the International Hot Tub Association. CPSA is a statewide trade association representing swimming pool and spa builders, subcontractors, manufacturers of pool and spa equipment, pool chemicals, pool maintenance and repair companies, consultants, and architects. The swimming pool and spa business has an economic impact of over $5 billion annually to the state of California. We employ well over 50,000 individuals, The industry consists of over 10,000 small businesses, and we serve over 1.3 million homeowners in the state that have pools. CPSA is opposed to how these regulations treat pools. We believe that the proposed regulations target the pool industry and endanger the future of our industry. Moreover, we believe the regulations have the potential of placing over 1.3 million homeowners in California in the position of having a swimming pool that they cannot maintain or use and a home that they cannot sell because their pool becomes an attractive nuisance or a public hazard. To comply with these regulations, we believe water suppliers may well be put in the position of discouraging Californians from building new swimming pools within a decade of implementation. California law requires a regulatory impact assessment of any major regulations. There have been no consideration of how these regulations would affect the swimming pool and spa industry. Moreover, there has been no debate at the elected official or legislative level that would justify regulations developed that target this industry. There's been no stakeholder outreach to the swimming pool and spa industry. The economic impact analysis that was done simply ignores the economic consequences to our industry. It does not address the statewide economic impact, the effect on over 10,000 small businesses, the effect on over 50,000 jobs, the sales tax, permit fees, income or property taxes paid by our industry, our customers, or the businesses that supply our industry. Now, the regulatory impact cites the elimination of turf as the #1 goal in achieving the successful implementation of making water conservation a way of life. The installation of a swimming pool most often replaces turf. That's why studies have shown that the installation of an average sized swimming pool saves over 30,000 gallons of water annually over the landscape the pool most often replaces. This because the average 400 to 500 square foot swimming pool project includes 2 to 4 times the surface area of the pool in hardscape. That hardscape in the form of a patio, outside kitchen, barbecue area, fire pit, or sports court is forever removed from irrigation. There's no consideration of these regulations of the impact of the overall pool project on landscaping or outdoor water use. You saw earlier today a picture of from one of your panelists of a pool project that was done in Roseville. That pool was a 600 square foot pool. I would estimate by the picture, there's probably 1,800 to 2,000 square feet of that project that was hardscape. The elimination of that from irrigation made possible the rest of that project, even having the opportunity to meet Muello. And so that project probably saves 40,000 gallons of water annually based on the landscape it's replacing. That's next year, the year after that, the year after that, the year after that. If you take an average of 13,000 pools installed annually, they're going to save 30,000 gallons per year. From that year, you're looking at 100,000 acre feet of water a year. Next year, the year after, and the year after, and the year after. So those are the kinds of things I think you have to take into consideration. We're more than happy to have a discussion. We think there are other alternatives as well. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Norwood. And, do hopefully not feel that the industry isn't being targeted here. The variance that we're trying to develop at least shows, again, an opportunity to discuss. So I appreciated the information. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Aaron Sass. And I know, again, in my list here, I have some folks on the remote platform. If you're on the remote platform and you do have a time constraint, go ahead and raise your platform, but I'm going to prioritize otherwise everyone in the room just because folks are here in person. So just comment for everyone generally. Ms. Sass.
Thank you, Chair and Board, for listening and being open to our comments and suggestions to make the proposed regulations more feasible. I have some good news in that I combined my comments with our General Manager, so you have one less speaker. My name is Erin Sassy, and I'm the Government Relations Officer for the Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District. We believe that the regulations as drafted are not attainable in the time allotted or with the resources available, and the downstream impacts will create more harm than good. EVMWD provides service to approximately 160,000 people with 1/3 of its parcels in disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities. Agencies such as EVMWD has significantly invested in upgrading wastewater and recycled water facilities as a local and resilient source of water. Our GPCD numbers have seen a 50% reduction in the last 12 years while supporting 15% growth in the same time frame. Less water used in the home means less water flowing and pushing urban waste through the sewers. This reduced flow will result in increased maintenance costs and higher costs to treat the sewage as the infrastructure is not designed for higher increases in solids. Additionally, less recycled water means there is less water for irrigating parks, replenishing groundwater, and discharging treated flows to rivers and lakes to keep them vibrant for fish and our wildlife. Specifically, less recycled water will adversely impact the environment in our service territory because we discharge highly treated recycled water into Lake Elsinore, as well as a wetland behind our plant. Lake Elsinore is similar to the Salton Sea as it is a significantly impaired inland water body. If we are unable to discharge this treated water, it will impact the water levels of the lake, which may create environmental and health problems for the community and the wildlife that depend on it. Some additional concerns that we have are that the proposed regulations may be in violation of Prop 218 by stating suppliers must dedicate funding to climate-ready landscapes and 40% of that to disadvantaged communities, and requiring suppliers to hire 1 FTE. This will have significant costs to smaller agencies who are already struggling, especially as additional staff may be necessary to meet the other requirements in the regulations. And we are also facing new regulations like PFAS treatment. Additionally, the regulations may lead to abandoned, underutilized, and stranded infrastructure, which ultimately costs more in the long run because it still needs to be maintained. Rather than continue to require onerous regulations, we ask that the state focus on investing in new supplies, storage, conveyance, infrastructures that will serve current and future customers for years to come. Furthermore, we ask that the board staff work with the water agencies and other water experts who understand the impacts these proposed regulations pose and to draft useful and effective regulations that won't force us to put the burden on our customers and especially our disadvantaged communities. Thank you for your time. I know it has been a long day.
No, thank you for yours. I appreciate that, Mrs. Sassy, and just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up, apologize, let me make sure I'm in my list right, Peter Martin. And I see a couple hands up on the platform, so I will be getting to you folks here in a moment. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Peter Martin. I'm the Deputy Director of Water Resources for the City of Santa Rosa's Water Department. You heard from my colleague today in one of the panels, so I will be very surgical with my comments and try to be brief. I just, we work very closely with our regional partners in the Sonoma-Marin Saving Water Partnership. I think everyone here is aware that it consists of 13 public water suppliers in the Sonoma and Marin counties. And we work in a strategically unified way to make urban water use efficiency a keystone of our water management strategy in the Russian River watershed. I do want to note too that several members of Santa Rosa Water have spent multiple years providing input to the Department of Water Resources and various technical working groups and investigations throughout this process over the years. We believe that they resulted in a framework that the state board can continue to work and through with the department and staff here too as well. It was the intent of those 2018 conservation legislation to build on those lessons learned from previous drought responses and avoid mandates that fail to reflect California's varied meteorological conditions and regionally specific characteristics. But we do believe that is what is being proposed today, and the proposed regulatory framework does lack some flexibility to align with this intent. And we offer several recommendations specifically around the CII performance objectives. And we will be providing a more formal comment letter in the coming weeks as well. Specifically, I want to point out that the proposed framework requires utilities to identify disclosable commercial buildings over 50,000 square feet of floor space and provide that monthly water use to those property owners in the Energy Star portfolio management. Perhaps too proactively, we started down the process of classifying many of our customers before that came into occurring. And so we began that classification in the last few years, and we're actually approximately about halfway through 4,000 CII customer classifications. I do want to note that that is a substantial time commitment for our staff. It takes about 10 minutes per customer. We've been timing it. And to change direction at this point to meet that Energy Star portfolio standard would require extensive staff time to reclassify those accounts for potentially no foreseeable benefit. I also want to point out that there are some small tweaks related to things such as discerning between property owners and account holders. They are not synonymous. So if there's an opportunity to tweak that language, I think we would definitely be open to that. And also, we have various tools in our WaterSmart portal. We can provide much of this data in a different format. So we'd like to see if there's an opportunity to provide flexibility there. All in all, we just know that water retailers have a lot of competing priorities: maintaining drinking water quality, replacing and improving our aging infrastructure, and implementing water supply resiliency measures in the face of climate change. These all come at a cost. And we together are tasked with ensuring our most vulnerable populations have water and can afford their water bills. And so we are concerned that anything that may be burdensome in terms of reporting and additional staffing time may take away from our ability to offer the programs that our customers have come accustomed to. So thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments, and we will follow up with a formal comment letter.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I appreciate that. And just want to acknowledge, of course, just the incredible effort that went on in the Russian River watershed to respond to incredible circumstances, obviously. And part of that, the conservation that we saw 30+% for a number of systems. So I know the watershed was hit hard, and here, the leadership and feedback and opportunity to engage further on the work, it's really appreciated. So thank you. I'll quickly go to a couple folks we have on the platform. I'll go first to Melissa McKeith, and then Craig Johns, and then we'll come back to Ms. Compton here in the room. Thank you. Ms. McKeith.
And here we go. Can you see me yet?
We can hear you at least, not yet see.
I'd like to be seen. So.
There you are.
Okay, here I am. Good afternoon. Melissa McKeith, Citizens United for Resources and the Environment. And at least up until this point, after 8 hours, we are the only community-based organization that has appeared to address direct environmental impacts and climate impacts. First, I just want to take a moment of personal preference to just acknowledge the passing of Senator Feinstein, whose staff was very instrumental in helping all of us over the years, particularly here when we were raising issues about the Salton Sea and Deer Creek in the late 90s and early 2000s. And the reason I raised the Salton Sea is at that time, we identified a lot of unintended consequences that people naively assumed were not going to take place. And I just remind Chair and other members of the state board who were there in the early 2000s, a lot of those unforeseen circumstances ultimately played out. And they played out mostly to hurt poor people. So I'm going to speak this evening on 3 topics only related to the city of Riverside and our unique water situation. First is questioning the jurisdiction of the regional board to in fact regulate an adjudicated groundwater basin where we have no imported water use at all, absent of finding a waste under the California Constitution. Happy to discuss that further with your lawyers. We've been raising these issues since the emergency regulations. And as you might recall, Riverside did file a lawsuit against the 2015 regulations. We are very unique in that regard. Perhaps Santa Rosa, I heard the comments earlier today, but to my understanding, we are the only municipal agency. Also, there were economic impacts concerning a municipal agency that does rely on their general fund transfer for police, fire, and other services that are not identified and discussed in the economic analysis of the regulations. And I believe legally you're required to do that. But let me just say a word in line with what Darcy Burke commented on earlier. And you know, Darcy and I couldn't be on further ends of the political spectrum. But let me just say that for most poor people, this analysis on equity that you had in your document was really, I thought, awful. You know, in the long term, it may save them some rates. On the short term, people cannot afford a tree or grass. That means that their children have no place to play. And guess what? They don't only play at playgrounds, they also play in their backyards. In Riverside, we're hot, we're polluted, but one thing we do have is water, and we have water for trees. CURE has spent an enormous amount of time and resources on promoting food forests and ensuring that our poor communities actually have assistance in planting trees and grass. And I know you think that these regulations and the DWR environmental guidelines, you know, recognize that, but I have to tell you that poor people don't have arborists. There was a comment in the DWR 2022 report saying, well, this is hard. Yeah, it is. Maybe local communities can get arborists. It was just so naive. And this morning, when I was listening to the comments, I had to think about if we changed the word conservation as a way of life to dieting as a way of life, it might make this point. Not everybody is overweight. Some people can eat more calories than others. Some people have invested in the gym and worked hard for a long period of time, like my city for over 100 years has managed its own water. And so when I was listening to people, they just reminded me of these anecdotes about how you could do your gardening better and different. And I thought, this is like those annoying advertisements on television in the middle of the night where they say you can lose 50 pounds easily. It is not easy. So in closing, I just want to say that I have reached out to legal staff. I think it would be very helpful for transparency if you put contact information on the first page of the actual notices, not on page 21. And I do believe you need to have a legal contact. And finally, I just want to close by saying I may be one of the few people in the room that didn't get paid for sitting for 8 hours. You have a lot of water agencies. You have a lot of people who are in the business, so to speak. But I think the outreach to NGOs like mine was non-existent. And with all due respect to the Pacific Institute and to NRDC, these are big macro organizations. I don't think that they're community-based. They're in Oakland or in Santa Monica. It's a very different game in Riverside. So I would invite you, the chair and others, come see our city, come talk to our people, come see what the actual impact of these regulations are doing on us. And in closing, I just want to say this, we will be requesting an actual exemption. We do not believe the board has jurisdiction absent of finding a waste. And I don't believe you can find that because when I water, that water trickles down into a groundwater aquifer that's used. One last comment and then I'll go because I did wait a long time. One last comment. The other night there was a drone flying over my property. And you know, my first thought was, and this is when you want to talk about trust, but I got to tell you, I thought, wow, I wonder if it's DWR. And I literally thought that because if you're out there scoping out everybody's watering, there's just a kind of state overreach that you really will get pushback. Professor Lund made those comments. I think they're really genuine comments that you should take into consideration. Thank you very much for your time and appreciate very much your letting me speak now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you as well, Ms. McKeith. Appreciate the patience and take seriously all comments that we hear. And so appreciate that. Next, quickly, I'd like to go to Craig Johns and then we'll come back to the room. Thank you. Jones, apologies, Mr. Jones.
That's okay. I've been called much worse. Good evening. I was going to say good afternoon, but good evening, board members, staff, and distinguished water colleagues. I do want to just acknowledge Jeremy Wolf. He is our Las Virgenes legislative program manager and also represents the city of Agora as a city council member, and he had to go into committee meetings. So I'm going to try to be really brief. I am grateful of everyone's time. And I think you're in good company in terms of a career of sitting in town halls and things for hours and hours. So I plan to be there in person today, but like many of my colleagues, I had already made arrangements to be at WaterSmart Innovations Conference. As you may know, one of the largest conservation conferences in America, hosted by AWWA, where we've been coming together for over a decade to collaborate and solve many of the challenges these proposed regulations seek to accomplish. Again, my name is Craig Jones. I'm the Resource Conservation Manager with Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. We are a retail water and wastewater provider serving 122 square mile service area in the North Santa Monica Bay area of Northern LA County. 21,000 service connections serving 4 cities: Calabasas, Agoura, Hidden Hills, Westlake, and portions of Chadsworth. So like many agencies represented here today, conserving water and being water efficient practitioners is in our DNA. During the most recent drought in 22, we endured one of the largest water supply emergency curtailments in our district's history. In the face of the extreme measures, district staff rose to the challenge to equip our customers to respond to the mandatory call for conservation. And our customers responded, thank God. From town hall meetings that lasted over 6 hours like this one, to the implementation of a flow restrictor program, which has been adopted into our code to continue to utilize irrespective of water shortage drought conditions. The district is more than devoted to thinking outside of the box to make conservation a California way of life. And we are passionate about it, and we are committed to it. So as a state water project dependent area, we are very focused on diversifying our water supply portfolio. With a pure water project and indirect potable reuse project that will provide a drought resilient local water supply, 6 MGD at full capacity, and our recent partnership with Ocean Well to pilot California's first ever blue water farm, a state-of-the-art submerged filtration technology that revolutionizes the process of supplying fresh drinking water from any raw water source, including the ocean. So, I'll spare you, the rest of my story because our story is much like what you've heard today. We pride ourselves in offering turnkey programs as it relates to landscape transformation. And more importantly, we actively collaborate with folks like Arla and Tree People and other NGOs and community stakeholders to implement progressive programs like our native plant kit, which was modeled after the Garden in a Box program. We've been fully deployed with AMI since 2022, and we're currently working on an innovative project to marry AMI data with SCADA data to determine water aging in our distribution system in near real time to mitigate operational water quality challenges that come as a result of customers using less water. So real quickly too, I want to just mention that we have almost $16 million in grant awards. And I just want to give a shout out to state board staff. One of our grants is a Prop 1 funded State Water Resource Control Board grant. And I've had the privilege personally of working with state board staff. And I just want to give a shout out and a thanks specifically for their advocacy, for your advocacy over the years to come alongside us suppliers to support water treatment technology research in an effort to drive the regulatory process to promote best technology outcomes. So we support Las Virgenes supports any effort that advances the state's goal to make conservation a California life, specifically when it's done in a way that's based on accurate data, supporting climate appropriate landscapes, gives credit to existing and planned innovation programs, and minimizes infeasible outcomes and unintended impacts. So let me get to my big concern.
Actually, sorry, Mr. Jones, I'm going to have to cut you off. We do have a lot of folks, and you're already a minute or two over.
If you could just give me one more minute. I've been in this meeting in my hotel room for 9.5 hours.
Yeah, no, we've all collectively been. Yes, go on, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. I'm just going to give you my proposed recommendations. Again, many of them have been heard today, but I want to start out by just asking that I request as many face-to-face water supplier board staff meetings that it takes to incorporate our input to ensure these regulations will be feasible, affordable, and doable to make it work for the diversity of water suppliers across California. 0.63 as a max left, starting with 0.8 left by 2030, 0.63 left by 2035. And then there we can use real data in 2035 to consider moving to 0.55 by 2045. Recycled water should maintain a 1.0 ETF into perpetuity. It's not a temporary provision. Remove effective precip maintain the 20% INI area buffer. Pools should continue to receive a 1.0 ETF. And reporting, we need some work there. Simplify the variance process, calendar year instead of fiscal year, develop alternative compliance pathways, period, and for variances specifically. So with that, thank you. Let's continue to be a leader in California, and we appreciate your time.
Appreciate yours, Mr. Jones. I know it has been long and we still have a lot of commenters, but I appreciate the feedback. And again, for folks, if you're kind of feeling like you're saying things that you've heard throughout the day already, and I'd just ask, try to say it differently or be additive. Ms. Compton.
Thank you so much, Christine Compton. I'm the Director of Strategic Communications and Advocacy and the Deputy General Counsel for Pine Ranch Water District. I wanted to throw two questions out there for us to consider. IRWD, as you all know, has been part of this conversation for many, many years, and we're committed to seeing it through to successful implementation statewide. But even though we will meet the urban water use objective, as Fiona talked about earlier, we are concerned about the reporting pieces, the CI&I pieces, and really the added cost and staff resources that are going to be required even under a well-resourced agency like ours. And so there's two questions we've been asking as we review the regulations. The first is, what changes can reduce the administrative burden both on your staff here at the state board and water agencies while still achieving the water savings that we're all targeting through the regulation? And the second is, what changes would make sense while still achieving that water savings that can still ensure that we will have that level of innovation that many of us have had in water use efficiency programs over the years and still encourage recycled water? So I won't repeat things that folks have said, but I did want to raise a couple of examples that we think where it could really help water agencies. The first may seem silly to you, but it's allowing water agencies to report their data in acre feet versus things like gallons or square footage, using higher level. That's the level, that's the metric we all use. It's what we know. So asking us to report in gallons as an example is like me asking you to tell me your weight in ounces. And so we know when we report in acre feet what it should relatively be. And so we'll see where it's off. The more digits we go down, the more risk there is for error. And then it becomes more complicated. So it may seem small, but I think it would certainly go a long way, at least from our perspective. One of the other areas that is a huge concern for IRWD, we're still a growing community. We still have new development and a tremendous number of housing units that need to go in terms of affordable housing. That's a real issue in Orange County, and particularly in our service area. And so it really is looking at the provisions on how you add new landscape areas, because not all of them would have a permit filed under the model ordinance, and making sure that there are methodologies to add that landscape area in so it accurately, on both sides of the equation, have the water demand that's served and the water demands that are there. We think the DWR's 3 recommendations on that make a lot of sense. We certainly support, and I'm recognizing the time, that there are lots of other things regarding variances, implementation, CI&I, that we think make a lot of sense. We'll certainly be providing you more extensive comments. I would just close by saying we're certainly willing to continue rolling up our sleeves and finding solutions that work for your staff and all of the stakeholders to move forward on successful implementation, but wanted to highlight at least a couple of examples where we think we can achieve that right balance of achieving the water savings, but reducing the administrative and reporting burden. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Compton. I really appreciate those good, brief and important remarks. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Michael Hadley, followed by Joe Berg and Tia Fleming.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel, members of the State Board. First, I want to thank each of you for being here with us. This is obviously a big deal for all of us with the turnout that we've had and the continued turnout that we have online. So thank you all for sticking this out with us. My name is Michael Hadley. I'm the Government Relations Officer at Western Municipal Water District. We're a water district out in Western Riverside County that serves about 1 million people through both wholesale and retail water service connections. I want to reemphasize that Western has always had a commitment to water efficiency, especially during the 2012-2016 drought. We were able to reduce our overall demand by 50%. during that time, which was a huge deal for us. We implemented budget-based rates. We currently have $5 per square foot of outdoor turf replacement. We're doing the most that we can, but yet we still find ourselves with these regulations in the 20% or more cutback demand by 2035, which for our water resources people have great concerns. We've been collaborative in this process. We want to work with you all. We've been working with the staff, especially this legislation was developed back in 2018. We're in this together, but I know from my agency's perspective, in relation to this, our big emphasis throughout these last few years, especially the last few years, has been the need for infrastructure. My agency has been a leader in the Solve the Water Crisis Coalition, as well as the California Water for All campaign. We want to emphasize that, urban water use is about 2% of all California's overall water use. And so while this has to be in place, we have to go by these rules. We're developing these regulations. We really want to bring forth in a very public way the need to focus on building the infrastructure to mitigate these future climate risks. And we appreciate the state board's money that's been invested so far over the years. You've made several points about the money that's been developed, and we appreciate that, and we think that's extremely important moving forward. But as a presentation stated earlier, if everyone commits to all these water savings through conservation, we're going to save 400,000 acre feet a year of water. That's outstanding, but I know my folks back in Western Riverside County still have concerns that 400,000 acre feet a year is not going to be the saving grace for the entire state of California. And we really want to make that point that we need to continue investing in the infrastructure that's needed to capture, store, and move water. And just know that we as water agencies, obviously this isn't all in the state board or the Department of Water Resources and all the state agencies, we have our role too in developing local supplies. We commit to that. We will continue to commit to water efficiency measures, and know that you can call upon us to be collaborative and be at the table when you need us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that and the engagement here. And I agree with all your points that, conservation in of itself is not what's going to solve our challenges. It's one part, and appreciate the work I know that's being done on all those others amongst us. So thanks for the good points, Mr. Hadley. Thank you. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Joe Berg and then Tia Fleming.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to provide comments. Just would like to acknowledge MODOC's commitment to water use efficiency. They had the good fortune in 1991 to hire me. At that time, I thought we could use a little bit of levity by now. At that time, our per capita water use was 222 gallons per person per day. That's M&I water use. As of 2020, it was 112. That's a 50% reduction in per capita water use. That took 30 years to achieve. Roughly represents about 58,000 acre feet of water cumulative that we're saving now year after year after year. The new standards are proposing that we save 45,500 acre feet per year, which is, I wanted to say is about a 15% countywide reduction, but that varies based on the retail water agency. Last time I provided comment to you, it was in March 2022, and at that time we were looking at the DWR staff recommendations. And we looked at what it would cost Orange County to comply. At that time, it was $30 million a year. We've updated that analysis, and now we're looking at $64 million per year for Orange County to comply. And over an 11-year period, that's over $700 million. Now, I also have a little information about individual agencies and how this is going to impact them. So a couple of examples. The city of Garden Grove, their annual investment will need to be nearly $5 million a year, and it'll have a $143 per connection per year impact to their customer base. City of Orange, they're the big winner in Orange County. They need to spend about $9.6 million a year, and that's going to impact their per connection charges of $264 per year, and that's over an 11-year period. So that's year after year. City of Westminster, they need to spend about $3 million a year. That's about $130 per connection per year impact. So these are not These agencies don't qualify for the disadvantaged community designation as proposed in the regulation because their service area wide situation doesn't meet it. But there's 500,000 disadvantaged people in Orange County that are going to be impacted by that. That kind of leads me into my next comments, which is the SWRCB, and I know we're going to hear more details on that, so I will defer my comments to that. But three areas that I have significant concerns, which is the landscape standards and the time frame that we're being asked to meet them. I really think that we need to have a provision for good faith effort for agencies that are implementing programs proactively for all customer classes 24/7, 365. And then the CII performance measures really need to be simplified. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Berg. Next, I'd like to call up Tia Fleming.
Hi. Thank you,
Good to see
Chair.
you. Good evening.
Good to see you. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members for this opportunity to comment. My name is Tia Fleming. I'm the co-executive director at the California Water Efficiency Partnership. CalWEP is a membership-based nonprofit organization with a mission to maximize urban water efficiency. We do this through supporting water agency staff with tools, programs, research, and collaborative learning opportunities. We're also a state chapter of the Alliance for Water Efficiency, and you may recall that CalWEP is a successor of the California Urban Water Conservation Council. So long history in conservation. To maximize water efficiency statewide, we need to ensure that agencies succeed locally. That's CalWEP's theory of change. It's why we exist. For agencies to succeed, we think this regulation really needs to properly balance the urgency to secure California's water future with the on-the-ground realities that we've heard about today. To that end, our top two overarching requests are, not surprisingly, that the state provide greatly increased state funding and technical assistance, along with developing a more reasonable timeline or pathway for compliance. And we do appreciate the alternative compliance pathway that's been included. We think we can improve on it, and we want to work with staff to do that. For some context, we recently surveyed CalWEP membership and found that agencies' top concerns right now are having limited staff capacity to implement, dealing with the complexity of the data requirements, and the gaps in available technical expertise. And of note, a lot of CalWEP members have been investing for decades, so these are experienced conservation staff that are still feeling these squeezes. For many local agencies, they're going to need to increase budgets, launch customer programs, hire and train more staff, all great things that we of course love to see. But this is where state funding and technical assistance is going to be critically important. I think beyond just compliance, we're concerned that with the current compliance timeline to achieve big savings for many agencies who have not been historically investing in conservation, we might have a missed opportunity. We're hopefully poised to see huge investments from the state, and the local level. And we want to make sure that we're launching the right programs that include those multiple benefits that are accessible to everyone. And these types of programs do take time, resources, relationships to develop. And so again, state funding is going to come in really essentially there. The last thing that we want to see, right, are rushed programs that are turf replacement programs that are devoid of life and have no ecosystem benefits. They'll save water, but they're not going to really be a good use of our funds. While we know that the current enforcement statutes or enforcement dates are in statute, we of course ask you all to use your discretion, but also work with us and other interested parties to really think through what a more reasonable alternative compliance pathway, timeline, whatever we want to call it, as agencies are making efforts to launch these exemplary programs. I think we can improve on what's in the draft. One more important note, local agencies will lean on regional and statewide partners. We've heard a lot about this, Metropolitan, Regional Water Authority, CalWEP, and others. So we just want to request assurances that these types of regional and statewide programs and partnerships count towards an agency's compliance, specifically on like CII BMPs or landscape transformation programs. I think we heard a little bit of that earlier, but really calling it out would be appreciated. So let's work together to strike this balance. It's possible. And CalWEP is committed to serving as a resource for the board and the board staff throughout this process. We'll be submitting a comment letter with some specific recommendations. And we look forward and hope it will be a continual, collaborative, and transparent process. So thank you, and thanks board staff for all the work on this.
Thank you, Ms. Fleming. Really appreciate your personal leadership and all of this work. And to your point, there is decades worth of expertise and acknowledgement and work that's gone on here. And I just want to make sure it's definitely continue to acknowledge and just thank you. It's a lot of, I know, technical work here amongst it, and it's made a difference to have you all here as partners. Mr. Ojakian. And yes, the scroll should continue to update on names, and I will get to folks here back in the platform in a minute, but want to make sure we're giving ample time for our folks in person. Mr. Ojakian.
Thank you, appreciate that. Good evening, Ryan Ojakian with the Regional Water Authority. I want to start off by thanking you for the opportunity, but I also really want to plus up with the few compliments the board has gotten. I want to thank you all for your public service. And I want to take that opportunity to remind us all that that's what we're here to talk about, public service, right? That's the core of this conversation really is how are we best meeting our water needs moving forward, right? So I want to plus up those points and just put a finer point on those things. I also want to recognize everybody else that's contributed in that regard, right? The conversation only moves forward with all of us. So thank you to everybody, including on the platform. So RWA's role in achieving that public service is assisting our 22 member agencies in achieving reliable delivery of high quality water at the lowest possible cost, right? So again, that's the perspective that we're coming from. Now, while I currently work for RWA, I was in the legislature in 2017 and 2018 for working for the policy committee that was responsible for doing the analysis on the legislation that ultimately is what we're talking about here today. I want to take the time to remind everybody that it failed in 2017. And the reason it failed, from my perspective, I can't speak for the legislature, but from my perspective in that role was because of a need to balance cost with benefit and impacts on quality of life. So we've heard a lot of those things come up in the conversation today. And I just want to quickly speak to a couple of things here. From RWA's perspective, right, I feel like the regulations are going too far too fast. I think we've heard that from a number of water suppliers, but want to say that. And that the reason why we feel that way is because that there's opportunity cost with what could be done with the resources otherwise. So we've also heard about impacts on affordability. I do want to take the time to respond just quickly as we look at studies on affordability on past investments on water efficiency. They have been just that, investments on past water efficiency, right? So for example, in the region, we've gotten 18% reduction across the region in the last decade. But one of the primary projects that we've done is toilet rebates. Those were $100 per toilet. Moving forward, we're going to have to do direct install. Those are going to be $300 or $400 a toilet, right? So those are the kinds of, it's going to get harder moving forward, right? There's going to be additional expenses moving forward. And those are the kinds of things that we have to think about, right? So for example, in that regard, to put the expense in context, right? 13.5 billion is what the state has estimated. It would be great if we got more state resources. I would love to see more state resources. The reality is, though, that's going to be a challenge. And in context, what is 13.5 billion? It's 10 times the amount of money that the state has provided for safe drinking water, right? That this board has been administering. Obviously, my time's up. I'm going to leave with like sort of three things that we would like to see. The first thing is we would love to see an increase in the water efficiency factor. We've heard that before. Want to see a buffer for accounting for inaccuracies in the data, and want to see reasonably accessible extension on timeline. So what are the things that we're looking at that allow for an agency to get an extension on compliance time? Thanks.
One moment, Vice Chair has a question.
Come back. I'm going to take advantage of your unique experience from when you were at the legislature. So as I said earlier, I read through the statute again today, and looking at some of the language in there about MWELO, using the principles of MWELO, to determine the amount of water necessary to efficiently irrigate both new and existing landscapes. So I know you didn't come, it wasn't included on your list, so you didn't come prepared to talk about this, but I just wanted to use this as an opportunity because that's something that, just as I read through the statute, kind of, calls out a flag for me, not having been involved in the development of the legislation, though maybe there's, something additional behind it. So in light of the fact that we are actually using MWELO as opposed to the principles, and then also as to new and existing landscapes.
So I think the challenge that we have is that we aren't fully accounting actually for existing landscapes. That the standards would be essentially what you would have for a new landscape is very challenging to go back with an existing landscape and get that level of efficiency, right? So we want, obviously, moving forward with new development, we would love to see that highest standard and expect that highest standard to be achieved. It's a different animal when you're talking about existing landscapes. Really, right, you have to reinvent that landscape. And we saw a lot this morning in relation to how much that's going to cost. So I think that's really the big challenge there is, are we going to be able to afford doing that level of efficiency in existing landscapes? So I think, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Happy to discuss more though.
Thank you, Mr. Ojakian. Next, I'd like to call up Teresa Penanuri.
Close. Penanuri. Get the Edith Nunnery Penanuri. It's my dad used to say. He had all girls. So thank you. My name is Teresa Penanuri. I'm the communications manager for Santa Fe Irrigation District. We're a small water district in northern San Diego County. We're a member of the San Diego County Water Authority. And so we largely agree with the technical comments that have been said today, and we agree with what Aqua and some of the other agencies have said. That is not my strong suit. As a small agency, we hold many hats. So as the communications manager, I'm responsible for all the communications, all outreach, our website, our social media, all of our water use efficiency, our water conservation, our legislation, our water policy, and other duties as assigned. So it's a lot of work. And so I am just one of many small agencies who just don't have the resources or the accessibility to be able to come to this meeting, nor are they able to access grant programs that could really help us into implementing some of these water use efficiency standards. So we are, again, a small agency. We have about 20,000 people that we serve. That's a rough estimate. We do know that we have a large number of our customers who do not use their address in our service area as their main address. We are a very affluent community. We have about 6,500 connections, an additional 1,000 fire meters. We're also in fire country. And so we also have a small pocket of a disadvantaged community, and we also have a significant number of seniors on fixed incomes. And so water rates are very important to our community, as they are to everyone, and to accessibility. So I'd just like to comment just a little bit on the variances. We are very supportive of the variances. We would like to apply for them, but at this point, myself and my board really have to look at, is the juice worth the squeeze? And so we're looking at the staff time that we have to put into evaluating whether or not our seasonal population will make an impact. We do have a seasonal population. We have a beach community. We also have a horse community. We also have a seasonal horse community where we have a lot of, yes. We have a racing community. So between May and September, we have a lot of horses that come in, and we have a lot of people that come with those horses. Those are very expensive horses, and they use more than 7 gallons of water per day. And so it's very difficult for me to tell someone that $1 million horse is only going to use 7 gallons of water per day. So what we would like to recommend is if you could bring all those variances together, so anything that we apply for, if that could go for a total of 5%, that would make a big impact to my district. In addition to that, we also are known as having some of the highest per capita water use in the state. For a small agency, that is not the best moniker to have, but between May and September, we sometimes can exceed over 400 gallons per person per day. So we definitely know that that is an opportunity for us to save water. We also have a lot of large lots, 3 to 20 acres. So we have a lot of opportunity, but we also need help. And so if I could make some recommendations for assistance, one, grant programs that don't have to have as much documentation. I know that's not ideal for the state, but that is really hard for me as an individual to try to track all of those things. That's really difficult for us to do. In addition to that, if you could deliver money to our large wholesalers as well so that they could distribute that equitably, that would really help us as well. Another is a statewide outreach campaign, as people have mentioned. We need everyone to be on board and to understand why these regulations are coming through and the impacts that it will have to our community and the importance of it for our sustainability and climate change impacts moving forward. We are also an innovation economy. I think there's a lot of opportunity for the state to fund either a procurement model that we could all join as a part of, if we need to have a portal that our customers could use to upload information, if there's something that we could all use we could use as part of the public agency clause, that we were all using the same consultant, that would be helpful as well. And finally, workforce development. I have sat on many interview panels for water conservation technicians in my community, and I can tell you that we just don't have the workforce available. And in the 20 years that I've been in the water industry, I have been in awe of a lot of the people in this room and on this board and the work that they've done, but none of us are getting any younger. So we need to see that future, and that they are involved in water, that they care about water, that they care about their communities, and most importantly, that they're diverse and they represent and they look like the communities that we serve. So thank you for the opportunity. And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to all of your staff for being accessible, for being transparent. As someone from a small agency who has very limited time, I really appreciate it, especially Charlotte. So thank you.
Thank you as well. I appreciate all those good comments and the flag about the seasonal horse challenges that we may have. Truly, your comments were incredible, and really appreciate the good additive nature of them. So thank you so much. It really means a lot. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Brandon Bishop, and then I know David Mitchell is on the platform along with Paul Schonenberger, and we'll be joining Stacy Taylor, I believe, as a group here to present on some information. Mr. Bishop.
Hello, everybody. Chairman, board members. My name is Brandon Bishop. I'm the water conservation specialist for the city of Reading. Here are some reasons why we should minimize the drastic making conservation in California way of life, one size fits all approach regulation. Different areas have varying water needs and climates, and local authorities may be better equipped to tailor water conservation strategies to their unique circumstances. The hot, dry climates will need a much higher water allowance to maintain landscapes, pools, and outdoor water activities during increased summer water usage than the cooler coastal climates. Cost of compliance. Implementing the water use efficiency standards will be financially burdensome. Compliance could require costly upgrades to water systems and infrastructure, which could be especially challenging for low-income households, making it more challenging for them to afford essential water services. Remember, when water use goes down significantly, it drives the price of water up because fixed costs remain and capital improvements are very expensive. Less water sold means less incoming funding to maintain your system and keep up with these overburdensome and costly regulations. Bureaucratic complexity. These regulations could be simplified to achieve the same conservation goals without the administrative burden. Take a look at the proposed evaporative cooler variants, for example, to see how costly, impractical, and time-consuming these regulations will be. It will be very costly to accurately calculate the true number of evaporative coolers in an area by outreach every year. Then calculate the daily temperature and how many hours a day are over 78 degrees Fahrenheit to qualify for the variance calculation is both complicated and time-consuming. Other more practical and less technical methods should be established for the evaporative cooler variance. The variance should also stand for a longer period of time once established, because the numbers don't change that much from year to year. A minimum 5-year variance period should be established for evaporative coolers. Credit for all water recycling. Reading's average daily water usage was roughly 20 million gallons per day for 2022. We return approximately half of that water back to the river, cleaner than the upstream water flowing down. So ultimately, our water usage is only half of what we initially draw based on how much we return. Where's our credit for recycling in the new water use efficiency calculation? You must calculate the return if you're calculating the draw to realize the actual water usage. Unintended consequences. Stringent water efficiency standards might incentivize the removal of trees and lawns, leading to negative environmental impacts such as increased heat and fire susceptibility in urban areas and reduced biodiversity. Or they could have the opposite effect, such as encouraging water theft or pushing some individuals to abandon their landscapes due to the inability to comply with the regulations, further reducing biodiversity. How am I doing on time? Oh, time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I appreciate those comments and look forward again to written comments that, this verbal comment period here and workshop before the board is not the only opportunity. So appreciate everyone helping contribute to getting everyone's voice in. With that, I'd like to call up David Mitchell on the platform. We'll be followed by Paul Schonenberger and then Stacy Taylor.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel and honorable board members. I was with you actually throughout the day, but I needed to return to the Bay Area to prepare for hearings tomorrow at the Public Utilities Commission. So I really appreciate your adroitness with technology that makes it possible for me to give you my comments. My name is David Mitchell, and I'm a general partner in the economic consulting firm M3. And for more than 30 years now, we have assisted our clients with the economic analysis of water and energy resource projects and policies. And personally, I've been deeply involved in urban water conservation, program development, implementation, and evaluation since the formation of the California Urban Water Conservation Council in 1991. I was, in fact, the council's director of research for 15 years. M3 prepared the economic and fiscal impact analyses for the Water Board's 2015 Emergency Conservation Regulation and its extension in 2016, both of which are posted on your website. And my comments today are focused on the standardized regulatory impact analysis. We have seen some mention of the benefits and costs of the proposed regulation and some reference to the standardized regulatory impact analysis, or shorthand SWRCB. We were asked by Mesa Water District to conduct an in-depth review of the SWRCB to determine if it conforms to statutory requirements and whether it provides a reasonable assessment of the costs and benefits of the proposed regulation. Based on this review, we have substantive concerns with its estimates of the benefits and the costs of the proposed regulation and the baseline used to calculate these values. Our findings are provided in a detailed technical report, which has been provided to the Water Board members and staff, and we strongly encourage and hope that the board will give it serious consideration. We believe that the expected benefits of the proposed regulation have been significantly overstated. And as you've heard throughout today, that the costs are likely significantly understated. Our technical report explains in detail the reasons we believe this to be the case. Although the board staff has portrayed the proposed regulation as cost reducing, and it estimates that only 0.2% of households would face higher water bills as a consequence of it, our analysis suggests that it will drive up costs for many water suppliers, which in turn will put further upward pressure on rates and charges, as you've heard today. We have significant concerns regarding the regulation's cost effectiveness and the impact that it will have on the affordability of water service, particularly in lower income areas if it's adopted in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I appreciate you sticking with us through here the day and presenting your information here. I have not had a time to delve into your report yet, but I'm looking forward to, as a process here of our draft regulations, doing so. Next, I'd like to call up Paul Schonenberger. Apologize for messing your last name potentially.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's fine. Paul Schoenberger. Yes. Hi, I'm Paul Schoenberger, General Manager at Mesa Water District. Thanks for having us here, Chair Esquivel and board members. Mesa Water, we serve water to the city of Costa Mesa, parts of Newport Beach, and John Wayne Airport. Like many of your agencies who are speaking today, we're very proud of our water use, efficiency, history. Our total service area, indoor and outdoor, total use is 85 gallons per capita per day. And we have a very tight water system with a very, very low water loss. I'd like to focus my comments on the economic impacts of the SWRCB report that Mr. Mitchell was just speaking about. And I do believe good decisions that your board needs to make are predicated on having good information. And I do believe that the report, they did have to make some assumptions to get their cost benefit analysis. But if you replace those assumptions with Mesa Water's actual numbers, the benefits and the costs change dramatically. I believe that for us, the costs are about 5 times the benefits. And we're not that different to our neighboring agencies at all. So that's a big swing, and I would hope we would have the opportunity to talk with your staff and your board and come to maybe a better consensus on the cost benefits of the regulations. So we do need good information to make good policy decisions. We are encouraging a work group process with the board staff and all of California's water agencies and associations so that we can collaborate on adjusting the regulations so that we can achieve the goals that we want to achieve in these regulations, but to lessen the economic impacts. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Appreciate those comments. Ms. Taylor.
Good afternoon or evening, Honorable Chair and board members. This has been an exercise in endurance and certainly brings new meaning to the words or the phrase marathon meeting. So thank you so much for your patience and for giving us all this opportunity. We really appreciate it. And yes, I'm Stacy Taylor. I'm the Water Policy Manager for Mesa Water District. You just heard our General Manager and David Mitchell talk about the independent SWRCB analysis. And I'm not going to belabor that point. I'm actually here to make a different point. And I'm just going to go straight to a specific part of the regulation, the proposed regulation at the bottom of page 10. And that's where the small letter D in parentheses, we have a very specific, simple word removal request. And that is to just strike the word temporary to allow a permanent provision to respond to negative impacts to wastewater collection, treatment, and reuse systems. And the simple reason for that is we are concerned about unintended consequences to reducing the indoor residential water use standard as low as 42 GPCD. This level could strand vital recycling assets that depend on indoor residential water use to create the source water. The wastewater is the source water that we need for potable reuse. You heard earlier today, Orange County Water District President, Board President Kathy Green talk about the GWRS, the groundwater replenishment system in Orange County, managed by Orange County Water District. And that's our water wholesale provider. And we and 18 other pumpers, cities and special districts pump from the Orange County groundwater basin that is continuously, perpetually replenished with highly advanced, treated, purified wastewater. And so we're just concerned that by reducing that indoor water reduces the wastewater and thus might reduce the capacity for that plant to produce 130 million gallons daily, which our ratepayers and the other 18 cities and districts invested $1.5 billion to develop that as a water source. So that's our simple ask. And I would be remiss if I did not say thank you to each and every one of your staff who has undoubtedly worked countless hours and put a lot of thought and effort into this regulation. And so certainly want to thank you and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you as well for your countless hours. I know all collectively here, everybody in contributing to make this the implementable and appropriate reg that we're really aiming for. So thank you, Ms. Taylor. It means a lot. Thank you for the acknowledgement. Let's call Natalie Roberts. She has a time constraint here in the room. Thank you. And we'll go to the platform and call a couple of folks that I see your hands up, indicating you have a bit of a time constraint as well. We still have about 40 plus commenters. So I appreciate everyone's absolute patience amongst each other to just continue on through here. So comments, thank you.
Hello, I'm Natalie Roberts, the Water Loss Control Coordinator at Rosa Water District. Rosa is, just as much as I believe everyone in attendance today is, committed to responsible water resource management. The calculations the regulation requires are complex and necessitate expensive, time-consuming data collection. Slight, unavoidable differences in how data is collected, interpretations, unit conversions, and rounding methods can compound through the formulas to cause significant variations in water budgets. Because of this, a water budget that is a single number is an example of false precision, a number that might seem exact but isn't because it carries an inevitable, significant, and unidentified margin of error with it. A more representative and accurate standard, then, is an expected range of values. Similar to a Monte Carlo simulation, an expected range of values avoids misrepresentation through oversimplification. For any variable with inherent uncertainty, the simulation calculates multiple results to come up with a distribution of possible outcomes under the given conditions. Eventually, when complete, this method creates an expected range of values, a range of possible outcomes and the probability of these outcomes occurring, which here become a compliance range for suppliers. Although creating the framework for this would mean additional investments in development, managing California's water supplies is of such critical importance that moving forward with this more modern, more representative, and more accurate means of budgeting water supplies is worth the investment. An expected range of values could also allow for simplifying suppliers' calculations, which would reduce the extraordinarily heavy resource burden this regulation places on suppliers. Any resources suppliers don't have to spend on reporting can go towards projects that actually protect, develop, and store water resources. An expected range of values allows for real-world scenarios that might shift the amount of water a supplier produces and sells. The expected range will become more accurate as time passes and suppliers input more years of data. In return for submitting good data over time, suppliers get a compliance range that's more likely to accurately represent their district. An expected range of values helps the board as well. This regulation requires large investments in support and data review from the board. With a compliance range, instead of auditing or penalizing suppliers that are only slightly off target, the board can focus resources on assisting suppliers that fall outside their expected compliance range and are clearly struggling. These outliers are where the largest potential water savings are. After all, the purpose of this regulation is to work together to effectively manage California's precious water resources, not just to spend enormous amounts of resources on reporting, right? Thanks.
Thank you. Much appreciated. I'd like to now go to the platform and call up Connor Everts, who will be followed by Andrea Hedstrom.
Thank you very much, Connor Everts, for the Environmental Water Caucus, Southern California Watershed Alliance, and the Environmental Justice Coalition for Water. I know what these long days are from both sides of the table, so I thank you all. I want to say there's added value to reducing demand while increasing efficiencies in this time of climate change. Water is finite, and where would we be if we hadn't had record rain and snow last year? I have to say the human right to water means providing programs intended for underserved communities. Saving water has a net present value while saving energy, reducing runoff, lowering bills, and gives opportunities for job training with appropriate landscaping, irrigation, and with soil enhancement using compost and mulch. Mark Twain said, "I favor progress, it's change I don't like." I want to thank staff for their hard work and would say, from my perspective, we should be doing more. I've been here many times before. Back to the future, but I was a water conservation coordinator for municipal water departments starting in 1978, convener for the California Urban Water Conservation Council in the 90s, and elected to a Ventura County Water Agency that went through the 86 to 91 drought as well. My background's also in groundwater, and I'm a strong advocate for recycled water. As the late Jonas Minton said, it is not a drought if it never ends, and these are the extremes of climate change. Please move forward. I want to see this change in my lifetime. You can't please everyone, but people save water, not water agencies, giving them full credit for all the good work they do too. It's time for the next step. Mandatory goals work. We always say we can't do it, and we surpass them. I also want to say, where were the agencies complaining about costs when they were promoting a private desalination plant with a take-or-pay deal? Thank you very much, and good night and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Everett. I really appreciate your contributions here, sticking with us. Again, I know it's been a long day for everyone, but thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Andrea Hedstrom, and then I will come back into the room, and then I'll try to again balance others that are here having time constraints. Ms. Hedstrom. Ms. Hedstrom, are you there? Ms. Hedstrom, you're unmuted if you you can hear us. We'll move on from Ms. Hedstrom if we don't hear from her in a moment, and appreciate if she can raise her hand again if she's needing to be called on. Let's move on to Gary Welling.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Board Chair Esquivel and board members. It's a long day, but I appreciate everybody's participation in this and giving us an opportunity to speak. As I said, Gary Welling with the City of Santa Clara, Director of Water and Sewer Utilities. Santa Clara supports the board's leadership on our shared conservation goals and policies that protects current and future water supplies, while at the same time limiting financial burdens on ratepayers, while achieving meaningful water savings. Santa Clara is a proud steward of the Silicon Valley and Bay Area's water resources, and we have a strong commitment to conservation, providing outreach, rebates, and a policy framework that assists our community with continuing to lower our per capita water usage. Our current residential per capita usage is 57 gallons per capita per day in calendar year 22, and overall GPCD 115. We've been able to reduce 27% reduction since 2010 on the residential, and our overall current demand compared with 2013 is 22% lower. Even though population increases, our current daytime population is 250,000 with residential population of 132,000. And so we also wanted to mention Santa Clara is a leader in the usage of recycled water, with almost 20% of our overall water portfolio, 3 million gallons per day, coming from purple pipes. We do have concerns about the current water use efficiency standards and continued unfunded mandates that impact existing staff. We're looking at budget impacts potentially of $500,000 or more each year to implement the regulations. Hiring additional staff, outreach, building software changes, and regulatory implementation. Also competing needs and resources from other successful conservation and with our major focus on expansion of recycled water programs. And in addition, the additional pressures on ratepayer affordability. We request that the state fund and provide the technical assistance be available to water agencies in implementation of these regulations, and specifically consolidating reporting requirements would be helpful. And there's a lot of new reports required on an annual basis, but if we could stretch those out into multiple years, potentially 5 years, that would be helpful from an administrative perspective. Majority of my comments are on the CII regulations, commercial, institutional, industrial. I don't think it's right. We don't think it's realistic to expect agencies to adhere to the very quick timeline to convert mixed use meters for commercial entities to dedicated landscape meters. 15 to 20% of our commercial users may be mixed use. Requiring the CII for new development, which we require and have for 10 years, makes sense to have a separated dedicated landscape meters. But retrofitting existing properties creates a huge financial burden for property owners, anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000, depending on the complexities of the property. AMI has been talked about as an accepted equivalent technology, and we do have AMI meters. Still not sure how that's going to resolve the complete resolution of the separation of irrigation versus mixed. The state is putting all the burden on local agencies and cities to convert CII mixed use to separate to the dedicated landscape meter or in lieu technology. And there's an expense here that I mentioned. with potentially limited water savings. We do have the CII band we've adopted from the state, which I think is great. We've implemented that through council resolution, and we continue. We're going to make that part of our permanent water restrictions in our rules and regulations. My understanding is that DWR is planning to provide agencies with information on mixed meter account landscapes. They're not going to provide it until September or the summer of 2026. That does not allow enough time to meet the regulations, install dedicated landscape meters in lieu technology, and 20% of mixed meters by 2026, 60% by 2028, et cetera. So
Thank you, Mr.
we'd
Will.
like to see, is my time up?
Yes, if you don't mind wrapping up. Sorry.
Okay.
Apologies.
So just one other note, there's a lot of new regulatory requirements. My foremost is lead and copper rule that agencies are dealing with, UCMR requirements. And we've just got off an extreme drought. We've got our conservation regulations in place. We've got WELO, we've got replacing of aging infrastructure. So I just ask the board to take that into consideration. There's a lot going on with agencies. We support conservation goals and look forward to a more streamlined, locally appropriate, and cost-effective, flexible regulatory framework to achieve the collective conservation goals. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Thank you as well, Mr. Will. I appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up here in the room, Catherine Willis, who will be followed by Keith Harbeck, and then Elizabeth Lovestead.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Willis, Environmental Compliance Manager for the City of Yuba City. Thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns during today's workshop. Yuba City reduced its water use from 20% between 2013 and 2022 through a series of wide-ranging conservation programs. We're now launching a grant-funded program to convert non-functional turf to water-wise landscaping. We are committed to making water conservation a California way of life. We serve a disadvantaged community. Our city employees work hard to maintain livability in our neighborhoods. We reduce blight and improve community vitality by maintaining healthy landscaping in public spaces, holding citywide cleanup events, and undertaking necessary code enforcement. While we recognize the need for continued conservation efforts, we're concerned that the regulations, if implemented as written, will reduce the quality of life for our community's 73,000 residents. Our residents take pride in their community, but many do not have the means to overhaul existing landscapes and irrigation systems. We have many neighborhoods with decades-old landscapes. The proposed restrictions will result in brown lawns and dying shade trees. In terms of equity, wealthy communities can afford to transform their lawns into equally pleasant water-wise gardens. They can afford to pay the ever-increasing cost of living, along with the high cost of installing new landscaping. Many in our community cannot afford to spend more. If costs go up, they must simply make do with less. The costs for essentials, food, water, and shelter continue to rise and will rightfully take precedence over re-landscaping. We estimate that to meet the 2035 objective, our residents will need to reduce outdoor water use by an additional 20%. The proposed restrictions will lead to dying landscapes in Yuba City, and this will contribute to blight and negative impacts to community vitality. We request that the restriction to existing landscapes be limited to 63% rather than dropping to 55%, and that the irrigable, non-irrigated buffer be maintained for all regulated years. This is an issue of fairness. Healthy outdoor spaces promote a sense of pride. Our citizens deserve to live in a community that fosters health and well-being. We are concerned about the effect of the proposed regulations on our community vitality. We appreciate your time, and we look forward to working with State Water Board staff to work on our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willis. Really appreciate the patience and contribution here, though, and look forward to that further work. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Keith Harbeck, who will be followed by Elizabeth Lovestead.
I want to thank the board, and I'm pleased to announce that you have your first real live pool builder at the podium. I started my company, my name is Keith Harbeck, and I started my company, Premier Pools and Spas, 35 years ago here in Sacramento. I still own and operate that company, which makes me, among other things, really old. I won't pretend to tell you I understand what a 1.0 factor for pools is, because I'm a pool builder, not a water scientist. But from what I've gathered today, that's a good thing for me. So you have my vote. You have my vote. I am for a 1.0 factor for swimming pools.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
But I do know a few things about swimming pools and water use, and it does concern me when we start to talk about residential water use restrictions. And not because I think pools or water wasters are part of the problem, but because I know we're perceived that way. And I became exposed to that for the first time in a harsh way in 2014, when there were statewide mandates. And I was shocked to see how early in drought restrictions, filling swimming pools with water often appeared. And it made no sense to me. Fortunately, I did some PowerPoint presentations and we worked on that, and some of the agencies were very nice to move them further down in the water restrictions. So I hope I have time to just spend a couple of minutes on two things, and then I want to get to what's really important to me and what I think should be important to everyone, the board included. One is this misperception when we look at pools that we want to just consider the evaporative rate of the surface area of the pool. That is not a swimming pool installation. Since 2014, because I'm a numbers freak, I tracked that. We've installed over 8,000 pools in Sacramento since 2014. I average it out. Our average install is 475 square feet of pool surface area and 850 approximately feet of hardscape that goes with that pool. That is a swimming pool installation. It takes up 1,300 to 1,400 square feet of the backyard. Once you factor that hardscape in and compare it to lawn, way less water use, fantastically less water use. Ordinary landscape, still less. We still even compare favorably to drought-resistant landscape. I'm not going to spend much time on economic impact because I don't want to talk money, but just real quick, we'll install 750 pools this year for $80 million in economic stimulus in the Sacramento region. We employ over 300 people. And as John mentioned earlier, there's property taxes, sales taxes, and all those things. Again, not too much about money, although I will say that it'll take 39 acre feet to fill those 750 swimming pools. So that amounts to about $2 million of economic stimulus per acre foot of water. So I would challenge any other industry to match those numbers. Finally, a nice storm in Folsom in the winter, we get 20,000 cubic feet per second coming into Folsom, which amounts to 28 acre feet per minute. So for 1 minute and 25 seconds, I'd like to be allowed to fill my swimming pools and produce those other benefits. Again, I said enough about money, and I'm running out of time, so I'll try to make this super quick. The thing I like best about building swimming pools, and I'd like the board to kind of understand that the most rewarding thing for me is to go to a home show or be in a grocery store, because I've lived in Elk Grove this whole time, and have a family come up to me and say, that's the best thing we ever did for our family. These swimming pools, it's not just that they're not water wasters, they're gathering spots for families. They're gathering spots for kids and their friends. They're healthy places to exercise. So we heard some today about functional and non-functional. And I will admit, when I drove out of my house today, and I do this often, I felt a little guilty because I have a big lawn in my front yard. I will admit it. And I'm old enough to remember when people played on those lawns and gathered. That doesn't happen. Those lawns don't get used. That is non-functional sod. But when we put pressure on water agencies to produce some restrictions and we start to creep into the backyard, I'd be careful. Those are outdoor living spaces. Those are important to families. And we have to be careful to tell them which amenities they can have and which they can't. Thank you. I know I went over time. Sorry.
Don't be sorry in the least. Appreciate it, Mr. Harbeck, and appreciate the perspective and points you're adding here to the discussion. So thank you. Next, I'll go to Elizabeth Lovestead. We were followed by Melissa Sparks-Krantz. And I'll note, I think in the room, we have somewhere about 15 folks left to be able to speak, at least that are listed here. We do need to take a break here before we continue on, and we'll try to get through the in-person folks and anyone that has time constraints before we do so. But Ms. Lovestead.
Thank you. Good evening. And again, I just want to echo the appreciation for the time and the effort that's been put into this regulation, not just today, but for the last 5 years and even before the last 5 years as we went through, developed a primer and everything else. I'm Elizabeth Lovestead, Water Resources Manager for the San Diego County Water Authority. The Water Authority and its 24-member agencies are leaders in water use efficiency. Since the early 90s, we've offered programs that educate our community about the importance of having efficiency both indoors and outdoors. We've supported legislation and regulations that require the replacement of old inefficient toilets and other plumbing devices. We've had outreach programs ongoing that say, replace your landscape and increase your water use efficiency. With that experience, we're gonna put together a detailed comment letter, but I just want to offer a couple of things this evening. First, we've heard today that there's a lot of uncertainty in some of these regulations, some of the assumptions that are being looked at, determining on what is going to be required to meet the regulations. We also know that there is no way to determine how the public is going to respond to this and what is going to be required to meet these regulations. And so I really support the idea of working together to come up with a more comprehensive alternative compliance, to add additional time for water suppliers to develop effective programs that not only have a cost-benefit ratio that's positive, but also will be successful and will actually encourage water users to reduce the amount of water they're using and to be more efficient. We really ask that the board directs staff to work with us over the next couple of months to see what kind of programs we've put into place that have been effective and how we can apply that to a standard or alternative compliance that shows a good faith effort. We've also talked a lot about the commercial industrial institution. Some of our member agencies have been up here. We have the city of San Diego within our service area, and we have some very small agencies, as you've already heard, where the conservation person is the public outreach person, is the meter reader and everything else. And so there's a large lift to help these agencies not only understand their standards, but also comply with them. And what we really want to do is, with the commercial industrial institution, is really focus on programs that are cost effective and will actually save water. It's a whole lot easier to help one water supplier work with 10 large commercial customers than 10 water suppliers work with one small commercial customer each. So let's look for regional efficiencies and really try to apply them. I appreciate, again, all your effort, and we'll look forward to working with you, and we'll be sending in our written comments. Thank you.
Look forward to that. Thank you, Ms. Lovestead. Next, I'd like to call Melissa Sparks-Grants. Ignore that. Will be followed by Michelle Adams.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Melissa Sparks-Crans, and I am in a new capacity before you today. I am now an advocate with the League of California Cities and working on environmental quality and water issues. Cal Cities represents over 480 cities across the state. Of the 400 urban water suppliers, 201 are cities. Cal Cities represents all but 2 of those 201 cities. So that's roughly 50% of the urban water suppliers in the state of California, yet it feels like we are late to the game in a new organization to this discussion. So this is an extremely important issue to our cities, our communities, and residents who will be directly impacted from the outcome of these regulations. First, Cal Cities supports water conservation and water use efficiency efforts. We represent many cities who have already developed local water efficiency programs in the face of the extreme changes in climate that California is experiencing. While we support comprehensive water solutions, including conservation by all water users, water efficiency rules and practices must be implemented in fair and equitable ways. For those 201 city urban water suppliers, 65 cities are disadvantaged communities according to the MHI criteria. That's roughly 1/3 of all city urban water suppliers are DAC. For the smaller DAC cities that already face some of the most intense water supply and water quality challenges of other issues that this board hears, DACs are going to experience upwards of 50% of water reductions based on these regulations. Those cities are extremely nervous and fearful about what's to come in the future. Cities and urban suppliers are going to be responsible for the local implementation of these regulations, which includes working with customers to change customer behavior. We've heard a lot about that human element today. So while at the same time, they're working to encourage their communities and economies to continue to thrive in a more arid climate. So in representing half of the state's urban water suppliers, our organization is requesting greater engagement by the state as we are committed to helping cities have a seat at this table to work towards the following. Providing flexibility for those that are in good faith making progress towards their objective. Developing a process to work with cities and urban suppliers that have significant target reductions to ensure there can be successful implementation. For example, we have a city that is required to meet a target reduction of 92% by January 2025. They need a process led by the state to engage in a dialogue about how to move forward. Establishing clearer criteria and alternative pathways, in particular for those cities that have significant target reductions and those cities that are DACs. Providing urban suppliers and cities adequate time to begin implementing once the regulations are adopted, because currently, as proposed in the regulations, locals only have a few months before compliance is required. And I'll plus up the comments about technical assistance and state funding support for local implementation. You have heard from some of our cities today at this workshop, but on behalf of our organization, I am requesting of the board today that the board and staff work cooperatively with Cal Cities and other urban suppliers to address our suggested revisions over the coming months to ensure that these conservation goals can be implemented successfully at the local level. Thank you for your time and consideration of these comments.
Thank you for yours and for those comments, Ms. Sparks-Krantz. Next, I'd like to call up Michelle Adams, who will be followed by Andrea Abrajal.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. My name is Michelle Adams, and I am the Customer Experience Manager for Western Municipal Water District, where we serve nearly 1 million customers across inland Southern California, either directly or through our 8 retail agencies. With these new regulations, 6 of our 8 retail agencies are disadvantaged communities, and they require more than a 20% reduction to meet these regulations in 2035. On behalf of Western, I'm here to remind you that effectively addressing this ongoing supply issue requires a dual approach. We cannot conserve our way out of this supply crisis. The state must prioritize proactive investments in capturing, storing, and moving water throughout the state, in addition to conservation and efficiency efforts. Over the last 10 years, our enhanced water use efficiency efforts, which include water budgets, tiered rates, enhanced landscape programs where we handhold our customers through their efficiency journey. These have resulted in a reduction of water use by 50%, but we knew we couldn't stop there. We continue to invest in projects that increase our local ability to capture, store, and move water across our region, equally as important. We knew we needed to do more than just extend our supplies. We needed to generate new supplies. We have proven the effectiveness of addressing this ongoing supply issue through this dual approach. It's working locally. How can we work with you to expand it statewide? On behalf of the nearly 1 million customers we serve across inland Southern California and on behalf of our disadvantaged communities, we've done a great job at collaborating to this point. We're discussing the regulations. Western echoes a lot of the recommendations you've heard today. Let's do the right thing and let's do better. These regulations are geographically inequitable. You've seen it in the slide that you put up with the map. You've seen it with the map that was presented to you earlier. When you overlay the DAC communities on that map, your inland belt is going to struggle. Your inland belt will not attain these regulations. As written, what you're proposing disproportionately and negatively impacts inland residents and that tax the very livelihood of our most vulnerable populations. If adopting the regulations that exploit these inequities is wrong, we need to work together to do better. Additionally, this proposal is yet another unfunded mandate by the state, which means you're ultimately placing the financial burden on our water users. What is proposed will force agencies to radically shift how we operate and how we deliver services, resulting in fiscally unsustainable shifts in programming costs. You're forcing agencies to pass through rates that are likely unsustainable by residents of the communities we serve. These investments will likely require great investments and may not meet the standards and will not guarantee compliance. We've heard today it's a behavior change, it's a paradigm shift. We can't do that overnight, and 10 years feels like overnight to a water agency. This approach is not fiscally responsible or inclusive, and it's the wrong way to encourage long-term behavior change. Western Water urges you to reconsider this one-size-fits-all approach, address the onerous administrative requirements and costly resourcing, adjust the currently unattainable outdoor standard of 0.55 in 2035, and truly consider the disparate conditions you're creating across the state. The needs of our disadvantaged communities are worth more consideration than a variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Just keep going. Andrea Abergel, next.
Hi, good evening. I did cut a couple sentences, so I'm going to move through this. Good evening, Chair and board members. Appreciate your time. It's been a long day. Andrea Abergel with the California Municipal Utilities Association. CMUA represents 60 public water agencies that deliver water to over 75% of Californians. Today, you've heard a lot. You've heard a lot from our members, from other water agencies. They're just a snapshot of the information due to limited time to provide comment. So we at CMUA are working with other associations to collectively help the board modify these regs while working with our members on how to comply. So I greatly appreciate the attention given. I know this isn't going to be an easy road. That being said, we do see many substantive changes that are needed. What I wanted to address today is just twofold. First, I wanted to restate the entire water community's willingness and dedication to conservation. These water agencies have spent considerable time and money on local programs and efforts to react to the onslaught of dry conditions, and in recent years to prepare for a continuation of dry years. We know that our climate is that of peaks and valleys with water supply, but as water use continues to go down while population increases. So the work that's being done is very significant. The proposed regulations' aggressive timeline and low targets don't acknowledge the extensive work that's already been done. The second thing I wanted to address is legislative intent. AB 1668 and SB 606 were intended to give urban retail water suppliers flexibility to implement individual standards to reach their urban water use objective. We're concerned that the proposed regulation goes beyond efficiency and the statutory authority granted in the bills, and instead seeks to achieve the lowest possible water use by ratcheting down each standard. Pushing beyond a reasonable attainable level of efficiency carries significant affordability and quality of life ramifications for Californians. The proposed regulatory cost of $13.5 billion statewide does not include all costs suppliers will face and ultimately be required to pass on to their customers. The benefits are overstated and the costs are understated. These concerns raise questions about unintended consequences that we've heard today to DACs, recycled water, tree health. The legislature spent nearly 2 years working with all stakeholders to develop this making conservation a way of life legislation, and those decisions were deliberate and thoughtful. The bill struck a careful balance between increasing efficiency requirements while avoiding those unintended consequences. So it's imperative that the proposed regs adhere to that statutory direction. So just to close, I ask that you keep an open mind as you have been to the thoughtful recommendations made today and that will be provided to you in writing. They're intended to help all of us achieve the state's conservation goals, not to thwart any of those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abergel. Really appreciate those comments and the continued engagement and patience in what has been a long discussion, but really critical one, and appreciate the balance amongst everyone. Next, I'd like to call up, I think it's David Cowie, or Coxey, apologies, and ignore the late beep. You did well, Ms. Abergel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Chair Esquivel and board. Thank you for your stamina. My name is David Coxey. I'm with the Bella Vista Water District. We're a small agency. You haven't heard too many small agency perspectives, but I'll provide one this evening. I've pared down my comments because they've been well covered by the larger agencies. The district is located in the Redding area at the northern end of the Great Central Valley, Interior Valley, very high temperatures. We're an urban water provider as defined by the state. However, the district is really more rural in nature. About a third of the area covers portions of the city of Reading, and about 2/3 of the district is actually very low density, large parcels with a rural customer class that we have, and also agricultural customers. So we provide municipal water to rural residential, we provide agricultural water, and we have a Central Valley project contract for water service. Some quick stats, we're at just under 20,000 in terms of population. We have 6,300 active connections. We operate a 52 million gallon per day treatment plant, a T5 treatment system, a D3 distribution system with about 235 miles of pipe, 10 pressure zones. The origin of the district is really, the beginning was 1964 with the expansion of the Central Valley Project. We are actually the Cow Creek unit of the Central Valley Project and a water service contractor. We do not have a diverse supply. Although our land use is very diverse, our supply is not. We're almost entirely dependent on CVP allocation. And as you know, those have been reduced significantly in years past. In 2022, we received a zero allocation for not only agricultural use, but for M&I use. There's a lot of colleagues and water managers here today. Very few have faced a zero water supply for their community. Some quick bullet points is the regulation is currently proposed is complex, very burdensome for a small agency, and will absolutely require additional staffing and reassignment of current staff that presently focus on infrastructure and operations issues. The district is already challenged with recruiting qualified staff. We believe the compliance deadline is unreasonable, as the district will need time to evaluate and implement cost-effective options for compliance, as well as train staff for those roles. We have very serious concerns with the overall compliance and implementation costs that have yet to be incorporated into rates, which takes us in the wrong direction with regard to affordability. We believe there are many unintended consequences, and I'd like to delve into a couple of those today. As a Central Valley project contractor, their definition of shortages, their shortage policy, is that shortage years are allocated based on the prior 3 years of unconstrained use. As we're ratcheted down in regular years, that will further reduce supply. So I'll cut my comments off there. I'd like to delve into that further. There's comments made earlier that the goal as proposed does not achieve supply reliability and affordability, takes us actually in the opposite direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. We need to take a break for the court reporter and for all of our benefit, knowing I know it kind of here pushes further the amount of time we'll be here, but let's quickly take a 10-ish minute break and come back here at 7:30 and continue on. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. I know it's late. Okay, everyone, it is 7:35. I again appreciate that the conversations and opportunity to connect here is it's appreciated. Let's get back to our commenters. And I want to acknowledge again our folks on the platform who we will be going to here. I see hands again for those that have time constraints here. And want to acknowledge Andrea Hedstrom. We will get to you first because I know we tried to earlier, and just appreciate everyone's patience both with the Zoom platform and just the number of commenters we have as we try to get through everyone. So let's first call up here Bill McDonald. Who will be followed by Harold Tapley, and then we'll go to a few folks on the platform.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. My name is Bill McDonald. I'm a water efficiency manager at the Metropolitan Water District. And you don't know how excited it is to see your name scroll by. It's like winning the lotto. You're like, yes, yes, I've been here all day. Yes. And I know you have too, so you're earning your keep. So as you know, Metropolitan is a wholesaler in Southern California. We represent hundreds of water utilities and half the state's population, 19 million people. So everybody knows that. And so these comments today are for our agencies because Metropolitan as a wholesaler won't be filling out the forms and doing reports, but we have hundreds of utilities, all different, coastal, inland, and so forth. And one of the biggest things excuse me, that we see, first off, I do want to say that we will be submitting a letter, and there's going to be about a dozen tweaks that we would like to see that we're going to be submitting. But one of the key ones that I want to talk about is there's a lot of language in the framework now, and it talks about the supplier will design and implement, the supplier will have a staff, the supplier will have a landscape expert, and the supplier will do this, and the supplier will do that. Well, other people have talked about this, and having hundreds of programs in Southern California doesn't make sense. So years ago, we created a regional program. So some of these suppliers don't need to have a landscape expert. We have the landscape expert. They don't need to have the commercial program. We have the commercial program. And I know that's your intent, but the language is really not written that way. So that's kind of one of the big things is we really want to make sure that the framework allows that type of thing. And one of the key things too is that not just regional wholesaler programs, but you heard Pacific Institute talk today. We partner with Pacific Institute where they manage a program for multifamily leak detection, and we participate in that. So you could have an NGO doing a program. We do probably a half a dozen or more programs with Southern California Gas. So you could have an energy utility doing a program, and that's kind of become the framework now is these one-stop shops. So I really want to make sure that we allow that. I know I'm running out of time, so one of the last things I do want to talk about is kind of like treetop. If you think about it, California has been the leader in water efficiency. When I've been doing this, I hate to admit it, for 40 years. And and I'm in the bottom of the ninth inning, as they say in my career. And I kind of feel bad for some of these folks that will have to now do things. And if it doesn't fit the framework, they won't be able to do those programs. I was lucky in my 40-year career to come up with innovative programs, research and things like that. And right now, you would really, if you were starting out in the business, you'd have to look and say, is this program going to fit within the framework? Whether it saved water or helped the commercial customer or helped the residential customer. If it doesn't fit in that framework, I'm not sure you're going to be spending that money doing it. And we do things now. We do grant programs for new technologies. Where does that fit in the framework? Maybe in the future, that money will be spent somewhere else. So the framework is great, but it needs some tweaks and tunes. And there's some real experts here. Do this 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, some days 10, like today. And, like Nate and other folks. And I really think that the state board should sit down with a small group of people that do implementation and work with them to kind of work the bugs out. So this framework is an amazing house. That's what we really want. We have the framework. We just really need to finish it off. And thank you for your time, and hope you get to go home soon.
No, thank you for your time. And importantly, just really well-structured and thought out comments after, I know a long day. Just thank you. I know your previous presentations before this board and the long just championship and leadership accounts for a lot. And know that, to your point, I think the framework is there. And what I'll be interested in making sure that we're understanding is how much of it is just spelled out by the legislation itself, which, I think we can make sure we have the right balance around. So I appreciate it, Mr. McDonald. Thank you. Mr. Tapley, and then we'll go to our commenters on the platform.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. This is my grandson, Logan, 4th generation builder of swimming pools. I am a swimming pool contractor. My name is Harold Tapley of Aquos Pools, and just want to confirm that water is a precious resource and it's our responsibility to use it wisely. Today, I'd like to share how, as a state of California licensed family swimming pool contractor since 1977, we've implemented the reuse of water from swimming pools. The process appears to be financial kryptonite to our industry, like catalytic converters were to cars, but it's a needed sustainable solution for water conservation, along with the protection of our environment from chemicals constantly dumped and diluted into our water system. Swimming pools are a wonderful source of recreation and healthy exercise, but they also consume water through one of the most water intensive aspects of water maintenance or pool maintenance, cleaning the filter, allowing chlorine, salts, acids, and algicide metals to enter our ecosystem, and then requiring replacement of that water to be added back to the process of the pool. The backwash or filter cartridge clean process is necessary to clean pool filters, but with 1.3 million residential pools in California, it results in 20,000 acre feet or 6.5 billion gallons of pre-treated fresh water being discharged and wasted per year. Commercial waste on pools is even more excessive. However, we now have a better way, a method that has gone through years of analysis and received 100% approval vote at the NSF Joint Committee, consisting of representatives from the CDC, environmental health, industry professionals, and product manufacturers, to add the method to the NSF ANSI Canadian 50 standard in 2024. By implementing a system method that can be applied to any pool, recycling its pre-treated water, we can reduce pool water consumption, conserve resources, and contribute to the ecological protection and a more sustainable future. The reuse of backwash water is achieved through settling, filtration, and chemical treatment processes. Once the water is properly treated, it can be safely reintroduced into the filtration system, effectively reducing the need for fresh water replenishment. As a national top 50 builder here in the United States, we have spent many years refining and installing this method for our customers, over 400 of them that have clearly appreciate the value of every drop of water being saved, contributing to a more sustainable and water conscious world. Swimming pools are valuable in many ways. Pools provide jobs for over 50,000 people in California. They make water available for fighting fires, or like in Maui, where many lives were saved by jumping into pools when they had no other options. The reuse of pre-treated water from backwash water from swimming pools is a smart and responsible way for our industry to address water scarcity and promote sustainability. By embracing this technology, we can continue to enjoy our pools, but also ensure that the future generations can do the same. Let's work together for sustainability for our future.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments, Mr. Tapley, your time here and participation in the discussion. Thank you. Next, let's go to a few folks on the platform, and would like to first try to circle back here to Andrea Hedstrom.
Aye.
Hi, Ms. Hedstrom.
Hello?
Hi, keep continuing to speak, but I apologize. It sounds like you're cutting out.
I want to tell you.
Yeah. Ms. Hedstrom, are you able to hear us? Okay.
Hello?
Mr. Dan? Yes.
Yes. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I wanted to thank the board and the chair and members for their stamina tonight. My organization, California Water Research, has advocated for the use of best available science in climate adaptation in the California water sector for over a decade. And I wanted to say the California Water Board has been a national and perhaps global leader in climate adaptation in the water sector. And I wanted to thank the staff for the effort they've put into this draft conservation as a way of life regulation. And we do support it. I am saddened by proposals today for delay. We cannot be sugarcoating the risk of more extreme droughts, and we cannot be waiting. California has already seen increased atmospheric thirst and drying of watersheds in the hotter droughts of the 2010s. This year, we've seen a staggering increase in global temperatures. About the September temperature data, which just came in, climate scientist Zeke Hausfather said, "This month was, in my professional opinion as a climate scientist, absolutely gobsmacking bananas." GRA 55 beat the prior monthly record by over 0.5 degrees centigrade and was 1.8 degrees centigrade warmer than pre-industrial levels. We've already seen a dramatic worldwide increase in heat extremes in the 2010s, with 3 standard deviation heat waves increasing 90-fold and a 1,000-fold increase in 4 standard deviation events. It was over 115 degrees in Sacramento and other inland locations this summer. This will continue, and it is maladaptive to continue to try to have large decorative lawns with these kinds of extreme temperatures. The Water Board must set clear numeric conservation standards. Atmospheric thirst is like another water user in the watershed, and in the 2020s, it will take an even greater share than it did in the drought years of the 2010s. Proposals to mitigate increasing hot droughts by constructing more storage are a field of dreams strategy. Water agency folks hope that if we build more dams, the water to fill them will come. But the most recent climate research is pointing to increasing uncertainty about whether the frequency of atmospheric rivers on the West Coast will increase or decrease with climate change. So far, in the 21st century, there's been a decrease, and recent climate model experiments suggest this could continue. Conservation is the low-hanging fruit for climate adaptation in the water sector, and I believe that proposed regulations will be much less costly than delay and denial. The time to act is now. And I do appreciate the concerns the water agencies have expressed about implementation, but I wanted to also ask that environmental and climate NGOs be at the table as the regulations are revised. It's critically important to achieve the goals of the 2018 legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I appreciate those comments. You're sticking with us. I know, again, for everyone, it's been a long day. Next, we'll call up Andrew Kensler and then go back to folks here in the room with Megan Marino.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good evening.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is Andrew Kanzler. I work for the city of Anaheim as the water conservation manager for there. I've been in the industry for 15 years, but I'm not here to speak on behalf of Anaheim. So officially starting now, I'm off the clock. I am here to speak on behalf of disadvantaged communities. I am in a disadvantaged community. Up until 7 years ago, I was considered low income. I still consider myself low income because, as you know, being poor is very expensive. So there's still that debt to pay. I have heard a lot of folks speak for disadvantaged community members, but I haven't heard anyone who is a disadvantaged community member speak. So this is me doing that. I'm a former board member of Orange County Environmental Justice. I've taught landscape architecture at Cal Poly Pomona, regenerative sustainability at Cal Poly Pomona, and environmental studies at Cal State Fullerton. And our numbers track with Ciello's presentation, Nate Adams' presentation, and with Joe Berg's numbers, where he talked about the cost. I want to expand on that a little bit with Ciello. What he didn't mention was that native landscape with 100% drip or climate-ready landscape with 100% drip is a design standard of 0.31, and he was able to achieve 0.45. So that's 145% difference. So you can see that even designing to a lower standard, you get a higher water use. Expanding on Joe Berg's numbers, we actually came up with the same numbers independently. This is the first time I'm hearing his numbers, and we track right along with him as well. With what he was saying about the cost of programs. What he didn't mention was that is 50% of our existing entire utility budget, using Anaheim as an example. That means that taking Anaheim as an example, the disadvantaged community, which they are eligible for in the reg, except that they don't meet the 80%, those disadvantaged communities, they will see their bills or their costs, whether we charge them for the rebates or they do the conversions themselves, an increase of 50% on their water bills. That is a huge increase that happens immediately in order to meet the goals. If we didn't meet the goals and we tried to use the aggregate and attempt to meet it on the indoor residential, that's 32 GPCD. Very difficult number to achieve. I only mention this because these DAC communities are going to suffer because that's a 50% increase of the entire budget. So 33% of the budget will be very hard for our customers to achieve. For example, we also are an energy utility. The energy utility requires a 1% of their budget to go towards energy efficiency programs. And as you know, energy is the cause of a lot of these issues with climate change. So I want to mention also that Nate Adams, Fiona, those cities are also in Orange County, but those are wealthy cities who have been able to invest in recycled water and those kinds of things. Those are places of privilege where they have multiple staff, and it's a lot easier for them to achieve these goals, and they're having problems with it already. So from a DAC perspective, as a member of a DAC community living in a DAC, recently low income, this is going to be a big impact and something that the environmental justice community, once they become aware of it, may have a problem with. This is something that is considered, environmental problems are generally considered something for the privileged to be able to participate in. And this is going to exacerbate the ability of low-income residents, people in DAC communities, to be able to participate in these communities. It's going to make it very difficult for them. So our recommendation, at least my recommendation, is to go with a 0.63 and add an additional 5 years. That way, cities with low-income communities can incrementally increase their budgets over time, rather than an overnight 50% increase in their budget. These are numbers that we looked at, we examined, we looked at, can we do this and how much is it going to cost? This is what we came up with, and this is realistic. On the other hand, as an employee of City of Anaheim, I would love to have that budget. So take that in consideration too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kanzler. I will take all of it into consideration and just appreciate your experience and your voice here amongst the work and look forward to what's a lot more discussion here amongst us. Next, I'd like to call up my list, Ms. Moreno.
Good evening. I am Megan Marino. I'm a water use efficiency specialist with the Alameda County Water District, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present. I've actually crossed out my notes from good morning to good afternoon to good evening, but we're almost at the end, so we'll all say good night soon. Thank you again for the opportunity. The Alameda County Water District is a retail water provider serving over 346,000 people in the cities of Fremont, Newark, and Union City in the southern region of the SF Bay Area. We've been an advocate for water use efficiency and embrace conservation as part of our long-term supply for over 30 years. Recently, in 2020, we've developed a water efficiency master plan that outlines our next 30 years of investment in water conservation and totals over $30 million. And we agreed that the state does need these regulations, and we want to work with our customers to strive to achieve the objective, but there are a few concerns in the provisions that we want to specify here tonight. One is we'd like to again ask the board to consider a more gradual ramp down of the landscape efficiency factors to balance water efficiency pressures of agencies to achieve results with the industry adoption, market transformation, and necessary behavioral changes. In our experience running these programs, we know that turf removal projects are expensive and complex. And while newer landscapes may be designed to these standards, there's so much more that goes into the total profile of a water use of a landscape. For example, irrigation systems need constant maintenance, and to perform optimally, we know from experience this is not always practical in the field. I'd like to reiterate the extension of the I&I 20% buffer past the 2027 year, just because we know that there's inherent error in the data, the measurement, the classification, as well as weather station, location, and accuracy. Switching to CIBMPs, ACWD would like to request the state to reconsider the timelines associated with developing BMPs. As the currently proposed, agencies are required to identify these BMPs before they even know the composition of classified CIIs in their service area. And again, just to ask for more time to develop BMPs, because in our experience developing programs, it can take over a year to launch. And we really start with the research and analysis to ensure that the program can do what it's intended to do and answer the question, does a program like this have demonstrated water savings? Because it's important that agency time and effort actually does produce water savings and efficiency gains. ACWD's requests for more time are intended to reduce the burden on all Californians by allowing a more reasonable timeline to achieve these standards, making the amount of change and associated costs more gradual. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to call up Ton Moody.
Good evening, board chair and members. My name is Tom Moody. I'm with the City of Corona Department of Water and Power. We serve water, sewer, electric, and recycled water, and we've been doing that since we've been serving recycled water since early 2000. We have a very comprehensive system, and like other agencies, we are well engaged in water conservation efforts. And I won't go into that. The interesting thing that I've heard throughout this day is I've been in this industry almost 30 years, and I've never heard anything but conservation. We've talked about conservation at our agency, and most agencies have talked about conservation since I've been working here, coming out of the construction industry. I will say today that the 2035 landscape efficiency factor is too aggressive. and it makes it very unattainable for the Inland Empire region. Every morning I look out and I get to see the Ortega Mountains, and I live below the Ortega Mountains, and I watch that cloud roll right up to the Ortega Mountains, and it gets right to the top, and then it rolls right back out to the ocean. Never crests that mountain, and it really does make a huge difference when you don't get any of that precipitation that the Inland Empire or that the coastal regions get. And I think a lot of what we heard today was from coastal agencies, and it does make a difference. And so I encourage you to keep that 0.8 for the Inland Empire and Central Valley areas that don't receive that precipitation from the coastal agencies. That's flexibility and that's responsibility that I think you guys can manage. The draft regulations are disproportionate and negatively impact the inland agencies serving residents in disadvantaged communities. Your map shows that, our data shows that. The proposed regulations impose unfunded mandates focusing water suppliers to pass through the financial increases to our customers. That's not financially responsible. Your staff talked about the affordability of conservation studies, and they mentioned Gilbert, Arizona. That's $1 billion a year city budget. They have a lot of different dynamics going on in that area. They're doing water storage. My city manager actually came from Gilbert, Arizona. There's a lot going on there, and I talk with that agency quite a bit. When you're using 20 units of water, you have room to move. You have a little bit of ability to, cut back here or cut back there. When you're on a fixed income using 3 units of water, you don't, and it's going to hurt. And this will hurt them. This will hurt the disadvantaged. This will hurt the fixed income and the elderly. The state board is overstepping its regulatory authority, and the proposed regulations we don't believe are aligned with the 2018 legislation. Inland regions have leveraged enhanced conservation efforts. We've had to. We've been doing this a long time. This isn't new to us, and it's challenging that this is being put forward in this way. That conservation isn't going to solve this. The governor comes back. You've heard this a number of times. The governor comes back and says, we need to increase more housing. Great. Increase more housing. For every 100 homes the governor requests, I want 10 foot put on top of every existing dam in this state, right? That solves the water supply.
Mr. Moody, just because we did see a lot of graphs showing population increase and, per capita usage, what's the link there, I guess,
right.
when it
we
comes
know
to
conservation.
expansion of,
right. We know
of housing and
conservation
population?
Works. Right. We know conservation works, but conservation has hit a point where it's hardening. How much more are we going to get out of it? I don't believe the $13 billion that we're going to be investing in the next period of time. One, I don't believe that number to be accurate. And two, I don't believe that investment is going to be well spent to get the numbers that we're going to achieve. We're going to have to find the supply elsewhere. And this just isn't enough to do that. The state has more work to do in this, and I think that we can get there. My 3 asks for you today is keep an efficiency factor at 0.8 for the inland central areas. You've mentioned this a number of times. If this isn't a stick, then move the enforcement out to 2035. Don't hold that over our heads. And then before you guys make a decision, make sure that this is the best use of our resources. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I want to remind folks that it's through legislative direction that the board is developing budgets that at this point, 5 years of work has gone into. So ascribing, too much of a personal attack from the board on, the good work of folks, doesn't help too much sometimes. Next, I'd like to call up Cody Phillips.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board. My name is Cody Phillips. I'm a policy analyst for California Coastkeeper Alliance. I'd like to focus the first part of my comment actually on the benefits that have not been recognized here today. We're in support of these regulations for many reasons. And one of them is that conserved water is the most environmentally beneficial source of water. A major source of pollution is urban drool, as the popular name, but dry weather runoff. It's a significant source of pollution. It's a chronic source of pollution. It happens even without rain. And the main source of it is from over-irrigating landscapes. And so a benefit that we haven't heard about is the environmental benefit of creating more efficient landscapes in that sense. Second part of this is that when you start to look outside of the community for water, California we transport water everywhere, and there's environmental benefits, or sorry, harms that come with that, especially when that water is becoming less and less reliable. We've heard today issues with the Colorado River. We know that snowpack is going to be decreasing over time, and when SGMA becomes more implemented, we see that these overdrafted basins are going to have to find different ways of dealing with their water, and these conservation regulations are going to be a big part of that. In the same vein as that, we heard a lot today about the administrative prices increasing for these conservation regulations. Those administrative prices are going to increase whenever a new source of water is attained, and those prices are going to be shared out the same way. And so I don't want the board to think that conservation is this massive harm and there's nothing else. It really is. When we find new sources of water, those prices are going to increase, and that's a pattern we've seen over time in California as well. Another important thing I want to comment on that I haven't heard today is that this is what the people want. Through political will and through the legislature, year after year, we see laws passed that people want a robust legislative framework that helps conservation throughout the state. And so I want the board to be aware that many people have been here today, but the people of California are large and varied. And through that method, they've requested the board to do this and to do other things as well. I mean, AB 1572 was not yet signed, but another kind of idea of what conservation we need in the state. I want to thank the board for building more flexibility into these regulations. We heard that is a big deal, specifically with the alternative compliance pathways. Then we need some, honing in as we go there, but that is a good way to listen to the issues that have been heard, and we want to compliment the board on that. We also want to focus on this CCK. Is it really in favor of numeric objectives to meet? We're a big fan of the I&I sunsetting in 2027. That's a good goal to meet. In addition, we heard some things about a margin instead of a numeric. I'm a bit confused by that because a margin is going to have a lower threshold that is the numeric. And so it just seems to be extending the goal to be on the lower side. So I want to caution the board in that regard. Finally, I just want to urge the board to recognize all of the benefits that come with proactive conservation instead of reactive conservation, which is the way that California currently deals with this. We have our urban water management plans, we have our drought contingency plans, and those are really strict. All of a sudden you can't water your lawn. That's how these lawns die. That's how these trees die, instead of building in a conservation mindset and building in these drought resistant landscapes. So I want to thank the board for your time today.
Thank you for yours, Mr. Phillips. I really appreciate those comments. And here again, everyone's collective patience as we go through and hear a lot of voices amongst us. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jacob DeFont.
Members of the board, thank you, Chair. My name is Jacob DeFont, and I'm here on behalf of Agricultural Council of California. We represent 15,000 farmers across the state of California, ranging from small farmer-owned businesses to some of the world's best-known brands. And recently within our membership, we've also begun to represent nursery farmers and horticultural producers who grow and sell plants to resale and landscape outlets. Because of our nursery membership, we all have also been closely working on this regulation. And as some of you may remember, Ag Council has been heavily engaged on drinking water issues here at the board. First and foremost, we're concerned about the technical feasibility of the outdoor regulation. While there's anecdotal evidence that these numbers are achievable in certain pockets of California, it comes at great cost to ratepayers and landscapers to not only implement, but also maintain some of these landscapes and irrigation technologies. It's likely that this standard cannot be adopted statewide because of technological infeasibility, given the economic and environmental diversity of our state. Therefore, we support the concept of a regulatory compliance range to address variances in natural environments, regional climates, soil types, and availability of necessary technology in various regions throughout a diverse and very large state. Our council supports many of the previously mentioned programs, such as urban greening. However, we should be considering dedicated programs for the purposes of transforming landscapes. Additionally, we continue to urge the board to continue to support and pursue incentive dollars from the general fund to support transformation of communities and landscapes. While the horizon in this regulation is tight from a compliance standpoint, it's likely we will have a turnaround in the general fund ahead of this time frame, and we urge the State Water Board to consider programs that might utilize some of those available dollars to help assist with the regulation and take the burden off some of our ratepayers. We'll also be submitting more detailed written comments and can answer any questions the board may have tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeFont. I appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Jessica Sanders, will be followed by Christina Gollert.
Great. Hello again. I am still Amy Talbot, but now I'm representing the Sacramento Tree Foundation as one of their board members. So Jessica Sanders, our executive director, was planning on being here today, but the later timing didn't work out. So Jessica has a PhD in urban community forestry. She wanted to provide her insights as both a researcher and a practitioner. And the following text is directly from Jessica in first person. So when I say I, do not mean me. I appreciate the creation of irrigation budgets by models and simulations. However, in my experience, these models are not reflective of real life and will only cause a decrease in overall tree canopy, moving us further from resilience and sustainability goals. But they will ensure the areas that need trees the most do not get, them further increasing the tree inequity throughout our wonderful state. While the goal to decrease outdoor water usage should be applauded, the general irrigation budget of 0.55 in 2035 is a design standard and not achievable in reality to support existing trees. The 0.55 budget is further decreased by the inclusion of effective rainfall with the assumption that rain falls equally and that all trees can use it. While we can move to plant climate ready and resilient trees, in order for us to be able to do that, we need these trees to be grown in a large quantity by the nursery industry, which is not currently done. At the Sacramento Tree Foundation, we are always looking for low water use trees to plant to ensure that trees we get today will be able to deal with our changing climate tomorrow. And it is a struggle and sometimes not possible to get the trees the research has recommended from local nurseries and the quantity we need. We plant more than 15,000 trees per year. Furthermore, the trees planted today that are deemed climate ready do not have additional budget. The most beneficial tree to our environment is the one planted yesterday. With no accommodation of the trees already planted, having allowance for additional water, we are setting ourselves up for jeopardizing existing tree health. A common misconception about trees is that the root structure looks similar to their branches. However, a tree looks more like a wine glass on top of a dinner plate. We want trees to have root growth that is far beyond their trunk. The root growth helps the sustainability to wind, storms, and resilience through periods of drought. Therefore, the climate ready tree temporary provision 1 square foot allocation should be increased to account for the extended canopy area. I fully support, I'm meeting Jessica, fully support long-term water efficiency. And I am also most concerned about the vulnerable populations that currently are under canopied areas. Renters typically live in these areas and trees are a challenge to convince a landlord to place. They defer to impervious surfaces like rocks, plastic, turf, and concrete. These impervious surfaces create an impenetrable barrier when rainwater falls, which further causes stormwater issues. While it may sound simple enough to provide a voucher or rebate to these under-canopied households, you're asking a community who may not have the disposable income to make upfront investments in areas they do not own. The proposed regulation as it stands will further increase urban heat islands, vulnerable communities, and create lasting hurdles for the communities it seeks to help most. I applaud the fact that California is trying to conserve its water and think of future generations. I am, however, concerned that the science is not based in reality nor grounded in daily practice and will in fact cause us to lose the majority of the trees. Should you have any additional questions about these comments, please direct them to Jessica, and know that the Sacramento Tree Foundation will be submitting written comments as well. And I hope I did her justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talbot. You did, and thank you, Ms. Sanders, in absence. Next, I'd like to call up Christina Gollert, and I do have a hand up on the platform, and then would like to call Jennifer Shim.
I don't believe Ms. Gollert is with us.
Okay, then, oh, Ms. Gollert is.
Oh, sorry, I think it's Jennifer Shim.
Oh, no, okay. Then, yeah, I would like to go to Jennifer Shim on the platform then. Thank you, clerk.
Good evening. You hear and see me?
We can. Good evening. Thank you.
Well, hello from Vegas, Las Vegas.
They never sleep there anyway, I hear, so you're good.
Okay. So my name is Jennifer, or Jenna Shimon. I'm the Director of Water Use Efficiency with Eastern Municipal Water District. I appreciate the opportunity to comment after hours and hours and hours of you hearing all of us. And so today I'll be speaking on behalf of Eastern Municipal Water District, but also partly on behalf of some of our retail agencies who were not able to come today. You heard from two of them, but I also would like to make some comments on behalf of the cities of Hemet and San Jacinto, as well as Lake Hemet Municipal Water District. So we serve nearly 1 million people living and are working in our 558 square mile service area. We're located in Western Riverside County, and we have made decades worth of investments and efforts towards water use efficiency. And while we will continue to make them as it is part of our culture, we do have concerns about our ability to comply with the proposed regulatory framework as it is written. We do agree that conservation should be a California way of life. However, it needs to be handled in a manner that is implementable, attainable, and will actually result in water savings. I would like to echo many of the comments made by my colleagues today. We've sat in many meetings together and formed, kind of a cohesive message. So I would like to touch on some things that weren't as touched upon and are more specific to my service area. First, I'll touch on timeframes. So there are temporary provisions for water uses that are not temporary. And for example, pools are permanent fixtures and yet they're given a temporary provision. So we are requesting that they be given the 1.0 of a net ETO in perpetuity. Another example would be the irrigable not irrigated, in which we know a portion of this will be irrigated each year, especially during dry months. A statewide study found that the average of this is 20%, and so therefore this usage should be included in our calculation for the outdoor standard, also in perpetuity. And lastly, on timeframes, I would just like to touch on the identification of CII landscape areas with dedicated irrigation meters and CII classifications are spaced out over several years, but we're simultaneously being asked to take action upon these types of customers and these uses, which kind of puts our efforts in conflict. Not as much maybe for my agency, but definitely for the smaller agencies that have less staff and resources. And so it would make more sense if these were, and be a better use of supplier resources if these were identifications were done first and then implementing programs and resources to those water uses. And next I'll touch on variances and bonus incentives. Reportings for these shouldn't be required on an annual basis unless a supplier has significant changes to report. It's partly to mitigate undue burden on suppliers' resources, but also on the state's resources. As you know, there's almost 400 suppliers that will have to comply with this. Having to ask the state staff to look at 400 potential, different variances, is not fair to anyone. And also, it's kind of a drain on our time. So to mitigate this, having them have to be recertified every 5 years would be a far better use of everyone's time. Also, just the data that's required to collect on these and then turn into the staff, it would just be better use of everyone's resources. Also, in consideration of variances, we would request that if any combination of variances equal 5% or greater, so one is 2% and one is 3%, as long as they total 5% or greater, we would ask that be considered since it is a water use that is in addition to the current calculation, and it should be considered if the supplier has or is willing to gather the data on that. And next, I'll touch on recycled water as it is a big priority for Eastern Municipal. So in order to ensure there's no unintended consequences, if other regulations should be changed in the future, the inclusion of recycled water and the definition of a CII special landscape area should not be tied to the MWILA language. It should be codified in the regulations as much as we have made across the state. Most investments have been made to utilize recycled water. Additionally, suppliers shouldn't have to submit for permission to use the residential special landscape area square footage. This should be a component of the residential outdoor calculation, similar to the way the CII outdoor standard is calculated. Suppliers should submit supporting documentation, but it should only be on an annual basis if the supplier has significant changes to report. Otherwise, similar to my suggestion on variances, it should be every 5 years. And many of these items in the draft regulations we feel are an overreach and go outside of the scope of the original legislation. The sections surrounding non-functional turf and a requirement to commit 40% of program funds towards disadvantaged communities are already working through a legislative process, and that should be allowed to continue and should not be included in these regulations. And to end, I would just like to say that while Eastern has many resources to help in our efforts, our smaller retail agencies, like many agencies across the state, have very limited resources. And our retail agencies are facing reductions ranging from 14 to 34%. And so we really ask greatly that the state please provide technical support and funding to help aid in these efforts, no matter the size of your agency, but especially for those facing these higher reductions. And that's all I have. Have a great evening.
You have a great evening as well. Thank you, Ms. Shimon. I appreciate those comments. And here, I know, sticking with us and hope the conference is going well with, I know, a lot of the colleagues out there. Next, I'd like to call up Quinn Peterson.
Hi, thank you. I don't have a life, but I'm sure you do. So I'm grateful that you gave it up for tonight. My name is Quinn Peterson. I'm with a company called RH Borden. We exist to provide data to collection system operators. And so my comments aren't going to be about the substance of the rulemaking. What I wanted to do is just let you know about some things that you might not know about that are going to affect the collection system. There are some changes happening with technology, and these changes are already beginning to happen in parts of the state. They will affect the costs referred to on page 11 of the notice of proposed rulemaking. An example of the magnitude of some of these changes are, we estimate that about 7,000 acre-feet of water are currently being used to clean pipes. Once this technology has been widely rolled out, we see that as dropping down below 1,000 acre-feet. So there will be a commensurate decrease in costs as well. I'll be providing some comments about that describe the technology, but I also want to let the staff know that I'm happy to help them understand the implications of some of these things as you look at the other side of how this is going to affect collection systems. That's all I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that perspective, and do please connect further with our folks. Next, I'd like to call up Beth Olhasso, followed by Martha Davis. I believe our last in-room commenter will be Nicholas Schneider.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members. Beth Olasso on behalf of the Inland Empire Utilities Agency. I think I'm rounding out a very strong presence of the Inland Empire here today and this evening. You can tell that it's a very big concern from San Bernardino all the way through Riverside County. So I'm glad to be part of the chorus. As you know, IUA is a producer of significant amounts of recycled water and is in the process of adding a new advanced water purification facility. In deference to time, I'll associate my recycled water comments with those of water reuse, and we'll just move on. IUA and its member agencies have invested over $20 million to remove 10 million square feet of turf over the past 20 years. Very proud of that number and that investment that our ratepayers have made. To meet the 2035 standard, IUA member agencies would need to remove another 250 million square feet. That's a lot. And to get this type of buy-in from customers, because it has to be voluntary, incentives will have to be significantly increased, totaling about $1 billion, all front-loaded in the next few years to reach the goals and mandates that we will have to achieve. Because that's pretty much unattainable and very, very expensive, we request a 10-year extension for compliance. As you've heard from multiple agencies, and we've talked about kind of different types of extensions throughout the day, but I think that's very worthy of consideration. That extension would be helpful, but still recognize it's going to be very expensive for us to comply with this throughout the Inland Empire. Yes, we look forward to submitting further comments, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. Really appreciate the comments and looking forward to, again, those written. Martha Davis.
Oh my, good evening. Thank you very much. I'm very impressed by how you can sit here. This is just amazing as you listen to all of us. Thank you very much. Martha Davis, here on behalf of the Mono Lake Committee. I'm a board member. But I am retired from the Inland Empire Utilities Agency, where I worked for 13 years and was an assistant general manager for policy development. And quite frankly, it was in this room with Joe Grindstaff and Paul Jones when we were talking about the challenge for water agencies of having mandatory cutbacks and how hard they were on our communities. And a better approach would be to have a water budget that would then give us efficiency standards that would then be applied to local conditions so they would be fair. And it's amazing to be here at this culmination, really, of the process that went from that recommendation to the legislation to here today. And thank you very much for the way in which you've been working together with us in the water community and the environmental community to try and figure out how Bill really said it very well, McDonald, that this is about a framework for moving forward to a much more progressive lean into climate resilience for our communities and how water conservation, specifically efficiency, not just cutting water, but actually making our usage more efficiently, coming up with strategies to target where are we wasting that water, and recognizing the value to our communities of these investments over time. Just a couple of quick points. I really appreciated your statement of reason, and I have been starting to share it with people that are working within the climate resilience landscape transformation community, because it's the recognition of the multiple benefits to our communities that is the critical element of why we're here today, trying to figure out how to lean into a more climate resilient future. And the listing is comprehensive. I really appreciate the water quality piece of it, the fire resilience, what it means to be having landscapes that are doing a better job of infiltrating water into the ground. And earlier today, we heard presentations that talked about how we can actually look at landscape transformation through the lens of solving many of the community's problems that we have to deal with. And that includes within the disadvantaged communities. I really resonate with the comment that we do not have a lot of disadvantaged communities today talking to you. And this is going to be a really important part of the conversation because we have a lot of concerns of if we do landscape transformation incorrectly, who gets hurt? And there's no question that people have been very concerned that we're going to end up with rocks in their landscapes. But the conversation that is occurring within the disadvantaged communities, for example, Redesign LA, working with community groups, the discussion is an engagement with the community about the community they want to have and what problems are they trying to solve. There's some great materials coming out of UCLA right now talking about engagement with communities isn't telling them what they need. Engagements with communities is asking what they want and need, and then designing the programs to help them. So I just think that's a really important piece of this. I was surprised in the SWRCB that there wasn't really an estimate of the community benefits. And so it's understandable. The water agencies are looking at it narrowly from the standpoint, how does it affect me? 95% of those costs are related to their impacts. And quite frankly, we can argue forever how many angels can stand on the head of a pin as to what are the costs of these programs. But when you look at the transformation aspects for climate resilience that the governor has been talking about, we need to recognize those values and the long-term investments and what it's creating of value in our communities. And that is not there, even though it's in your statement of reason. I also want to just close on the importance of partners. And that's another reason where I would ask that we have an opportunity to bring some of the partners in the disadvantaged communities in to talk about how they see landscape transformation, infiltration of water in the Central Valley to help where we have people having problems with their wells. That's a big deal. And there are things as Regina said this morning about what they're doing at Ventura as an example. They're rehydrating wells. They're rehydrating the groundwater. They're making water available for fish flows in the Ventura River. Those should all be counted as part of the value of this package of change. Now, change is hard. I'm with Jay Lund on that. And I think we need to try and figure out who's already there. They're already doing it. You've heard the success stories. They're fabulous. But to help our communities grow into this process, we need to have the discussion with those communities that are going to have a hard time, and how can we help them 360 create landscapes of value for their communities. Our water agencies should be all in on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Davis. Really appreciate those comments. Next, Nicholas Schneider.
The last one, but I saw a little more David. I was going to come up here. Save the best for last, but it doesn't sound.
No, we still have commenters. We still have virtual commenters that we want to get through. So
On the
Mr.
last
Schneider.
one in the room, it sounds like that's good. I'll take that. Thank you all. It is 8:30, just for the record. I appreciate you allowing us to continue to give comment My name is Nicholas Schneider. I'm the general manager for Georgetown Divide Public Utility District. You've seen me up here in this regarding this in several different roles. So this is a new one for me. We are a 112 square mile district located in the fire prone areas of the Sierra Nevada mountains with approximately 4,000 connections. Most of our properties are over 2.5 acres and regularly as large as 10 acres. We have experienced 2 very large fires in the last 7 years and countless little fires that have affected our water use in landscape areas. Currently, county and state requirements require us to meet and maintain defensible spaces around our homes. This is 100 feet of area in either direction and around our homes, or approximately 1 acre of property that needs to be maintained and watered. Additionally, the water required to fight these small fires can be significant and can reflect in our water loss numbers. We have been working with DWR and state board staff on the landscape area measurement standards, and we still are fighting with state staff over how much irrigable credit we will be given. We started out less than 1% credit, and through 2 separate iterations, we now have 7% irrigable acreage. This is better, but still not representative of what is actually there. We now have to do a ground survey to fix this. The state even suggested utilizing Google Maps to help us with this process. We have a small and limited staff that can't be taken away from this work to discuss these issues. We are currently in the process of a rate analysis, and these increased costs and mandates will be placed on our already burdened constituents. Our community simply cannot afford this unfunded state mandate. You had a presentation of qualified landscapes that met the standards. One cost $55,000 and $9,000 of yearly maintenance. The other was $10,000 and over $3,000 of yearly maintenance. This is simply untenable and must be addressed. At the sides of our properties, this could be exponentially larger. Finally, in 2020, we started a campaign of messaging and interaction with our customers to encourage conservation and efficiency. Even though we are a small program, it was so robust, we applied for an award through the Association of California Water Agencies. This program included installing AMR meters and currently implementing AMI. We utilize software to notify our customers of leaks and abnormal water use. The district has made large investments at the local level and has made great strides. I worry that we won't be able to keep up with the regulations as they evolve. I realize that there are carve-outs and variances that are going to be included in these budgets. However, it doesn't take into account the costs associated with analyzing and implementing this regulation. Thank you for all you do, but we have to do better and find more cost-effective ways of meeting these standards today and into the future. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. I appreciate that. Next, I'd like to go to folks on the platform. I think our first commenter here will be Alicia Duncan. We're followed by Greg Norris and then Tim Worley.
Hi, thank you so much. We just wanted
Thank you as well. Thanks for hanging on.
Yes, thank you. You've already heard from our board president, Kathy Green. For Orange County Water District, we manage a groundwater basin for 2.5 million people in Orange County, and we are the home to the world's largest potable reuse facility. If there are any variants provided, we just hope that they would be permanent and not temporary. That was our only comment, and I just want to respect your time, so thank you very much. And we'd hope that you'd all come visit us, as Joaquin has, to tour the groundwater replenishment system. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Duncan. I appreciate the abbreviated comment, but importantly, sticking with us and still providing it. So thank you. I know it's been a long day. Todd Dinsbury, I believe you have your hand up. So we'll go to you and then go to you, Mr. Greg Norris. Mr. Dunsbury, you've been invited to unmute. If you don't unmute here in a moment, we'll just, I think you've unmuted. We can hear you now.
Great. Good evening, and thank you, Chairman and members of the board, for allowing the water agencies to share our concerns. My name is Todd Dusenberry, and I'm the General Manager of Vernon Public Utilities. For those of you who may not be familiar with the city of Vernon, it's a disadvantaged community and the closest city south of Los Angeles, situated between 5 freeways and 2 ports. Because of these characteristics, Vernon, in its 120 plus years of existence, is home to many food processing, manufacturing, and industrial uses. As a publicly owned utility, we provide water and electricity to approximately 1,900 businesses, but less than 200 residents. Most of these businesses provide essential goods to the households throughout the region, United States, and even globally. For example, a sterilizing company in Vernon is one of only a handful in California that sterilizes all the surgical equipment in the LA region. Vernon is also home to many food processing companies where, for example, chicken drums and thighs are broken down and packaged, and water is critically needed for these types of operations, as well as the majority of all Vernon commercial and industrial businesses. I share these examples because these are important elements to take into consideration. The newly proposed regulation that we are discussing today only considers the residential population and not the working population, which for Vernon increases drastically during the day. So if we take the calculation that's been proposed regulation, which for Vernon calculates based on the 200 residents, not the 35,000 or 55,000 people who come in and out of these 1,900 businesses to work every day, that would require a 92% reduction to Vernon's water use. We would like for there to be discussions about what can be done for cities that do not have outdoor landscaping and have a large number of industrial commercial customers. The proposed regulation includes best management practices for CII customers exceeding their threshold. However, many businesses that are large water users have already implemented water conservation technologies to reduce consumption. It may not be feasible for such businesses to effect further significant reductions. Even as an industrial city, Vernon has implemented many water conservation and water use efficiency efforts whenever possible. And in the last 15 years, we've done our part to reduce water use by nearly 50%. And in the last 5 years have reduced our water use by 20%. We recognize the water supply is limited, but we must also understand how the regulation impacts agencies that primarily serve businesses and how water is needed for operations for many businesses that provide essential goods. I'd like to personally share how appreciative I am for how engaged the board has been throughout this workshop, and we look forward to working with you and staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Dunsbury. Appreciate, again, the contributions here and continued discussion I know we'll be having. Next, I believe we have Greg Norris.
Chair Esquivel, we wanted to just make a minor
Apologize,
point.
Mr. Norris, one moment. Ms. Ely.
Sorry to interrupt. We just wanted to reiterate a point we made earlier today, but just to make sure that everyone's on the same page, that processed water is not something that is regulated under the proposed regulation. And that in Vernon's case, definitely constitutes the vast majority of water that they're delivering to their customers. And so that's not something that Vernon would be implementing, BMPs to address under the proposed reg, but just wanted to make sure that was crystal clear.
Yeah, thank you for inserting that. And, Mr. Dunsbury, if you have any questions around it, please just reach out to Ms. Ely. Thank you, Ms. Ely. Next, go to Greg Norris, who'll be followed by Tim Worley and then Yasmin Nubani. You should be invited to unmute again there, Mr. Norris. Apologies. There we are.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, almost chairman and board members. Appreciate you sticking around so late to hear all these comments. My name is Greg Norris. I'm a water engineer representing the Carmichael Water District just east of Sacramento. I'd say we're kind of a smaller district. We have about 40,000 people within our district, about 1,200 connections. And I would classify it as a semi-rural type of environment, very old community. You won't see very many sidewalks. It's big lots. And so just to characterize that for you, Carmichael Water District has been around for over 100 years. We have I believe our water right from the American River is 1915. So we've been in the water business for over 100 years. Water conservation is woven throughout our policies and operations. We are continuously seeking new and innovative ways to improve the efficiency of our system and to educate our customers on the value of water as a natural resource. It's ongoing continuously. The proposed regulation appears on the surface as a key document for reducing water through conservation and efficiency, but it lacks technical practicality. Just one example, there's many in there, but just one example is how it proposes to calculate the water budget for residential outdoor areas. The proposal determines plant water use based on real climatic data such as humidity, temperature, wind speed, etc. That's reasonable. This would be appropriate if we were managing like a 100-acre irrigation system for a particular crop, or even if we had 1,000 residential outdoor areas landscaped exactly the same way, similar to a tract home subdivision, where the landscaping is almost the same, but highly unreasonable when managing water use on 12,000 residential front and backyards on larger lots with no same configuration among any of them. So it's very difficult to apply that kind of regulation in that situation. Yes, the proposed regulation does offer some standardized procedures, but here's an example. If you use them, it penalizes you for by incorporating unreasonable factors like that reduce the determined plant water use by winter rainfall. So if you decide to use a standard procedure, then you have to reduce your plant use budget by how much rain you got that winter, which has nothing to do with what happens in the summer. So we're asking you to incorporate our concerns into the final regulation, and we look forward to working with your staff more, and thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Norris. I appreciate those comments. Next, we have Tim Worley. Good evening.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. I was also asked by Sue Mossberg. She emailed some comments to me, so I will try to fit comments from two associations into my 3 minutes. First, I'll be speaking on behalf of the Community Water Systems Alliance. CWSA is a group of large and small water agencies, both cities and districts from the desert to the Central Coast, focused on the needs of small and disadvantaged communities. And I believe you'll hear from one of those disadvantaged communities that is a member of CWSA next. I'm just going to blaze through. You've heard most of our comments from other people. So first, thank you very much for all of the work that the staff has done and the board members are putting into this. I will reference the economic impact assessment issue, which David Mitchell spoke about, and we just ask for the board to consider the M-cubed report and really make sure that this regulation, as it is proposed now, meets a common sense test for the investment of a whole lot of dollars. Secondly, one thought that has stuck with me from my doctorate work in public policy many years ago now is that implementation is crucial. Policy implementation is greatly improved from research back in the 1970s on policy implementation with support in the form of training and funding. And furthermore, adaptation to changes over time can greatly increase implementation success. These are not easy to include when your task is to set standards, but nevertheless, support and flexibility are two of the main points or two of the main requests that we would make as you look to finalize this regulation. It has been observed by others that many of the water suppliers with the greatest challenge are located in the inland areas and serve disadvantaged communities. I won't belabor that point. Next point is that CII performance measures are going to be extremely difficult, probably requiring additional staff. My next point is that obtaining a variance is also very difficult. This regulation needs to simplify the variance process and provide technical support. My next point is that the regulation needs to streamline the reporting requirements for everyone. This point has also been made. My next point had to do with reasonable alternative compliance paths. You've heard this from others. I just want to reemphasize that. A couple of specific points, the landscape efficiency factor you've heard over and over. It's unrealistic. And finally, on my comments, it has to do with the data accuracy. We are encouraged that you're aware of this issue, and we'll be working hopefully with water entities to address some of those problems. Next, I want to just read 3 of the paragraphs that Sue Mossberg had to say. She's at the Water Smart Innovations Conference. She says, "Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members." She's Executive Director of the California-Nevada section of the American Water Works Association. I'll skim through this. Over 5,000 water professionals, over 470 water utilities. They have worked to make water conservation a California way of life in many ways. They support water use efficiency as a best practice. In fact, they led the way to educate urban and retail water suppliers on conducting water audits. And they were thankful. I was in her position at the time. We're very thankful to the Water Board for the technical assistance program that funded that training and education for several hundred urban water utilities in California. They also have a certification program that has certified hundreds of water use efficiency practitioners, grades 1 through 3. These are the men and women who create and implement the urban water conservation programs that will be essential to achieve this proposed regulation. Our next paragraph is that, like with the water loss audit, compliance with this new regulation is going to require a lot of learning. The experience with the water loss technical assistance program showed that a training program can shorten the learning curve and improve compliance. So she would like to suggest that the Water Board work with AWWA to support a similar program on the more difficult aspects of this regulation. One of those challenges will be to determine if a variance applies and to assemble the data to support it. The same is true for determining special landscape areas. Just determining the water use objective itself could be a big step for some water utilities, water agencies, especially some of the smaller ones. Also with CII performance, also many will need financial assistance as well as training to understand the requirements. And I'm skipping a whole bunch, but her last point is she's just says, I will just leave it to those main points. I believe that our members understand and appreciate the urgency of increasing their resilience with climate change, and the conservation plays a big role in that. We look forward to working with the state to resolve technical issues for better implementation of the final regulation. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry to be so curt. I'm getting old and I'm getting hungry and grouchy. So thank you for bearing with us in all of this, and good luck and good night.
No, thank you incredibly, Mr. Worley. And you weren't curt in the least, at least that I found, but appreciate the brevity at the least. Next, I call up Yasmin Nubani, who will be followed by Charlene Engeron.
Hi, good evening, board members and Chair Esquivel and staff. My name is Yasmin Nubani, commenting on behalf of 29 Palms Water District. We actually are a member of CWSA along with Tim. We're a special district located in the California high desert area. We serve about 18,000 residents. 100% are in a DAC and 75% are considered severely disadvantaged. I'm going to pare down my comments because a lot of other water systems have already touched on them. But our primary concerns are going to be the cost burden for our district because we are a DAC and more specifically an SDAC. There is no technical or financial support identified yet for us in the draft regulations, and often there is no funding for systems that serve populations of 10,000 or more, We are a more medium-sized DAC, so that puts us in a more unique situation in that sense. Costs are expected to be covered either upfront by customers or through raising water rates. And when we're serving a disadvantaged community, raising rates can be very harmful to many of our customers, and they can't afford to front costs of anywhere from $150 to $850 in expenses to upgrade appliances and fixtures. Furthermore, we are in the desert, so there's not really much outdoor landscaping that we can drive our conservation. It's going to rely a lot on our indoor water use efficiency. We could not afford to implement incentive programs for any of these measures for our customers because we have no extra resources to do so without assistance from the state. Additionally, we would need technical assistance and extra time to help us develop and implement new water conservation programs, as well as help calculate our variance data for the water use objectives. The allowance for evaporative coolers is especially going to be important, but it also will be costly on our resources as we would have to have our service workers go out and survey our service area, which we don't have the additional staff to do. We don't have the capacity to conduct the tasks that it would be needed to comply. So having a streamlined processes for water systems like ours to follow with online tools to help us calculate these eligibilities would be necessary, as well as extending the eligibility period. Also, the requirement to revalidate a variance every single year is onerous for our district. I just want to recognize that the hard work done by the staff on this regulation, it was extremely complex. I know you've considered a lot of things when you were putting these together, and we hope that we can move forward with staff and the water board to come to a solution that benefits all of us. We will also be providing more detailed comments in written comments for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nubani. Next, I'd like to call up Charlene Engeron, who will be followed by Aaron Woolley, and then we only have about 5 folks left to get through. So thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Good evening, Honorable Chairman Esquivel and board members and the rest of the night owls still hanging in here. My name is Charlene Engeron, and I'm the Public Information Officer for the Mojave Water Agency. On behalf of our board of directors, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. The Mojave Water Agency service area encompasses 4,900 square miles in the arid Mojave Desert region. Rainfall ranges from only 5 to 6 inches annually. We serve a growing population of approximately 500,000 that is primarily disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged, much like what you've heard already tonight. 10 of our retailers are subject to the requirements, and only 2 of our 10 retailers have indicated that they can meet these requirements without significant effort. The remaining 8 retailers have notified us that they do not believe they can meet the reduction threshold, and one of the 8 retailers will need to reduce demand by 40%. Of great concern to our region is the cost of compliance. The average reduction requirement for these 8 retailers amounts to 13,000 acre-feet annually. This is a large number for agencies with small numbers of connections. The cost of compliance is estimated between $75 and $90 million. This is because compliance will be required for all 3 indoor, outdoor, and water loss objectives for these retailers. And the estimated cost reflects the difficulty of getting drought-weary customers to respond yet again in short time frame required by the draft regulations. These regulations will also create a detrimental financial impact on our disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged residents. Because of the predicted high cost of compliance, rates will need to be raised, and the rate shot impact will be felt particularly by low-income customers. Further, NWA is greatly concerned with the State Water Board's standardized regulatory impact assessment. Specifically, we believe that the state's SRIA does not reasonably determine the benefits of the proposed regulation, resulting in an overestimate of the benefits. It also unreasonably determines the cost of the proposed regulation and has deficiencies in setting the baseline condition, leading the SRIA to significantly overstate expected water savings and potential benefits of the proposed regulation. Additionally, many of our customers, in an effort to save on their electric bill, run evaporative water coolers. The use is counted within the residential objective, making it difficult to comply. We applaud the work of the Department of Water Resources for including a variance for evaporative coolers. However, a greater variance formula exceeding 5% of the standard-based budgets is needed, or an exemption should be given for evaporative cooler water use. We also, much like many of the other speakers, request that the board extend the timeline for compliance to 2030. The delay in the draft of the regulations has shortened the window for retailers. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. And just on that last vote, less delay and what I thought was really good time spent to make sure we're getting it right. But I know we're pressing up against what are legislatively mandated deadlines. I'll wait to give more comment. Keep going. Next, I'd like to call up Erin Woolley, who will be followed by Joanne Sollins.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Erin Woolley. I'm a senior policy strategist at Sierra Club California. I'm speaking today on behalf of Sierra Club California's 500,000 members and supporters statewide. For decades, Sierra Club California has advocated to develop a water portfolio that promotes local and regional resiliency while protecting water for the environment and avoiding hardship to human communities due to shortages. We believe California can meet its water needs and adapt to the impacts of climate change by pursuing projects that increase agriculture and urban conservation, sustainable groundwater storage and management, increased water reuse and recycling, and stormwater capture. As you've heard from some of the panelists today, many Californians are reliant, at least in part, on imported water. And as the board's well aware, watersheds where imported water is sourced from, including San Francisco Bay Delta, the Colorado River, and others, are facing a number of challenges. The Bay Delta watershed, which provides water to 2/3 of Californians, has experienced rising water temperatures, decreased flows, harmful algal blooms, and overall ecosystem and species decline for decades due to unsustainable water diversions. As we continue to experience the impacts of climate change, California communities must prepare for periods where less water is available in the long term. Developing new supplies such as reservoir storage and conveyance, which has come up in several comments tonight, comes with real costs to the environment, to imperiled species, increasing energy use, and increased costs to ratepayers. Proactive water conservation and planning is an alternative that can help reduce California's reliance on imported water, prevent the need for developing new and costly water projects, and provide climate resilience in the future. Urban water conservation and efficiency has to be a critical component of a robust and resilient water supply, and Sierra Club supports the board's work here to help water suppliers achieve savings through increased efficiency and conservation. The draft regulations have incorporated flexibility by requiring water suppliers to only meet the overall objective, including a variety of variances, and providing alternative compliance pathways for the suppliers that are facing the greatest reductions. I encourage the board to also consider providing technical assistance and resources, in particular for smaller agencies, to help them be able to comply with these draft regulations. In addition, Sierra Club supports many of the approaches that we've heard about today from water suppliers to encourage demand reduction, including AMI retrofits and the web portals, which allow customers to track real-time water usage and improve leak detection efforts. In addition, I would encourage water suppliers to consider integrating a few additional opportunities that weren't mentioned into their program to help achieve greater savings, in particular outdoor water savings. First is that renters were not widely mentioned today and really do need to be included in conservation programming. Information and outreach shouldn't just be limited to property owners, but also to renters, and renters should be able to qualify for rebate programs, especially for efficient appliances where renters are purchasing them themselves. Second, alternative water supplies for outdoor spaces should be considered and included in rebate programs. So we heard from a number of panelists about the benefits of gray water and stormwater capture that can provide key opportunities for customers to reduce potable water use outdoors while providing irrigation to support vibrant trees and landscaping. Education programs and rebates for rain barrels, cisterns, laundry to lawn, and gray water systems should be adopted by water suppliers to help maximize outdoor water savings and achieve these objectives. Appreciate the work of the board and staff to help California move forward on proactive conservation and efficiency, and appreciate your time and the opportunity to comment.
Appreciate yours as well, Ms. Woolley, and those comments here after, I know, a long day. Next, I'd like to call up Joanna Sollins, who will be followed by Michael Powers, Justin Breck, and then I believe our last commenter is Danielle Coates.
Hi, good evening, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, for sticking around, and
for all the work that has gone into developing these regulations. My name is Joanna Solons. I'm currently an environmental horticulture advisor for UC Cooperative Extension, and I need to provide a brief disclaimer that the views I'm expressing are mine alone and do not express the views or opinions of the University of California. I would like to comment specifically on the outdoor residential water use standards in section 968. I think the board's water conservation intentions are very commendable, but I'm concerned that the proposed regulation will put urban trees at risk and could potentially lead to extensive urban tree canopy loss. The proposed value of 0.55 as an ET adjustment factor is extremely stringent for existing landscapes, and 2035 is really right around the corner. In many areas, I think meeting the standard is unlikely to be feasible, and certainly not without substantial reduction in the benefits that residents receive from urban landscaping in general and trees in particular. Trees are long-lived organisms, and most of the trees that provide important shading in our communities today, and the ones that will provide the most shading over the next few decades, are accustomed to irrigation, and they're not very tolerant to water deficits. It's going to take a long time for any new drought-tolerant trees to provide shading that would be remotely equivalent to the mature trees that could be lost. Research that I was part of found that standards set with an ET adjustment factor this low would put trees in a substantial portion of the state's water suppliers' service areas at moderate or high risk of insufficient water resources. And water stress in trees can lead to canopy decline and ultimately death, both of which reduce shading and increase urban heat. So shading is particularly important in cities as higher summer temperatures are predicted with climate change. And importantly, I think that the standard raises an environmental justice concern because many of the strategies that can protect trees while reducing water use are expensive to implement. It'd be wonderful for everyone to be able to put in beautiful drought-tolerant landscaping with drip irrigation that adequately waters trees, but that's just currently not accessible for many residents, even with rebates or similar programs. So it's very likely that many people will simply turn off their irrigation instead. And this could mean that tree canopy loss and the loss of attractive landscaping could be particularly severe for low-income residents and disadvantaged communities as a whole. And disadvantaged areas often have lower canopy cover to begin with. So I would urge the board to consider a higher ET adjustment factor. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I have a question before you leave.
Please, Vice Chair.
Ms. Solons, could you, I don't know if you're planning on submitting written comments or not. That's why I wanted to jump in and want to make sure that we get access to that research that you were talking about.
This was provided to the board already. This is our report. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Solons. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Powers, followed by Justin Breck, and I believe our last commenter is Danielle Coates.
All right, hello, I'm Michael Powers, overseeing water use efficiency regulation implementation for Valley Center Municipal Water District, which is located in northern inland San Diego County. We appreciate and understand the very hard work that the state board, staff, and our fellow water agencies have put into this regulation. Our district is and has been committed to water stewardship and water use efficiency. Total water usage in the district has decreased by 40% since 2013, and our usage is 60% of what our SBX 77 target level was. We have also invested nearly $2 million by converting our existing metering infrastructure to AMI and implementing the WaterSmart customer portal so that customers can access their customer use data and receive high usage and leak alerts. But still, the district has some concerns with the following aspects of the proposed regulations. The sunset date is 2027 for inclusion of the 20% of the irrigable, not irrigated land in the landscape area measurement, according to the proposed regulations. However, the Water Code directs that the standard shall apply to irrigable lands without a provision for sunsetting. So we recommend that that 20% INI buffer be included indefinitely, or at least until updated landscape area measurement data is provided to the water retailers, and that a provision is included in the regulation for agencies to routinely receive updated land data from the state. Number two, the proposed regulations require individual variances to amount to 5% of the water use objective to be considered. Applying for those variances will require our agency to expend a significant amount of time and resources to track the variances. The district proposes that the retail water agencies should be allowed to apply for variances even if the amount of the specific variance doesn't exceed 5%, as the cumulative amount of the several variances may exceed 5% of water use. Third, our district does not have a large commercial, industrial, and institutional customer base, nor do we supply a large amount of water to CII at just 8% of our water use and about 1,300 acre feet. But still, the district will be required to make significant investments in the development and implementation of the CII performance measures for relatively little return on investment in water savings. So the district recommends that requirements be streamlined and that agencies are allowed to use regional CII conservation programs to meet compliance. Finally, number 4, we ask that AMI, in conjunction with water customer portals that allow customers to view their water usage, be considered an in lieu technology for the CII requirement. Those are our main concerns, and I want to thank the board for taking this time to hear our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I appreciate the sharing of those and again, hanging on with us here. Next, I'd like to call up Justin Breck, who will be followed by Danielle Coates, and then we'll see where this dais is.
Good evening. I'll keep it brief. My name is Justin Breck, and I'm the Climate Resilience Fellow at Los Angeles Waterkeeper, the LA region's leading nonprofit watchdog advocating for resilient local water supplies and water conservation. We want to thank Chair Esquivel and the other board members and staff for your continued work to make conservation a California way of life. The proposed regulation would go far toward helping to reduce local urban water demand, and it is certainly feasible because of the considerable flexibility in how suppliers may attain the conservation goals, as has already been explained. It would also have the potential to spur the development of necessary stormwater capture projects, as well as direct install conservation programs, which are very important in terms of equity considerations in the LA region. Additionally, the board's proposed regulation would not only support state and local priorities to reduce polluted runoff into waterways, but would also help save energy and reduce GHG emissions through avoidance of new supply infrastructure, which would help the city and county of LA move closer toward their sustainability and climate-related goals. Los Angeles Waterkeeper is already heavily engaged with regional agencies in developing conservation efforts and local resilient supplies, such as the Metropolitan Water District's Pure Water Southern California Water Recycling Project and others, and we'll continue to work to help agencies in the LA region implement the proposed regulation when it's finally adopted. So anyway, LA Waterkeeper supports the Water Board staff recommendation for the conservation regulation, and we thank you so much for your hard work and your time. Thank you.
Well, thanks to you as well, Mr. Breck. And we'll now like to call up Danielle Coates. We'll be rounding out our commenters here. It's good to see you, Ms. Coates.
Good to see you, Chair Esquivel, and members of the board and staff. Thank you for holding this robust workshop and for sticking it out all day and all evening. It's a very important conversation, and we're lucky and fortunate to be part of it today. Rancho Water, and I will keep my remarks very brief, recognizing the time and the investments you all have already made. But I just wanted to share that Rancho Water has made significant investments early on in conservation, implementing system-wide AMI back in 2010, and that same year implementing tiered rates across our residential customers. We also pioneered water use tracking technology before it was prevalent. So as an agency that embraces conservation in the strongest sense, it is not without significant costs that we are going to move forward with implementing these potential regulations. So by way of very basic example, and due to the complexity of the regulations, we anticipate that there's going to be the extensive reporting is going to add significant costs to each of our accounts, even with the existing investments that we've already made in the sophisticated rate structures and through all other additional technology investments. These administrative costs will not result in any new water supply development or any water savings. So we definitely appreciate the very specific recommendations that were brought forth by Ms. Compton and Irvine Ranch Water District earlier today. So in the essence of time and recognizing we do anticipate submitting further comments, I just wanted to plus up some of the comments that were made today, acknowledging the need for compliance ranges to support flexibility, in the acknowledgement that this is an evolving process and we will continue to learn as we get more and more timely and reliable data. We support and align ourselves with requests to simplify the variance process and encourage the removal of thresholds. This will be helpful in achieving the flexibility that we speak to when we originally considered the development of the regulations. And then we also want to plus up the calls for funding to support implementation and reporting processes, along with refinement to the CII performance measures. Finally, we do appreciate and acknowledge the comments that were made by staff earlier today that some of the language could be clearer and could benefit from further refinement. We agree, and we encourage consideration of the fact that the state board is not doing this alone. We are all in it together, and we are all on the same side of using water efficiently. So with that in mind, we embrace what is at play here, and we hope that you will consider the water districts that have come forward with solutions and being solution oriented and move forward collectively as we all try to implement conservation as a California way of life. So we can make compliance pathway that is meaningful towards achieving the state's goal. So we look forward to continuing this conversation and the good work that is going on. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coates, and appreciate those good comments here, again, after a number of hours of comment. Just incredible thanks. I think the fact that we're rounding up here close to a 12-hour board meeting on a single item, which, we're not here at 11:30 at night, which this board doesn't actually make a habit of being here this late. I promise you, this is like the only second time in the 6 years I've served on this board that we've really been here this late. But it shows how much passion and dedication and work has gone on this subject, continues to go on, and just want to start off by saying thank you. I'm going to say some brief things that kind of encapsulate a lot, and we've heard a lot, so I'm not going to touch on everything. What I know will happen here, and I want to hear from others at the dais, importantly, the broad themes, we're going to have to digest, and our staff are going to have to come back, have further conversations with us. So we're not going to resolve everything we've heard here. This is a draft proposal and a workshop that we're in the middle of. And so there may be some announcements going on out in the main. We're going to keep chatting for now, and we'll make sure that we're not actually having to leave this building suddenly. So I will say that what we obviously, and I heard a lot of here, oftentimes from some saying, this isn't really worth it. Like conservation, we have it. We don't need these regulations. And that's where, the legislature has spoken, the law has spoken that's directing us to do this work. And there we're implementing. And the important part is, how do we do that right? And I think here we heard a lot about that balance and needing to continue to try to strike it best. I think it's important to note again that we have, the main dial here on how are we capturing the efficiency within the state, applying it fairly, but not just saying everyone should meet the standard, because that's not really standard setting either, and really wouldn't be worth the many hours and effort that we're all here together if that was, really the intent, that everyone here be able to meet the standard. I think we're trying to say, well, how best do we capture and fairly then apply a standard that I think, again, we have to remember that, especially for those that are at 20+%, no matter where within the cone of the standard setting and really that main lever on outdoor we land, they will still have a huge lift. And I think that's just the challenge of trying to set standards in a state. And I would want to try to better unpack the outdoor standard is supposed to be here accounting for geography. I mean, that's why it was negotiated the way it was, and supposed to give us all our best effort to do that. It's not necessarily there where we see disproportionate, sort of impacts amongst it. So how we kind of view that But importantly, how do we view the outliers amongst it and realize that, again, no matter where we end up in the framework that we've been provided by the legislature, all of us collectively here, where we land, you're still going to have those folks. And so I want to see continued discussion. I know we've heard good feedback on what that, sort of outlier, if you will, those systems that are going to have to make real Herculean sort of lifts land. Now, when it comes to then that, the rest of the standard setting there is a data issue here, but that again may be tied to the legislation itself, where our ability to iterate here with you all may be a bit capped. And that's where I think that we need to figure out what, without having to go back to the legislature, we can do within the flexibility, because we do have new data coming out. It is, at this point, this irrigable, non-irrigated, irrigable 20% is kind of our best, way of handling what is actually a lot of new data that may be out there that makes it more refined and helps you all and all of us understand, well, what is the state of things, as opposed to, having to give too much of just these things that are helping to account for uncertainty. So all that to say that I want to understand our ability to iterate and have more data, and our flexibility on implementation as well. Yes, there's, I wouldn't call it a delay. There's been a lot of work that's had to go on in the back end with all of you to get us even to this space. And so, yeah, we're butting up against the timelines that were articulated by the legislature. I don't know how much flexibility we have there. Let's figure out what we do. I think not unlike here, the issue of, how we are generally treating outliers, the issue of what the actual legislation can allow us to do, I think is going to be important. So I would just, kind of note on that. I will also just say that on compliance, the thought of having a more regional approach, I appreciate, again, sometimes the resources for this can be spread out. And here I know the regs are very individual supplier focused. Where there can be some flexibility there, I'd be interested. I'll stop there and just say that, again, our challenge here is a complex piece of legislation that we're doing our best to implement, and never perfect information amongst it. But I think the question is, when you look at the budgets and you look at their application to, again, the bell curve, and taking away our outliers, because amongst them are super savers that are doing a lot more. And so the question of feasibility, and I know it's impacted by geography and a whole host of specifics onto each one of your agencies. But again, it's best trying to find out where that sweet spot is. And I'm open to how we continue to look at it and have a lot more conversation. I'll go to the vice chair.
I'll jump in here. First of all, thank you for that, and for the approach of looking at outliers and a reasonable balance, and the tone that you've set throughout. So I really appreciate it. I've spent a lot of time, probably too much time on this. And so I'm trying to be thoughtful in my comments without getting into the weeds too much here. But it just strikes me as, setting up success that's consistent with the goals of the legislation. And so I did, as I mentioned, I went back and looked at the legislation, because I think that I've spent a lot of time on the landscape efficiency factor. Also spent a lot of time on the disadvantaged communities issue. But it seems to me that really what kind of got this challenge to be maybe more of a heavy lift than what we necessarily needed to do, it was in setting things up initially and not necessarily following the statute. So I just want to go to a couple of areas where I think that we do have some flexibility that's consistent with the statute, starting with, as I mentioned earlier, the use of the principles of MWELO. MWELO is great. It's a design standard, but actually using it for the actual, for the standard itself, I think makes it challenging. So if we could go back, look at the principles of MWELO, but then looking at the language in the statute that references the amount of water necessary to efficiently irrigate both existing and new. And I think that's part of the challenge, because when we look at communities, I live there in the San Joaquin Valley, a lot of these communities are struggling with the last thing that's on their mind is, maybe conservation, small c, not big C, and really having to focus on robust programs. Not that they're not interested, but they've got older existing landscapes. And so a lot of these photos that we saw in, more wealthy coastal communities, it's just not what I see in the San Joaquin Valley. I see something totally different where, yeah, there are those communities where they're changing out, but not in the disadvantaged communities. And unfortunately, I think we've all been there where we see that, the irrigation gets turned off. And so definitely, I think we can look at outliers, but I think that one way of starting that is to just kind of go back and look at the standards themselves. I think that our task is to get to a place where we are pushing efficiency as much as we can without being imbalanced. And somehow we've incorporated this entire transformation, which I love, just transforming landscapes, transforming the whole state. But that's not our charge. Our charge is not to transform landscapes. I hope that that's what happens as a result. But having that drive us, I think, starts us into a system that makes it more challenging, as we see in some of these specific examples of communities. And then that puts us into sort of this other approach of the variances aren't enough, and we need to provide more flexibility in the variances, and we need to have more variances, and now something for the outliers. I do think we need to, consider all that, but then maybe, kind of getting back a little further. And then the landscape efficiency, getting back to the statute, the irrigable, there is not a distinction between irrigable and irrigated, non-irrigated. So looking at the statute on that. And then also looking at a lot of the work that got done at the Department of Water Resources and the expertise there, the landscape irrigation factor, the limits on new landscapes, and effective precip. So I have to say at this point, I'm more comfortable with the Department of Water Resources recommendations. And looking at feasibility, and we've had so many really interesting debates and discussions with staff about feasibility. And so I think we also need to consider, what do we mean when we say feasibility? Do we mean technically possible? Do we mean it can be done? Or are we incorporating something like what we incorporate with safe drinking water, and that is technical, managerial, financial capacity of systems to accomplish these goals? And I think that's a little bit of the disconnect. And then we get back to the big picture, which is, well, we just really are looking at the ultimate objective, not the specific standard. And I understand that, but I think that communities are going to be, and water suppliers are going to be fixated on this standard because they really do want to meet it. And so looking at ways to set folks up for success, and that reminds me also of, of some of the discussion that we've had about compliance and good faith efforts. I don't really know what that means. I'd like to see something like that, but I'd rather get to a standard that really and truly is feasible from the perspective of technically feasible, economically feasible, et cetera. I think we can get there also. I appreciate M-Cubed, and we have our own SWRCB, and I hope that you all can get together and see if there's some changes that could be made in that analysis without taking a bunch of time. Maybe just a couple of discussions maybe there's a middle ground in there, and as to the true costs and impacts. I continue to be concerned about trees, and I really appreciate staff, what you all did to put together additional time for climate appropriate trees, but mostly concerned about the existing urban landscape. And I don't think we quite hit that mark, but I think you understand that as well from the conversations that we've had. I like the suggestion that some had about collaborative discussions. I'm really hoping that in the interim between now and the next time we meet, I know you're having a lot of, I guess you call big meetings, little meetings, whatever they are, but Martha, thanks for hanging out to the bitter end. There's that core group that was there working on the legislation. I think we need you back. Okay, not just with a comment letter, but to sit down and meet with some of the really thoughtful people from the water supplier community that are saying that they're challenged. I'm not hearing, there's that group out there saying, we can't do more. We've already done enough. We need to build more reservoirs. But then there's a lot of others that are saying, we're just really concerned. We're really challenged. And I think you know who those folks are, and spending some really good time like what we did for wetlands. I don't know that it needs to be as involved with having all of us involved, but some really targeted discussions about how to thread the needle here. We're not the experts. I know we've spent a lot of time becoming, well-versed in this, but we're not the experts. We're not running these programs. And I think between the NGO community, our staff, and the folks that are running these programs, I think we can get there. I'm really confident. And then do want to have some specific targeted discussions with disadvantaged communities. I read through, the notice. There's some language in here that concerns me about racial equity, that, we think we're fine. We think we're fine on affordability. I personally don't think we are. I think we can get there with some changes, but in the meantime, I think we need to have some targeted conversations with those communities. And then also, I appreciate the league's involvement in the discussion, but I think they came to the table a little bit late. So, maybe figuring out who from the league could be involved in those discussions as we go forward. So thank you. I know I went on and on, but I think I covered all my points.
You covered them well. Thank you, Vice Chair. That's appreciated. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Let's see here. So wanted to thank everyone for attending today. Those that were on panels, those that came and provided comments, both in person and virtually, especially, those that are still hanging in there. Thank you so much. It's been a really productive and, good day. I have just a couple of items that I just wanted to touch on, and definitely, looking forward to continuing to work with everyone just to, I'm going to call fine tune, the regulations. It's draft. That's the purpose of, at least to me, of having a workshop like this, is to put the drafts out there, get the comments, and really, to hear them, get to continue to work with you, to fine tune them and get it to where it needs to be so that it is implementable, and that we can achieve the objectives. So, this is just a quick ask for, staff, just help me. And I'm assuming that if it's me, there may be others. It's just the variances. I keep getting lost of which ones are set there for permanent, which ones are temporary. And so just, when you're listening, if there's a way you can identify, the ones that are not permanent, the ones that are temporary, that helps to help me to remember and keep me on track of those. Another one, just reporting, this is something that I've been, asking for, just as we look at whether it's regulation or policy, just looking at, not asking for duplicative information. If we're already receiving the information and looking at ways to pull that information from our other programs and to utilize it. And so, I'm going to have that ask again here, if we're already receiving the information, can we utilize that information here in this program also? And, to ask for it on the frequency that we need it and that we're going to utilize it. That way we're getting the right balance of what we need to implement the program and be sure that we're utilizing that information and in that balance of the resources within the agencies. They're also able to continue to implement the program and not just continuously just reporting additional information to us. Also, I want to look at just how prescriptive does the regulation need to be. When I think about other programs that the Water Board has, I think about like the water quality programs. They aren't as prescriptive. We say that this is what you need to meet, and then allow the agencies to, the regulated community to design their facilities and their programs to comply, and without telling them exactly how to get there. And so again, to take a look and see, how much